we are now live. It is 6 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. It is 9 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Am I correct?
Yes.
20, yeah, I don't know.
Yes.
Yes, 9.
Thank you, Maria. And so we now have a good 3 hours at the least between the three of us. And we are honored to have with us this blessed night Maria de Andrea. And the Grand Madame Maria de Andrea has her own website. I am going to put this into the chat right now. We will see if live stream coordinates. And blessed be, we seem to be coordinating. And what we're going to do is see if the chat works. And I want everyone to know that, once again, I have been blocked on Facebook for violating community standards as soon as I published my promotional banner and tagged it. Then I was declared to have been in violation of community standards. Now, what's interesting is this happened the last time that I published the promotional banner as well, and each time the block is for 24 hours, which means I cannot post anything or enter any commentary for 24 hours. Now, of course, this prevents one from promoting oneself. So we do need to know if anyone's here, and we do need everyone to hit the upvote. And I want everyone to, David Fitzsimons in Atlantic City says, yep, everyone sounds good. Well, I haven't given anyone else a chance to speak yet, but I will in a matter of moments. I'm just trying to make certain. Okay, good. We've got 7 concurrent viewers already, and then we've got ratings in the chat room. So they're beginning to show up. I do want to remind everyone before I go into a litany of any issues with my promotion or self-promotion, I do want people to understand, okay, so we just lost momentarily image. So what's going on is, for whatever reason, and I'll check into this, hopefully I don't create something worse than it was before. I'm going to check into why my external hard drive is not being recognized by the online broadcasting software, but apparently it is. So going back to online broadcasting software, what we're going to do now is the usual reminder of everyone to hit the upvote, simply because we get hit by a barrage of downvotes by the enemy. They send Autobots. One of my preeminent gang stalkers was an information technology mogul from the early days of Silicon Valley, who was famous for nothing other than selling short and making himself a multimillionaire in that manner. And what he does do, however, is send cheap Autobots. Fortunately, he's too chintzy to buy expensive ones, and they last only a few hours, but they serve their purpose. Before they get filtered out by the YouTube aggregator, they serve in preventing us from appearing on searches, because YouTube operates on a popularity basis. So the more upvotes we get to balance out the downvotes, the more we can reappear on searches. So it's your war. You've got to fight it, and you've got to fight it dirty, because the enemy fights as dirty as it gets. Nice guys finish last, and you've got to use every IP address you've got: your tablet, your cell phone, your laptop, your PC. Just hit an upvote from anything that's got a different IP address, and that helps us appear on searches. Hawaiian Heartbreaks Her Story says, I can hear well. Hi, I'm Kamaka. Well, bless you, dear lady. She is in Hawaii, so if she can hear us, we're okay. All right. Everybody start talking. We're going to turn this over to...
Okay, so if Hawaiian or David or anyone can let me know if you can hear me. Yes, and hi, Viviana. And Maria, say something. So
Hi. It's very nice being on your show, and thank you so much for having me on here. I really love the idea, and I love talking to you earlier.
Wonderful.
So if you can hear us, let us know if you can hear myself and Maria, as well as you can hear Douglas.
Yes. And so everyone, give us feedback on that, though I'm pretty confident that everybody can hear you both. As a matter of fact, what I'm going to do, everyone, this is an order. Let us know if you heard Peter Moon and Maria de Andrea. Viv says, hi, Douglas and Peter. Presumably that meant she heard us, but I'd like everyone else to be specific. She says, sounds great, all sides.
Okay. Great.
Oh, that's terrific.
All right, then. Can I begin, Douglas?
Absolutely. Please do. What I'm going to do is work on getting that hyperlink to you, and in the interim, let's...
I have a link. I put my own link in there. It'll go straight to the show.
Okay. And Hawaiian Heartbreak Her Story says, Aloha Maria. So wonderful. Blessings to you all. She, by the way, just so you know, she presented she says, "Hi, Peter. I can hear you." And so that means, by the way, she did say she was a victim of Michael Aquino's, and I'm sure we'll find out more about her in the future. And Peter Moon says hi and thanks. Okay, with that, we turn it over to Peter Moon and Le Grand Madame, Maria de Andrea. Her link is in the chat. Her link leads the chat. So everyone do click on that and access her books. There we have it. Back to Le Grand Madame and the Mr. Peter Moon.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce Maria, but I want to start by saying it's not usual or apropos, generally speaking, for me to share the stage with anybody, with certain exceptions. Like, of course, if it's like Douglas's work, Douglas, he takes center stage. So does Preston Nichols when I was with him, and David Anderson. My role with these people is as an interlocutor. When I talk about my own stuff, it's so involved and complex. Even when I'm being interviewed by a host, their questions are often better not asked. No, but seriously, because I will answer them, and then I'll get to a point with questions, but because the questions will kind of be answered in the long run. Nevertheless, I'm very happy to not only share the stage with Maria, but to feature her because we have worked very closely together in the past. We have a pretty long history together. I met her in person at a Dowsers lecture where she was lecturing for the Long Island Dowsers Society or whatever it was called, and she was the speaker. And of course, she'd heard of me, and we connected immediately, and we began working together. And she used to come over to my house once a month, and we would work together shamanistically and whatnot on the stuff. And one of the things she's really helped me with, and it was her suggestion, not mine, is so I take these trips to Romania. That's about the time we started connecting. And she would put what she called a wingman on me that would, okay, if I'm having problems or misdirection or whatever, the wingman will come to save the day. And I can tell you, the wingman has appeared many different times on my journey. She sent me a wingman for the specific journey, which I'll ask you to do for this journey, but for all of my journeys. So like, it might come up and, they bump me up to business class when I absolutely need it because I'm exhausted, or they will, something will come to get me to the right place. Or for example, how I discovered the scout camp at Choclavina Cave was through the use of a wingman. There have been so many adventures that her input has helped me, including just the other day when the insurance company wasn't treating me right for a little fender bender that was totally 100% the other person's fault. The insurance company, two ladies were just giving me absolute grief, and she, did something, and all of a sudden they capitulated to my reasonable request, which was that the other guy pay for the damages, which will happen, which are somewhat, it's a bumper, basically. So, so I don't have to, put out the deductible. So anyway, she's been a great asset, a great friend, and I'm going to, and we can get into some of the stuff. She has read the Roswell Deception.
Incredible.
And she interviewed me the other night on her show, which is the show is called, what is it called, Maria?
Oh, The Spiritual World with Maria D'Andrea.
And it features every how often is it on?
Oh, it's on the third Thursday night every month, and I always have new guests, and wonderful when Peter was on there. It was just so informative, and people were just so excited to hear him.
And I was talking exclusively about Roswell.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
And I will be on a TV show that she will be on. What's the name of the TV show in Manhattan?
I have to think about it now. The lady's name is Montford. So we're going to do her
Diana
TV.
Montfort.
Yeah,
Diana Montfort. She's been
Yeah.
doing TV out of Manhattan.
Yeah, she called me up because she heard my show, and she asked me if I'd be on her TV show, and then we got Peter on there. So, we're always networking, and we all help each other. There's the
Yes.
balance.
Okay, so Maria, tell us a bit about your history growing up in Romania, in Hungary, and how you inherited your shamanistic abilities.
Thank you. Okay, so first of all, I'm in the spiritual, psychic, paranormal fields full-time since I'm 16. This is what I do. So I'm a shaman through Hungary because I'm from Budapest, Hungary, and I'm interfaith ministry, and they're both, universal. It doesn't matter what part of the globe you're on. But the point is that we're always helping people. So I was talking to Peter a while ago, and we really try very hard to live by karma. I figure, honestly, at this point, karma owes me.
Yes.
It's been a while, Doesn't mean we don't make mistakes. The point is we don't do anything negative on purpose.
Yes.
Right? So in Hungary, I was coming over during the revolution, 56.
Wow.
And we escaped going to Austria. And Peter and I were talking about this a while ago. What happened was I was escaping with my mother and a group of people. And at one point, the adults stopped. I was 6.
Mhm.
So the adults stopped, and they were having a discussion. Half the people wanted to go back because it was very, very violent.
Wow.
And it was very gory. It just, no need to get into that. It was just, war is war. And the other half wanted to go forward. And my mother said that when they were having that discussion, I told them that God said that if they go ahead, they're all going to be safe. So half the people went back like they were going to, and unfortunately, all of them were killed.
I'm not
And-
surprised. Go on.
And then going forward, we didn't have any problems. We crossed the border. We didn't run across anybody, anything. So being who I am, when my mother reminded me of that, I basically said to her, I don't know what's wrong with the adults if you're listening to somebody that's 6. I figured there's an issue there,
Because she knew you were a shaman. She recognized that at age 6, right?
I don't know, but I know she said that, whatever I said, I would not have known those words at that age.
Okay.
Wow.
So she knew
So, yeah.
something was going on.
So they went forward. Everybody was fine. Then it took us a while to get to this country. So I've been here most of my life. I've gone home, and on the shamanistic level, some of it is learned, down the line, because my family has that. Skip my mother, which is funny. Skipped right over her. But my grandfather on my mother's side, he used to do automatic writing. He did seance, very, very psychic, and funny because basically he was doing a normal job according to society and doing this on the side. I always laugh because this is what I've done full time, and I was saying to Peter, I thought it was normal. None of us fit society. I find spiritual and creative people, we really don't fit because we look at things differently, and we look at it, especially on the scientific side, on the metaphysical side. We look at things from the psychic point of view and the metaphysical. So we combine science with it. So I've been doing this, like I said, all my life. And, it gives you an idea how old I am, which is like, oh, whoops.
You sound quite young.
Well, that cheered me up. But I find, like even with my books are all paranormal, and they're basically how-to books. So they're all on Amazon. If you put my name in there, I'm kind of everywhere. Just, too many years. That's what that means.
And let's spell your name for people who don't access the chat room. Maria, and Deandrea is D''Andrea.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter.
Yeah.
So I find a lot of the books that I have, like I said, basically they're teaching. So I do public speaking wherever anybody needs me to go. And I do readings full time. Basically, like I said, I do everything that's not astrology. And not that it's not a wonderful field, but if I can tell somebody something now, I'm not going to be playing with 8 months of charts. I'm not that good about it.
Right.
Yeah. But I find most people don't seem to have a real understanding about the difference between the psychic field and the paranormal, and they're two completely different fields. Some of us do both, but they're different fields. So the difference is this. On the paranormal side, it's ancient science, like chemistry came out of alchemy, and physics came out of metaphysics. So it's really understanding the laws of nature to work with them to create situations in a positive way, or to get rid of negative situations in a positive way, because we never do negative. You know, my students and clients are sick of me going only positive, only positive, only positive. I figure if I say it enough, they get in a negative situation, their reflex will be only positive.
Good idea.
Yeah. So it's really understanding nature to work with them. Okay. With the psychic level, it's actually the opposite. What you're doing is you're getting yourself out of the way to let information come through you. You're doing absolutely nothing. It's very, very passive. So I always look at it as the phone. We used to have the phones, which just aged me, by the way, but we used to have the phones with the wire.
Oh, well, I was there too, and how I regret leaving it. But go on.
You know, so I always look at psychic information as your source is one end of the phone. The person you're talking to or your client is the other end of the phone, and you're just the wire. You just get yourself out of the way for the information to come through. So it's very passive. So if somebody's saying they're the best psychic on the planet, they probably don't know what they're doing. Right. You know, because really, if you're the best psychic on the planet, it would honestly, first of all, it's not you. It's your source.
Thank you.
So it's very, very neutral. You're just tuning in. In fact, Peter and I were talking about it a couple of years ago. I used to work with part of the military, which we're not going to get into for obvious reasons.
Yes.
You know, and I was working with them for a couple of years, and you know, finding missing things, and you know, I can't really go into it. But you don't play with the military. It's like if you don't know what you're saying, it's not going to work.
Right. And
I kept trying to explain to them that it's very passive and it's not me. And they would just look at me and, you know, their attitude was just give me the information. They didn't care how I got it, what I did.
Right.
You know, so I love that Peter and I can help people in numerous ways.
Yes.
It makes you feel really good that you're helping people, and that's really what counts. So on the metaphysical side, okay, when you're creating positive situations, like Peter was saying, when we're creating positive situations, the whole point is the more people can do for themselves, the better. That's why I teach and I lecture and I write books, because I feel the more people can do for themselves, it's that domino effect, they'll help everybody else. And I find a few people got in touch with me that were shaman, and they were not very happy that I gave out real information, as you well know how that is, right?
Yes. Yes.
You know, but, you know, the point is the more people can do, the better the planet gets.
Yes.
You know, because
Absolutely.
when your life is better, everybody around you does better.
Yes.
And then you pass that knowledge on, you know, and it continues. And we need more light in this world, you know, especially now. And, the other thing I want to mention, because I was talking about science, is that on the psychic level, the best way I can explain it scientifically is dealing with your brainwave. So information that we've been getting psychically for centuries, now they discovered it scientifically. You gotta love it, right?
Yes.
So what they've noticed is there's 5 levels to your brainwave, really. There's gamma, which is your fight or flight. There's beta, which is when we're talking normally to each other. And then there's alpha theta, which are deeper levels, which is where your psychic, intuitive gut feeling, because everybody has a gut feeling, comes from. Okay. And then there's delta, which is when you're in a very, very heavy coma or an extremely heavy trance. Okay? It's more on that level. But we work on alpha theta. So I just find it interesting that now they can track us, you know, if we let them. But that
Right.
your brainwave will actually shift. So it's really funny. I was talking to Peter about it. A lot of my students know me enough to know, that when I say you're on alpha theta brainwave level, it's like being psychically high. It's a
Wow.
deeper level, but you're tuned in differently. So it's like being high. So one of my clients called me up once at a distance, and sometimes in different countries you have operators to go through, so you have two operators on the line at the same time, right?
Yes.
And very nice gentleman, he calls me up and he goes, "Hey, are you high?" I'm thinking drug bust at my house. So I went, "Yes, I am." I hung up the phone. I'm like, "There's a drug bust coming. I know this." Because your energy's higher. So if I'm doing readings, say all day as an example, what happens is I can go home, I can paint my house. As long as I don't sit down and crash, I'm good. Puts you on a different level. The other part, though, is because I've been doing this all my life, I get side effects.
Mhm.
So I've called Peter a couple of times where we were talking for a while, because after that, I cannot drive a car. It's not that I can't function in it, but what happens is you have a reality shift. So I can see the car in front of me. I don't know where it is. It could be 5 feet, 20 feet directly in front of me. I really can't tell, because it's all the same to me at that point. It's a little fuzzy and it's all the same. So I've called Peter and I went, "Oh, just talk to me."
Mhm.
So he's very good about that.
That's
So I can
great.
just find my way home later.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's
Yeah.
very easy to locate you in space
Yeah.
before you drive home tonight.
Yeah.
Uh, we can take care of that simply.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's very good. And Maria had very nice things to say about your book the other night
Oh,
when we were
wonderful.
doing the show, because she read it. Why don't you say what you said about it, Maria?
Oh, I don't remember everything because
Well,
it
I
was
mean,
so
just
much. But honestly, it was so phenomenal. And I love the fact that it was somewhat intuitive, but it was very, very factual. So people can't look at the book and go, "Well, I'm not sure." Because it's impossible to read that book, especially I love the pictures with the balloons and everything else where you can actually see what's being described in detail.
Thank you.
And you can't possibly look at that and question it.
Thank you.
I love it because it's science and metaphysics and intuitive.
Yes.
And we really need more of that, especially because we want people to understand truth,
Yes.
and that's very, very important because most people don't really look into it. So I feel this book is, and I said it on the air, I was telling people on and off, they really need to buy this because it's so truthful and it's so exciting to read. Because sometimes you read a book where it's very, very factual, which yours is, to prove a point, but then it gets very, very mundane. And yours is just exciting.
Thank you.
So I'm always recommending it, seriously. And I appreciate the information being out there. So Peter and I were talking about you a lot.
Wonderful. I
In
mean,
a positive
I'm just
way.
so honored. Honestly, I'm so flattered and honored, and really, I think that what you say is so important because you yourself are a product of history. I do want people to understand when you relate what you do about the Hungarian Revolution, and I'm just curious. Please go on with whatever else you wish to say, but I certainly have plenty of questions about growing up with that culture, even in America. Of course, people ethnically enclave and they stay with the cultures they're comfortable with. I presume that you grew up speaking Magyar, and it is definitively the most difficult language on earth. It is one of these unspeakable languages. Just anyone who even learns that language is has to have an incredible intelligence. It's so with that, and certainly, of course, the history of Hungary and what it's acted as for Europe as both a shield and a buckler. It has this very important place in Europe and has become an indispensable part of it. Yeah, is there anything in particular about your culture? Certainly, people ascribe a lot of romance to quote unquote gypsies, which of course, just so people understand, that's a racist term, and we prefer to use the term these days, Romani. But I'm presuming that yours was not necessarily based on a Romani lineage or some kind of connection at all that somehow merges into your bloodline, but rather truly something that you're channeling. If you could share a little bit about your bloodline, what you know about it, I'm sure that would be intriguing.
Sure, I find, first of all, I appreciate you saying Magyar because nobody can pronounce it. About it.
Well, I try to tell people the name of Hungary is really Magyarország, and go on.
Well, first of all, you're going to like this. This is a little part of history. Initially, there were two tribes, the Huns and the Magyars. Right, same dad. They had the tribe split, and it split into two. And they always said that, especially with the Huns, they always said that people feared the tribe because when they attacked on horses, all they saw was a lot of dust and horses that never stopped coming. Right? And they always looked at it as it's just people going to war, but it's not. It's a lot of strategy, like chess,
Yes.
So the secret was, you and I give away secrets, and Peter. So the secret was this. What they would do is they would be on horseback, and they would be riding towards whatever village they want to take over. I hate to say it like that, but that's how it was in tribal times. And when they got tired, then the first couple of rows would shift to the back of the group, and they would keep going. So it looked like they never stopped.
Yes.
All they did was change spots so that the people who were tired could slow down and then catch up.
Incredible.
So it looked like never tiring,
Yes.
But in my family, basically, my father was always psychic. Okay, he just grew up like that. But at his time, he always said that you shouldn't tell people. And when I wrote my first book, I sent him my first book. And I got a letter back that went, "Don't do that." So being who I am, I sent him my second book. He stopped saying anything about it after that.
That's incredible.
He remained in Hungary, didn't he?
Yes, my father never left Hungary.
Oh, wow.
He stayed there. So, but it was funny. But he was always psychic. He kept saying, "Don't tell people, don't tell people."
Yes.
And when he was younger, he was actually arrested in the political forum because in his time they still had the prince and the hierarchy, and he was part of that.
Yes.
So when they all got arrested, he went to jail with them, and he was I think in his late teens, early 20s.
Right.
And he was telling me, it was a funny story. He was telling me, he said he was behind bars until they let everybody out for the political reasons.
Yeah.
And he says he was behind bars, and at his age, he would stand in front of the bars to get a suntan. And every now and then he would shift, so when he got a suntan, you couldn't see the bars.
Right. Got it.
When he got older, he went, "Oh, okay, that was stupid."
But that's cute. It's cute. Now, so that means that he was a citizen of the Austro-Hungarian Empire at the same time as Nikola Tesla was. They were both essentially contemporaries.
Yeah, and by the way, I love Tesla. In fact, I do curling photography, which you need the Tesla coil for.
Yes. Yes.
I love
didn't
Tesla.
know you did that.
Yeah, I do curling photography. I have the Tesla coil, and how to do readings off that. It's a phenomenal instrument. I love Tesla. And then on my mother's side, skip my mother. It just went right over her. But my grandfather and my grandmother, they both did readings and they did seance, and they were very into the spiritual aspect, but not full time, obviously. But here I am.
Incredible.
Full-time. So.
Well, we're so lucky to have you. Please go on. And Peter, if you want to bring up any more points that Maria can elucidate upon, please. There's so many. Yes.
But
Yeah.
I find I didn't know my grandfather did anything spiritual or psychic until after he passed away. My mother just didn't talk about it. She knew what I
Interesting.
did, but she just didn't talk about it. It would have been nice if she would have told me so I could write to Hungary and find out,
Right.
what he did or didn't do. But, I actually didn't know that about that side of my
Do,
family
do, do
till
you
he
feel
had
that she
said,
was trying to discourage your developing
no,
this side of yourself?
no, actually, she was just neutral.
Okay.
Apparently what happened was when she was about 8 years old, she actually told me a little bit before she passed away. She said when she was about 8 years old, there was something wrong with her, and everybody told her medically she was going to die.
Wow.
Well, they told her parents, and her parents did a seance with some other people, and they came up with some herbs, and she got well like within a week or 2 weeks.
That's
So,
incredible.
and I think it might have just scared her out of it.
And this is, of course, you have this wonderful herbal apothecary of Central Europe that I'm so glad that people were aware of that to help her since it was lost to modern medicine. Now, when you speak of this wingman that you provide to Peter, should we interpret this as a kind of assigned, like you're helping to assign a guardian angel, or is this something a bit different?
Well, um, basically what I do is it's called the wingman, and what I do is I send one to whoever needs it, especially for travel and at a distance. Uh, but I want to be very clear, it protects the person. So, not being negative, but I just don't know how to express this, but if the plane went down, Peter would be fine on some island by himself.
Yes.
We're not protecting the plane, we don't know their karma,
Yes.
we're not interfering, you
Yes.
know but he would be fine.
Yes. Got it.
But honestly, when I call one in, it always adjusts to the person I call it in for, so it's not always the same spirit. Okay. In fact, one of my students, when he was in college years ago, because he's still with me on and off when he needs something as a businessman, but he was in college and he was traveling, and he asked me to send a wingman. He was going on the plane. And he said to me, he wants to really be aware that there's something actually there. So I said to him, I said, well, I'll send one. I never know how they're going to show up. I said, I'll send one. Pay attention, And he said to me, on the plane, it was in the air, and he said he felt something in the middle aisle next to him move past him. And he says, as he felt it passing him, 3 people in seats in front of him turned around too.
Yes. Yes.
So he got the confirmation. Sometimes people ask, and I don't know how to explain. It's like they're surprised, and I always think of it as, well, if you asked me and I said we could do that, shouldn't you be surprised if I didn't do that, right?
Right.
So this gentleman that was in an office in Manhattan, a little bit higher building, and same thing, he just wanted to see something. We decided he wanted to see blackbirds, right? So his office was a little too high in the building for that.
Right.
So he called me up and he said to me, he says, there was a blackbird on the window, and he said he ignored it. He says after about 15 of them, he called me and he said, just get rid of them. I understand, just get rid of them, get rid of them, get rid of them.
But he wanted to see them.
Yeah.
Yes. Be careful what you ask for. Yes. And
I said to him, you told me what you want to see. Yeah, he picked them.
don't you
It's
find
funny.
it offensive when people ask for proof? It's kind of like almost it's almost an insult. Kind of a
Well, it's a mixed thing. Those 2 people were students, so they didn't mean it negatively. They were trying to learn. They were already doing some of the things.
I see.
So
Okay.
that was more of a learning thing. In general, if I'm doing a reading and I get somebody as an example that says, how many kids do I have? I've actually said to somebody, not meaning it negatively, but as a reflex, I actually said to the woman, don't you know?
Ah. Yes.
And I try to explain to people what I get, because everybody works differently. What I get in a reading is what people need to know, not what they want to know.
Mhm.
So if I was reading a gentleman years ago, and the whole reading was about, and by the way, I tell people I don't want to know anything in the beginning. If they have a question about absolutely anything, because I don't have to understand the question, it's not my information. So I always tell people if they have a question or two, we leave it at the end. I don't want to know what it is till we're done. And then they can add whatever they want. And the way I work is I tell people if I'm telling them something positive and they leave their life alone, that's exactly how it's coming up. It's the natural path of life.
Yeah.
If I'm telling them something negative, every single time it's going to tell them what's negative, and it's going to tell them what they can do, not me, because it's their life and their path. It's going to tell them what they can do to avoid it, improve it, or change it, to make it better in some way. If they don't make the change because we have free will, it's going to come up negative. But the whole point is to avoid and fix, right? If something negative was going to come up where they have absolutely no control at all, none, I will never get the information because there's no point. It's not like somebody upstairs going, haha, it won't work. Right? So I only get negative when they can fix it. Because if somebody says there's something negative going on in your life and I can fix it for you, that's a money thing because it's their life. Why can't you tell them what they can do? Right?
Yes.
You know, so I tend to look at it like that.
Wonderful.
Also, I find, I think, and it might be not that much of a European thing, but partially, I find that people don't really understand what it means when you're a shaman. And I find I'm in New York, so I'm connected to some of the tribes in New York, and I was connected to the Tuscarora tribe in North Carolina before Chief Wise Owl passed away. Wonderful gentleman. And he was a shaman.
Yes.
So Native Americans still do it the same way as we do in Europe.
That's right.
They just don't discuss it.
Yes.
Or a shaman means that you do everything. So if somebody's a phenomenal healer, they're wonderful. They're not a shaman. They're phenomenal healers. Or if somebody's, say, counseling, that's wonderful. They're still not a shaman. They're fantastic as a counselor. So to be a shaman, you have to do everything. So as an example, you think tribal. So in tribes, as an example, if the chief was going to, well, let me put it this way. The tribes, as an example, they needed a spiritual guide or, yeah, that's the best way to put it, you know, some, because I don't want to say ministry. They didn't have ministry at the time.
Right.
But the equivalent. So a spiritual leader, right? So I'm into faith ministry. They needed counseling. I'm a counselor through the ministry. They needed healing. I do healing. They needed basically anything. They needed to know on the paranormal side what to do so that if the crops weren't working and they weren't coming in that much, what can they do to avoid it, change it, improve it? On the psychic side, if they were going to move, because tribal, they were moving and they were nomadic, then they needed to know what direction is best to go at that time because it changes. So basically, you're really doing everything. Part of what people don't understand, they don't really tell people outside of shamanism that much. But to be a shaman, besides being able to do everything else, you need to be able to do weapons. There's no other way to put that.
Wow.
Because you're protecting the tribe.
Yes.
So on the paranormal side, I teach psychic self-defense, which means it protects you 100% on the spiritual plane because there are negative things out there.
Yes.
Okay, so you'll see it, you'll know about it. It cannot get to you because we still need to know what's around us. On the physical plane, it protects you about 95, 98% because we need to go through life experiences, but it'll tone down the negative effect. So on the psychic self-defense part, you know, you're protecting the tribe and you're protecting the chief. On the weapon side, you're either next to the chief going into battle, whether you're male or female, shaman is shaman, you know, because you're protecting the chief, or they leave you with the tribe, you're protecting the chief at a distance, but you need to know weapons to protect the tribe.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
So like Peter and I do Tai Chi, Qigong, I do archery, I do a bunch of different weapons, you know, which you don't always say.
Understood. Now, did the Native Americans understand, at least intuitively, that the Magyar people were the descendants of these ancient horsemen, the horse tribes that were raiding and plundering Europe, and not really even originally European per se. Basically, they wound up settling in this area of Europe and preserved enough of their cultural heritage and identity to survive unto this day. So they're really a kind of indigenous peoples of Europe. They're basically, in a very real sense, European Indians. Was that perceived by the Native Americans, and that's why they accepted you?
Oh, yeah. Well, they accepted me because I'm a shaman.
Okay.
But they did understand that. In fact, I had a funny experience. I was telling Peter at the time, it was a couple of years ago, and I was at a dance club. And, you go, you dance, because, you need to get that energy out, and I love music and dancing. So I was at the dance club with some friends. I'm getting off the dance floor, and close to the dance floor, there was a bar, and there was a Native American there, and you can't miss it because he had, the jewelry and the gear,
Yes. Yeah.
So he was not trying to hide who he was. He was very proud of it. Very wonderful gentleman. And so I'm getting off the dance floor, and to get off the dance floor, I had to go by him, and he looks at me and he goes, "Shaman." So I went over to him and I said, "You're a shaman?" And honestly, he looked at me like I'm an idiot. And he goes, "No." And he says to me, No. He's like, "No, you're a shaman. I'm a chief."
Yes.
So I was a little surprised somebody can spot that. And the other part was I kept saying to him, "Don't mention that here."
Yes.
I'm trying to dance. Don't tell people that. But it was funny. And then we stayed friends.
Okay.
Very, very nice gentleman. But, sometimes you can spot the energy. It doesn't mean necessarily, that they're a shaman or what level.
Yes.
But you get a different feel about creative and spiritual and positive people. Don't you find that?
Of course.
Yeah.
And and certainly we feel that about yourself. I want you to know we have a lot of numbers that are with us tonight, and of course whatever displays on the aggregator is, of course, it's orders of magnitude higher. We never know exactly what the numbers are until they publish until the video uploads, the live stream uploads as a video, and at that point then you get the actual number of the people that were watching, which is always in the hundreds. So I do want you to know that we certainly got a score of people already, well over that, over 2,000 in the chat and participating right now. So in terms of they all appreciate what you're saying, and certainly for your family. Now your family has survived communism. When those people, I couldn't even understand those people who did what they did and then decided they were going to turn back. It just strikes me as what an incredibly self-destructive thing to do. The fate of communism was worse than death in so many ways. Yeah, you were so blessed that your family made it to America. But now that certainly communism, it will take generations to get over the scars of communism. It's just, but your family, you're communicating to a degree with family back in Magyarország, the homeland?
A little bit, but most of my family now isn't there anymore. They're gone.
Okay.
The older people, they passed. I have some people still there. But I find a lot of the situation when you talk to people that came through the revolution, we get more upset at anything that even remotely reflects communism in any country because we know how horrendous it was. In fact, I remember when I was 6, I was helping my grandfather load weapons because, you were in the middle of a revolution.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
it gives you a different perspective. And at 6, when you see really horrendous things, it has some side effects, that some things are harder to get over. But it doesn't affect adults quite the same way because it's more conscious. They've already been through, they like some animals, they don't like some animals. They don't have the same response, as an example, with some things,
Yeah.
And I find I've always been able to see things So I remember coming, I mean, honestly, it was very horrendous because you're seeing war
Right.
and very, very bloody, and I don't want to go into it, very, very bad.
Yes.
But, at 6, it stays with you.
Yes.
On the other hand, I remember I was calm the whole time. The after effect, I think, just hit me later.
Right.
At the time, you're busy working on survival,
Yes.
you know,
Yes.
and anytime you see something that is really horrendous, adults just keep saying, keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. That's all you're thinking is keep moving.
Yes.
Yeah. And then I actually had nightmares about a particular situation till I was about in my early 30s.
Mm-hmm.
And I asked my mother about it once, and I told her what the nightmare was, and it was very gory. And she said to me, you're being stupid. You saw it. It's not a dream. And she walked away from me.
Ah, okay.
I was like,
That so what
what?
you're seeing really was happening, of course.
Yeah, I thought it was a dream, and it really happened. But I really thought it was a dream at the time.
Or rather,
So,
the way I would interpret it was that was the way that your psyche was able to handle it. That's the way your psyche chose to interpret it, simply so that it wouldn't be traumatized in the more
yes.
immediate sense.
Yeah. Well, I find, and I'm not saying anything secretive. People that know me know this, but I can't be near dogs. And it's funny. I love dogs. I think they're adorable. They're so cute, and I like dogs, but I can't physically be near them.
Believe me,
Um,
I understand. Certainly, I may not be necessarily that extreme, but believe me, I could see where I could have gone in that direction simply because of the, people who have grown up in totalitarian dictatorships understand what dogs can do.
right.
they're, they're used by the state to
Oh,
eat people alive, and they're
exactly.
yeah. So
Yeah.
you
So
yeah,
you
go on.
understand. So when I hear dogs, my reflexes kick in. So I try not to have my reflexes work
Right.
because you know I work in the paranormal, so I don't want to do anything harmful ever. So like I have a book on power words, and basically anytime I think anything negative, because we're human, I immediately use the word cancel because I don't want to send out anything to people um, that's negative energy by accident.
Right.
you know so I find power words, they're vibrational and frequency. So if somebody's sending negative energy towards you, and that could be subconscious, like jealousy, if they do it for a long time, if you keep using the word cancel, you're not changing them. What you're changing is the vibration will not affect you.
Yes.
Okay. So I actually have a book on that, on words of power. And I find, so I use it a lot because, I don't want to hurt anybody if I have a negative thought, because, human reaction. Um, then I will use that on me. It's not like we just use it on other people.
Right.
And it doesn't occur to people to use it on themselves.
Yes.
you know?
Yeah.
You know?
And that's so sad. I mean, oftentimes, maybe this speaks well of us. We don't always think of ourselves, or don't often think of ourselves. Of course, we're all too familiar with people who can think of nothing but themselves. But such being said, they're not usually the type of people who seek out the help of a shaman because they take everything intuitively, or instinctively, reflexively. But when it comes to say, for instance, with the challenges that you've been dealing with, without, as you said, and this is understandable, we don't want to really overdwell on your experiences working with the military, but just out of curiosity, can you share with us how they found you? When they became aware of you and decided to exploit you, how do you have any knowledge of how that came about?
Honestly, I have no clue. But, I've been in my field full time, like I said, since I'm 16. So I'm out there.
Right.
So I really don't know how. Um, I really don't. But they were wonderful gentlemen,
Okay.
you know, uh, and I just can't talk about what I did,
Understood.
you know.
Yeah.
But they were very wonderful gentlemen. They were very open to things, much more so than you would assume.
Mhm.
And we're always happy to help. We really are.
Mhm.
So anytime we can help positive, or
Mhm.
things to go in a positive way, we really do. Hopefully we do.
All right. Now, forgive me. When you say we, this means your school, the kind of like what you teach your school. You have kind of like like an. Forgive me. You would call it a shaman's academy, or
I have, it's called the DeAndre Institute of Esoteric Studies.
That's incredible. I love it. Okay, that's better than Hogwarts. Okay.
Listen, I wish I could do some of the things on Hogwarts. I need to practice more because I can't teleport yet.
Yes. There we are.
So because I find the more people can do for themselves, the better. And as an example, I find a lot of times people just don't understand a lot of what we are. So when you think about it, first of all, I only teach on a positive level because I truly believe in karma. I don't teach negative. I don't do negative. Not that I don't mess up,
Understood.
but not on purpose. And I find what happens is this. First, they need to understand that everybody's intuitive. Mm-hmm. Everybody on the planet, because I find that it's a survival instinct.
Yes.
So, as an example, because everybody's done this, if you're walking, say, in a big town, like say you're working in the city like Manhattan and you're walking there and hundreds of people. So you're walking on the street and somebody is walking behind you for too long where it doesn't seem normal, you will turn around.
Yes.
This is what it is. It's a survival instinct.
Yes.
So, but that's a gut feeling or intuition or psychic, whatever you want to call it. So I truly believe everybody has it. Okay. That doesn't mean everybody needs to use it. Everybody is on their own path that's right for them. So I was doing, in fact, I was telling Peter a while ago, I was doing a radio show a couple years ago, and the gentleman said to me, if you're talking to somebody that doesn't believe in anything you believe in, and they think everything is wrong, and you're making things up, and there's no such thing as intuition or gut feeling or paranormal or anything, he said to me, he says, what would you do to change their mind, to convert them? So I explained to him, we don't do anything. We leave them alone. It means it is not their path. We're not trying to change anybody. If somebody's interested, we're more than happy to explain things, but we're not trying to convert people. We're not trying to change people. If somebody doesn't believe something, that's the right path for them.
Yeah.
I would also recommend. I would also recommend. You've seen this in movies where they push a button and the platform falls out on the stage. The person goes down in the stage, or maybe they're being shanghaied in a bar, and that's the mechanism you want to push metaphorically on people who are just there to say things that are irrelevant or not. You just push the button on them. I mean, metaphorically, and say, okay, good, go root for your local politician or whatever.
Well, apparently what happened was I seemed to have ruined his show because he was basing everything on arguing. I don't do that.
Well, that's a way to get ratings, to incite, and of course people will listen to something, because what it does is it brings them up the emotional tone scale. It's like, because they're
arguing.
Yeah, it's like, they become alive, whereas otherwise they're dead.
Right.
Yeah.
No, that's so sad.
I mean, and now think about it. Think about it. When you're watching a boxing match, it's more exciting if the fighters get knocked down, especially if one knocks one down and then the other one gets up and knocks the other one down. You have a real fight. It's like, wow, that you want to see action. Just like in football and baseball, they try and manipulate the rules so that they can have more scoring, more action. And when you have people arguing, you have action, which is, of course, just a statement for people's lack of action in their own lives. If they get that action off of listening to some, like Howard Stern. Yeah. Oh, incredibly popular and incredibly
crass.
Yeah.
Well, worse than that.
Yes.
Incredibly ignorant, degraded, and calculating, cunning,
Thank you. Thank you.
but not an intelligent person at all.
Right. Yeah, and so of course it also reminds me of the fact that everyone goes to automobile races to see people crash, and they're really looking to see people crash and burn when they tune into certain talk shows where the host is infamous for an attack. So when you're, say, for instance, feeling or intuiting something foreboding with somebody, then how do you turn that around to emphasize the positive aspects of what you see? Is there some examples you can provide us? Obviously, we don't expect names, but just some like case studies, so to speak, where this guy had cancer, but hey, at least I could tell him he was going to lose weight. I mean, something like that.
I love it. That's really, really good.
It is.
Okay, so as an example, this gentleman came for a reading that's a businessman. And remember I said what I do is I tell people everything I see first, and then they can ask questions at the end about whatever they want, right? So the whole reading was about how he had a partner in business and that he was going to go bankrupt, and it was because of his partner. And it said in the reading that in one of the offices, I forget which one of the offices in the building, there was a vent and there was a string attached to money that the guy already started taking. Right?
Jesus.
Right? So that's a negative. So what happened was at the end, the only questions he had was about his girlfriend. That's the only thing he was interested in. Now, she didn't come up in the reading because for some reason the universe thought food might be more important.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So, but what it did was it told him how to handle it and where to look. So I got a call from him a couple of months later. His business went bankrupt.
Oh.
He lost everything.
Oh.
And his partner closed down the bank account, and he had no idea where he was. So I said to him, did you check that spot? So he said, well, he checked the spot and found the string after everything went bankrupt.
Oh,
so I said to him, why didn't you check at the time? I mean, I would have been perfectly happy if I was wrong.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You know. So I said, well, why didn't you check at the time? So it turned out that was his best friend since high school. So he didn't want to deal with it. And I understand that.
Wow.
You don't want to think that your best friend, after all those years and years and years, they were a little bit older, they were partners all those years, and since high school, just ripped him off like that. So he didn't check because subconsciously and consciously a little bit, he really didn't want to know.
Right. He couldn't handle it.
Right.
That's incredible.
But it gave him a choice if he wanted to handle it, how to.
Right.
Yes. Or if I'm dealing with somebody that's really negative, because
yeah, they're out there. Yeah.
if their personality is negative, it's a little bit difficult because what will happen is, no matter what you say, you're wrong.
Yeah,
right?
Right.
What happens is, they'll call me back months later because it hits. And I keep saying, and I tell people up front the first time before I read them, it is not me. I'm just tuning in, and I'm just getting myself out of the way. That's all I'm doing. Now, something on the paranormal side, like a wingman, that's me doing it.
Yes.
That's me connecting.
Yes.
But on the psychic side, I'm just getting myself out of the way. So I never know what's going to come in. And I tell people, I don't care if they take notes, if they tape, whatever they want to do to help them remember, because as soon as I'm done with the reading, I remember them, but I will not remember what I said. It's not meant for me.
Right. Right.
So if they call me an hour later, 2 days later, I have no clue what I said. I really don't. Which probably is a good thing from all these years, or I'd be in a little padded cell somewhere.
Yes. I understand.
Much information that has nothing to do with me.
True. Yeah. No.
Now, the paranormal side, people will ask me how to do something for them, like pick up their business, or I teach everything. Everything I do, I teach.
Yeah.
So as an example, oh, this is funny. I have a book out on, it's called Travel the Waves of Time.
Hmm.
Anyway, basically it talks about going out of body,
Uh-huh.
right? Because we
Yes.
travel past, present, future. Um, you know, we're very non-limited like that because everything is energy, which means we flow through everything. And it's really funny. When I wrote the book, I had a wonderful publisher that passed away about 2 years ago,
Hmm.
and a wonderful gentleman, Timothy Beckley,
Hmm.
and Peter knows him.
Yes.
And what we used to do was he would give me a subject and I would just write. So I didn't really know what was going on the cover because you have to know where you're good and you have to know where you're not. So I'm not good at marketing.
Hmm. Got
I'm
it.
good at it for other people. In fact, when he passed, I lost my agent, so I'm back to looking for an agent because I'm not good at the marketing part.
Wow.
So what happened was he told me, he says, write something on out of body. So I wrote the book, and it was really funny. I called Peter at the time because Peter thought it was cool. I was a little annoyed. I wasn't sure how to take it. So on the front cover, it has a really nice picture. And on the back, there's a picture of me on my motorcycle.
Wow.
No, and I said to him, I said, why would you do that? I'm professional. It's like some pictures you send as friends, not as business,
Mhm.
you know? So he got very serious with me and he says, look, it's travel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, also Tim liked that course element, that fringe element. That's what he was.
Yeah.
I don't think he was a biker, but
No, he was.
he had that element to him. Like,
Yeah.
Mr. Creepo, he called himself.
Yeah.
He had-
Mr. UFO.
Mr. UFO, and he had a whole, I guess what you
Entourage.
call, genre of books that were, I guess what you call racy, to say the least, and he was Mr. Creepo. Yeah.
Yeah, but he was a great agent because, I could go and I could do public speaking and I try to figure out how to do marketing part. Like I said, you have to know where you're okay.
He
and
was
where you're
he
not.
had a lot of carnival barker in him.
Yeah. That's true. I didn't even think of it like that.
That's
Yeah.
what he was. And he was very nice to talk to. He was very
Knowledgeable.
he
in
was
his
like,
areas.
yeah, and he was very pleasant to talk to. We talked. We never got to meet in person, but people knew that about him. He was very personable.
Yeah.
But yes,
Yeah.
I want to do something
So-
interesting here now, Douglas.
Okay. Yes.
I'm going to show Maria
Okay.
a picture of you with the Vox Arca on. She
Okay.
doesn't know what the Vox Arca is.
Okay.
And I just want to get, of course, the audience knows what the Vox Arc is. You don't,
No.
but you're going to see it. And
Okay.
and I just want to give your impression of it. Here it is.
Oh, wow.
And so while she's looking at that, Peter, up to you. I'll let you do the talking. Of course, not all our audience, we always have new people, necessarily knows what it is, but I'm not going to try to explain it while we're allowing her to absorb. We're allowing...
We'll just get her impression of the Vox Arca.
Good idea. Yeah.
And you need to go do a break or something?
No, I'm fine. but I mean, yeah. I mean,
So,
yeah. And by the way, I want to thank you, Peter, for getting the link up there. You really were ahead of the game. Thank you so much for that. And so was our dear friend Aristides. So both of you gentlemen are taking the lead and way ahead of the curve and making certain that we get the word out there that the transmission is on. And it's probably one of the reasons we've got good response to Maria. But I'm sure she brings her own fan club.
she did put the link up.
Yeah.
Yes, I did.
Excellent.
So anyway, for those of you who are Maria's fans, I'm showing her a picture of something called the Vox Arca, which basically means the ancient voice. Vox meaning voice, and Arca referring to arcana, that which came before. But anyway, this is called the Vox Arca. Just if you want to give any impression of it.
Okay, so the first thing that I feel is that it's very powerful. Because what I'm looking at in itself has its own vibrational frequency, just from the fact that of the way that it's put together, for lack of a better term. But it actually feels like frequency going out, not coming towards the person.
Yes.
It's vibration going out, and it can influence people. And that means you can influence people in a positive way, but it feels like the frequency flows in waves, because I'm seeing waves.
Yes.
I don't know if that makes any sense.
Absolutely.
But okay, but I keep seeing like it rolling,
Yeah.
for lack of a better word.
Yes.
And I really feel a lot of, I feel it triggers ancient knowledge. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So it feels like it actually triggers ancient knowledge, and it's okay. So first of all, bearing in mind that I know nothing about computers, which is why I'm over here with Peter.
Right. Understood.
Because electronic things usually don't do too well with me when I'm doing anything
Oh,
psychic.
stand in line. Stand in line. It's.
I'm telling you, I've gone through so many toasters. I should be buying stock in them.
Yes, I get it.
You know,
Yeah.
you know. But what I feel is it's like a source. It's like, for lack of a better word, on the computer side, it's like downloading a source that's going to come through the frequency. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Absolutely.
You know, but it feels positive.
Okay.
You know, it really feels
it-
positive, which is
it's-
funny because the picture doesn't necessarily look
It's,
that
o-
positive, but
it's only
feels
positive for one reason,
yeah.
and that's because it's in the possession of Douglas.
Okay.
And this was a
Because-
device
Mm-hmm.
that was created by Michael Aquino because it's got all sorts of occult
Feel.
requisition that was done.
Yeah.
Douglas
Because,
did,
by the way, I keep seeing a knight on a horse. I don't know how that relates to
well,
that.
it relates to the William Cooper book, Behold a Pale Horse, is what
Yes.
it relates to.
Oh.
It's apocalyptic. This is an apocalyptic device.
Oh,
And
right.
what it is it enables the speaker to elicit words or grimoire
Oh,
that the human voice cannot speak.
Oh,
And it's
nice.
very powerful.
Yeah.
And it was billions of dollars went into the investment of this
Mhm.
for the Defense Department to be able
Oh.
to use this grimoire.
Mhm.
And Douglas can, I'm just giving you a very summarized version. This is going to be
Right.
part of the book we're writing about. But part of it is, it was Michael Aquino devised it. But basically what happened is, it was lying on the shelf, one of the shelves in the Presidio Library,
Mm-hmm.
and Douglas stole it.
Oh,
Well,
Stop.
it wasn't necessarily, shall we say, that mundane.
It wasn't waiting to be checked out.
Yeah,
Let me put it
yeah.
that way.
It
By
was.
one of the patrons.
Yeah.
But let's just say that he stole it, and when he stole it, this is what keeps him alive, because, I mean, it can take out an eye if it's full on. You have to have a tracheotomy to use it fully.
So I'll do some explaining there just to put some context
Yeah.
into that, and Peter knows quite a bit about it, and believe me, he's got the general story quite correct. And what I'm going to do to our listeners, I do want them to understand. What I'm going to do is provide a link to a past episode in which I was using one of these photographs as the thumbnail for the live stream. And so it uploaded with a particular episode. I'm sure I'll take one that's got a good example of that image or an image like it. I'm not quite sure exactly which one Peter chose, but it's probably one of the images that
I
we've
have
used.
two of them.
Yeah.
I have one where you have a red eye and bloody hands
Yes.
and white hair, and then the other one is you have a hoodie on
Yeah.
with the whitish hair.
Yes.
Uh,
So just so that our wonderful lady Maria understands, my baseline hair color is just pure white ever since the Night of the Broken Circle, which is what our dear Peter's writing about right now. And so he's kind of working on some chapters before he takes off for Romania. And by the way, I've forgotten, dear lady, are you joining him on these trips to Romania, or
No.
have you been there? No. Okay.
No, I've been to Romania,
Okay.
but not with Peter. I don't do
Okay.
those trips. I go places more on the level if somebody wants me to do public speaking and teaching and workshops.
Yeah.
If they call me, I'll travel. So
Okay.
it's more along that line.
Okay, and that's wonderful, and certainly, hopefully, one of these days in Romania, you will be joining them in one of these gatherings because they would certainly appreciate your talents. And so, what I'm going to do right now is take this link and I'll put this in the chat room, and this will enable people to see a good image of the Vox Arca. So, the general explanation is that the billions of dollars may not look like they went into this one piece. They certainly went into everything around it. Basically, it has a lot to do with the technology, of course, that is behind the HARP mechanism. This is something that we've brought up in the past, and we don't want to get too lost in too much of the technological aspects of this, but just so people understand, HARP is not at all what people think the acronym is for. They think of it as H and two A's and an RP, but it's really an H, triple A, double R, double P, high frequency activated auroral atmospheric resonance research projection program. And that's the ionospheric conductor array project sites that people affiliate this technology with, especially the one in Gakona, Alaska. And so these were originally created specifically to stop and ultimately reverse the jet stream for the reasons that are basically rendered obvious in the Roswell Deception book. Because in the
Right.
Roswell Deception book, the jet stream was decisive in World War II. And so to turn that around and reverse it, the Americans developed the HARP technology. And what I'm doing now is I put the link into the episode where people can see a good image of the Vox Arca, and that's where 180 now can find it. And so I do want people to understand that this HARP technology, of course, is obviously something that has a designated purpose, but when it's not being used, which it's not pretty much all the time it's not used. I mean, basically, obviously, they've only basically put it to test a few times where they've reversed the jet stream, and they have done this. This has actually
Right.
been recorded that they've done this. But the people who, of course, monitor it are the University of Tokyo. So the University of Tokyo considers this something that needs to be monitored, and they had a monitor that they kept up online that people could actually access, certainly in Japan, to see if HARP was powered up. But when HARP is not powered up, it basically generates kind of like a passive pulse because the machinery is never really turned off. In other words, it may not be fully powered up to its highest level of power where it's basically damaging the environment of our world. So when it's not doing that, it just is kind of passively still pulsating energy that no doubt, like a cell phone tower, has some level of impact on biological entities around it, animals, humans. Uh,
Definitely.
yeah, but it's certainly powerful enough where it scrambles the electronic brains, primitive as they are, of North Korean missiles, because the North Koreans have attempted to take it out with Scud missiles, and the brains just get scrambled en route, and they just kind of disintegrate or just fall into the ocean, and they never reach harm. So it has its own passive defense in that sense against more primitive
Right.
weaponry. But that being said, its real use as what it's actively being used for in its passive state is as a binding mechanism. And so when it comes to the entities that Michael Aquino and many people involved with the Department of Defense, who are not gentlemen in any way, shape, or form,
That
these
was nice about it.
yes, yes. Thank you. And they may have behaved like gentlemen with you. I mean, certainly they wanted something from you, and just consider yourself lucky to have gotten off easy, so to speak. I'm certain that it was difficult working with some of what they asked you to do in terms of remote viewing or whatever. We won't get into that, but one of the things that I can presume is that maybe you were lucky enough to be working with some nice guys,
Yeah.
or that they restrained themselves. They just certainly maintained a composed comportment of themselves when around you. But when it came to, of course, the majority that I was dealing with, which is the majority of the high command that Aquino was involved with, which in the end is basically the majority of the high command of the U.S. military period, they and their affiliates, who were sometimes Covenant participants, Temple of Set cultists. The Temple of Set, for people who don't know, that was the church created by Michael Aquino, a Church of Satan, different from Anton LaVey's Church of Satan. Very different from Anton LaVey's Church of Satan. They were both pretty intense, but the Temple of Set took it beyond what people would imagine in the original First Church of Satan under the Magus Anton Zandor LaVey. So when it came to...
Yeah.
Would say evil squared.
Yes.
Or evil squared instead of just evil. Say, LaVey was evil, Aquino was evil squared and tried to be evil cubed.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Anton was very negative to start with. And he was always negative. It's not like somebody that was positive and changed. Which,
Yes.
I mean?
Very astute. Very astute. Yes. And in case Maria didn't know it, though, I'm certain she sensed it or visualized it. Probably he was born a blue baby. He was born dead, and he was very proud of that, because that way he could say that he really was not a human being. He was an entity who had taken over the baby's body when it reanimated. So, at any rate, so that was a source of pride for him, among so many other things that he, we don't need to go into it right now, but
Yeah, so he was looking at it as he was a walk-in.
essentially, yeah,
Well,
and yeah, thank you. So he had viewed himself like that all his life, like he was a walk-in before walk-ins were cool.
Yeah,
And but certainly what had happened was that when they began gating in or using portals to summon entities of vast power and capacity for potential destruction, they bound them using the incredible electromagnetic force field, for lack of a better word, of the HARP. It's not that the entities are really trapped within a bubble of a force field like Star Trek, shields are up, but rather that it's a binding mechanism. It's like a thumb cuff on a very large man at a buffet table, as he described it. So long as the man's being fed, he doesn't feel the need to overturn the table, and therefore the army was always involved in conflict. It was generating a lot of blood and pain and misery to feed these entities. There's a big reason behind a lot of America's senseless wars, which are obviously not geared towards victory. And many of these, for those who don't know, there's certainly Gakona, Alaska was the most infamous of the HARP arrays, but there are many all over the world. And they're placed on ley line center points or nexi, the nexus points, as one might imagine if one is familiar with geomancy. And the idea was that, like a nuclear missile launch, where you have the nuclear football that you can present to the president. And for those people who are too young or never cared to understand that concept or never heard of it, they used to talk about it a lot more during the so-called Cold War, which was, for all intents and purposes, a third world war in effect. Basically, the president would have every day a different service member of the various recognized branches of service, Air Force, Marines, Navy, or Army. One of those four major branches of service would, each different day, they would circulate to a different branch, would carry the nuclear football for the president. And that meant that at any given time, the president, if he felt the need, could immediately ask the man for the valise that was handcuffed to his wrist after which he would open it and press the button that would launch the missiles. Now, I've gone before, and we don't need to go into it now, about the potentials for that button not even working, and we don't even need to go into that now. But when it came to the occult factor, this is why the Department of Defense was investing so much in an a mechanism of ultimate destruction. This was something that all of the entities that they bound could be unleashed with that nuclear football effect all at once. So the occult equivalent of that nuclear football, the red button to unleash these entities that are thumb cuffed in these various geomantic nexi, these geographical ley line nexus points, that would be the Vox Arca. So the Vox Arca is meant to be the master's call. That meant that when the person who wants it to work at that level, when you take it to the fourth level of, shall we say, beyond running diagnostics with it, which are 3 levels of diagnostics, when you take it to the 4th level and you're actually using it, then at that point you have to tracheotomize yourself, because at that point you're going to be taken over by the Vox Arca. It basically it will speak the words, the names, the barbarous names of these entities that the human voice cannot vocalize. And so it gives you the ability to vocalize that, and the cost is enormous. But when running diagnostics, the eye patch is very similar to the logic of what happens with the one-eyed jacks, as they call them. These are the pilots who pilot Air Force One, and the pilots for Air Force One, both the pilot and the co-pilot, wear eye patches. And the reason for that is if they're flying the president around and nuclear war erupts, or nuclear missiles are launched at them and blow in their vicinity, the mushroom cloud, the fireball effect, the radiation that's emitted will burn a person's retinas out instantly. So the idea is that the one-eyed jacks, the pilots of the Air Force One, they always wear that eye patch so that in the event of a nuclear fire blast, they simply take the patch off and fly with the one remaining working eye. So there is a similar effect with even just running diagnostics on the Vox Arca. When you're running diagnostics on it, the visions that come to you are appalling. They're the visions of what will happen if the entities are unleashed. And they are perceived because the physical body cannot tell the visions from reality. It takes them as physically impacting. It's very similar to someone who is well, Maria already understands it, but for those of you who don't understand it, it's very similar to, just for instance, virtual sex with people who enter like a virtual environment, and they're in a kind of 3D graphic world, and their body responds to it with orgasm or ejaculation or the like. Your physical body's responding as if someone were there, even if they're not. So yeah, so what's going on with the Vox Arca is the visions that automatically begin to download into your brain or cascade are violent enough, and they are physically impacting enough where you can potentially go blind in the one eye that's not covered, because your eye is, as far as it's concerned, literally seeing this. And for people who just don't get it, good example is what I used to see at rave parties. And when you get the people at the rave parties I used to see taking ecstasy, they would just take the ecstasy and they'd take it in eye drops and just drop it directly into their eyeballs, because it would go straight through the optic nerve into the brain. And that way the ecstasy would automatically give them a high that would be just unlike anything you've ever experienced. You're dropping the drug directly into your brain. Wow. Yeah. So when it comes to the Vox Arca, think of that in the negative sense. And yes, I have experienced the bleeding eyes while running diagnostics. The eye that's covered in the eye patch, however, is saved from that impact because, as far as the body is concerned, that eye is covered. So,
Right.
so there you go. That's the logic behind that. But of course, it gets worse. There's no need to go into the details of that right now. I think you understand the basics
Oh,
behind it, and your reading. Therefore, you were incredible. I mean, you truly are sensitive, and of course, we're all impressed as well. We should be.
well, that was sweet. Because again, wasn't me. I always laugh because it's like I tune into a source. I never know what I'm saying. I would like to say I'm smarter, but that's not what this is. Now, I'm an occultist, so now that's the other side of it, that you have to be able to understand and control and, understand nature and brain waves and everything else.
Yes.
So
What,
we do
what I
both.
would also say is that this is why they leave him alone, because he has this, and they're afraid that he'll
Activated.
bring the house down on him.
Oh.
And so I found another link for another image that I had put up of it, and I believe the one that you're seeing, the one that our dear Diane, excuse me, Maria,
Yeah.
was seeing was the one, yeah, where my hands are bloody and the one eye is red, and yeah. So I get it. In terms of that image, now I'll share the link to that with the people in our chat room. And in the meantime, back to Maria and Peter. By all means, take us back to more pleasant, more pleasant.
Well, I mean, that's definitely a demonstration of her abilities, and I just, wanted her to see that, and also for her to have some appreciation of what you've been through and what you're about, because basically Douglas well, you read about it in the book to a certain extent,
Yeah.
but he completely undermined Michael Aquino's work. And Michael Aquino, his ultimate, I guess, what you would say, ecstasy, if that's even the word, would have been to use this Vox Arca to destroy the world himself.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
when Douglas took it, took a long time before they even realized it was missing.
Yes.
So he undermined Aquino by exposing the abuse at the Presidio, getting the whole base shut down, cutting off Aquino's operation, where he ended up going to Kentucky, to Louisville. And in one sense, in a cult sense, he had Aquino on the run.
Right.
But Aquino would always use he was a maestro of using his influence with the NSA and stuff to harass Douglas and this sort of thing. But ultimately, Douglas was playing the senior chess game, and part of that piece was taking his queen. This Vox Arc is like his queen that he couldn't use. So, well done to you, Douglas.
Bless you. Thank you, Peter.
That's enough.
And
Because honestly, we need so much more positive on this planet. There were no words for that.
thank you.
Really.
I appreciate that profoundly. I was bringing up the other day with Mark H. and the people who were with us on the roundtable the fact that after the Presidio military base was shut down, the U.S. military, the Department of Defense rather, went into damage control mode. And then they lobbied Congress, or probably just pressured them. It probably didn't even take a lobby, so to speak, like a regular political action committee would have to use. But they had the month of the military child established in April. And I was pointing out the absurdity of this when you think of that term, the month of the military child, where they're emphasizing during April that, our child daycare centers that the U.S. military runs are the highest standards in the world. They're the exemplary model that everyone else in the world should follow. I mean, just the absurdity of that stance is when you think of the fact that the entire purpose of a war machine is to break things and kill people. I think we could all universally agree on one thing, no matter what we think of the concept of war, or as the Pentagon has sometimes referenced it, violence processing, euphemistically. I think we can all agree that whatever a war machine is, the last thing it should ever be, or rather, it should never be, a family environment. Just the idea is that, well, we bomb people from 60,000 feet in the stratosphere, and we change diapers, too. It's just this preposterous position that they've assumed. And I was asking the people in the roundtable, have you ever met anyone who has said, yeah, I was raised in a military daycare center? I mean, how many people have you ever met? Have you ever met a single person who has ever said, I'm the product of a military daycare center, or that's where I was raised while I was young? I mean, where do these kids go? Where do they go? And this is the entire point of the absurdity that we're dealing with in terms of the U.S. military. And but back to Maria and Peter with that, because I could just rant.
Well, I have something to bring up on that.
Well,
Did you want to say anything?
No, I was just going to say the fact that war and children, just those two don't seem to go together.
Thank you.
It's like, how do those things go together? People don't think about what they're hearing sometimes. You know what I mean? When you listen to different information, usually disinformation, people really need to take a little time and look at, well, what are they really saying? Not just going by, well, everybody else agrees.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
No, I'd say, I was just saying, so many people follow and they didn't really look into what people are really saying. Yeah, that's all I was going to say.
Well,
right.
as you know, yeah. I'm sorry. Go on, Peter, by all means.
Well, this is right in terms of the children. I had a feed on my Instagram, which it caught my attention because I'd never heard of it. And you might have heard of this, Douglas, and it should be mentioned in the context of what you're talking about with children. It was a book that said that this book is out of print. It cost $225 on Amazon, on the used market. It's called Children for the Devil, Ritual Abuse and Satanic Crime by Tim Tate. Have you ever heard of that book?
Vaguely.
No, I haven't.
Vaguely.
Okay, I'll explain it to you. Tim Tate is an Englishman. It says a multiple award-winning British documentary filmmaker and best-selling author. His films have been honored by Amnesty International, the Royal Television Society, UNESCO, so on and so forth. But goes into sex trafficking. But what you can find, and I saw an interview. I listened to a long interview with him about his disappointment with regards to a documentary he did, because he was a documentary filmmaker, but was funded by the Discovery Channel. Also, Discovery had been involved with the documentary that David Anderson did on his Time Research Center. This was before he could put people in it, and that was shelved. And basically, there's a rough cut of a video. It's actually fine to watch. It's called Conspiracy of Silence, and it's about the Franklin
cover-up
and Larry King and all this. And he talks about the problems he had with people dropping this, just dropping it. And it was very tragic to hear him describe himself as a journalist. He says, I'm an old school journalist. I'm not going to say anything unless I have proof. And it's like, now, of course, the opposite of that is witch hunts. But it's like he was handcuffed every step of the way.
Of course.
And he mentions it and how heinous the courts were. This is how much control Aquino had over the court system and all these people who were involved in the cult. And I'd never heard of Tim Tate or the book. It would be sure not. I wonder how he would respond to you or me.
Probably. I can't imagine.
Well, that would be curious. But, my first impression, and my intuition, as Maria would say, he would respond to us with a certain amount of arrogance and skepticism.
Right. Right.
Uh,
That's what
and
I would intuit. Yes.
yes, but the reviews are like, I mean, some of them are 5 stars, and then he says, and then one says, Tim Tate was taken to the High Court over this book. It was found that the book was utterly without foundation, and very substantial damages were paid out. So the book was withdrawn. I don't believe that for a moment. Because
that sounds like something Aquino would write.
one book says 1-star nonsense. A fellow law enforcement officer in Great Britain with whom I had worked with sent me this tome asking for my thoughts, knowing that for 10 years as a police detective in a large urban city, I was assigned to the child abuse department, sort of an SVU for children. He asked my opinion, and my personal opinion in reply was that this book is utter nonsense. In turn, I sent him a copy of Intimate Enemies, Moral Panics in Contemporary Great Britain. So,
of course.
This is, it speaks for itself. But
by the way, for our listeners, try and qualify the fact that this Don King guy was a different black man from the guy who was Larry King. Thank you. Different from Don King, because I would always confuse the two. The two different black guys.
Larry King, the radio host.
Yeah. Oh no. There was the black guy who was named Don King, who was like or who was
Well, see, you could consider this an admixture of Larry King and Don King,
right?
Because the guy's black like Don King,
right?
But his name's Larry like Larry King, the radio host.
Right. There we are. Yes. And he was the major villain of this piece. But, what this...
I disagree. He was the major villain. The FBI was the major villain.
No, touche. Yeah,
they did their own investigation and would say, no, we're not going to comment on this. We did our own investigation. Larry King was found guilty. He was put in prison. He was given less time than the woman who was put in prison for perjury for telling the truth.
Yes, that's correct.
She got out. She got out, and she's living a good life, according to what I heard last night. But I mean, it's outrageous what the FBI did, and this is the same FBI that is hiding the Joe Biden stuff.
Well, everything. I mean, they're basically a criminal organization all their own, and it's one of those things that we're stuck with working with what we've got. We do have a corrupt system, and you try to work within the rule of law, and but you have to realize that the system that the FBI is a political police force, not a professional police force. So right. you have to view them the way you would the KGB or something of that nature, and as a they being what they are, the horrific tragedy again lies with the victims. If we hear that this woman who was put in jail for perjury is living all right now, she may be living all right, maybe physically, in the sense of maybe in kind of like some kind of semi-comfortable situation, but the horror is just too imprinted at this point. She's so scarred from the knowledge that there is no justice, that if you're a victim, that you try to seek justice, you'll be victimized even further. She's a double victim. She's first victimized by this horrible undercurrent of criminality that is so much a part of our culture as to be essentially the culture itself. And then she's victimized by the law enforcement and the judicial system, both a legal and judiciary, that is supposed to compensate her for this, and the opposite happens. So it's one reason why victims never report, and these people can continue to get away with everything that they do. So this is the horror that drove Maury Terry to basically self-destruct and commit suicide by drinking himself to death. As for this other journalist, the fact that he went as far as he did in a certain direction and exposed what he did And then you always get these people coming back saying, "Oh, I'm involved with law enforcement, and this just isn't true." And oh, and this book was withdrawn after enormous damages were awarded to the real victims, basically the satanic cultists and pedo rapists, is what they're saying. The real victims are. You know, anyone who has any knowledge of the reality of the situation, you're left just devastated. You're devastated by this endless cycle of victimization and abuse. I don't know, Maria. Certainly, in all your time, you must have been, like for instance, in the chat room. Like I said, we have Hawaiian Heartbreak, her story, which is a trademark name. She's with us, and she obviously was victimized as a child, or certainly that's her story. And it's something that I respect. But people like this must have approached you. Were you ever approached by victims seeking whatever they might be seeking? That victims of this sort of subculture, or being involved with the occult as you are, I would think it would be unavoidable.
Oh, definitely, because I've been dealing with some people, as clients, where they've had horrendous experiences. And some of them actually, we got to the point where they're dealing with it better, but it doesn't really go away. So when people go, oh, everybody got better and they forgot about it, you don't forget about things like that. You just deal with it better. And it's really horrendous. And nowadays, when you look at situations where, with our government, where a lot of it is obviously heading towards communism, I don't understand how people don't see that. Now, I've been talking to some of my clients that are from different countries, and a lot of them, for lack of a better way of saying it, are going home. They came to this country because they're looking for freedom and they're looking for justice and to be able to get ahead with whatever field that they're in. And a couple of them, well, many of them said to me that they felt that this is what they were coming away from, this situation.
Yes.
And for some of them to say that they'd rather go home to a situation that they escaped from, or not necessarily escape, but moved away from, to come here for freedom, for them to go home, that does not say too much about this country at this moment.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yes.
And it's very heart-wrenching,
well,
because I keep telling people this, it'll turn around. We're all working on it turning around in a positive way. But, you can't blame them, because there's a lot of them are saying they're seeing the beginning of what happened in different countries that went negative.
Yes. Yeah. And just so people understand this, the United States State Department as a policy simply does not maintain any records or measurement of ex-migration rates, meaning the opposite of immigration, people who leave the United States. They do not record that. They simply refuse to. So the reality... Yes, thank you. And so the reality is that people in the black departments, the alphabet departments, FBI, CIA, etc., people working with the military or security issues are well aware that for generations, ex-migration rates, or people leaving the United States, are far higher than people immigrating to the United States. They really are. And these are essentially anybody who can afford to do so is not anybody who can afford to do so. And, you can't take that blanket statement and run with it, but with qualifications. The point is that the people who are leaving are obviously those that have money to do so. And infamously, the most famous of the wealthy, the nouveau riche, whether it's Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or Zuckerberg or any of these bozos, they all have this kind of smug, secret handshake, kind of casual greeting, where they commiserate and just relate to each other, like Peter Thiel, very openly, and have bluntly said publicly when they're amidst each other and kind of socializing, but on public record, because the paparazzi or the photographers are always around to record, they'll say things like, oh, I got land in New Zealand, or I've got stake in New Zealand. And that's basically where they're all in the main ex-migrating to. They're basically buying up everything in New Zealand to relocate there because they feel that that's the safest place in the coming conflagration. And so it's not like this is some hidden agenda. The wealthy at a moment's notice can just get on their helicopters and abandon ship. So the rest of us are stuck here, but those who are not at that level of wealth, they're moving to even places like Mexico, or places that where they feel that they are not going to be taxed or somehow quote unquote oppressed in many of the ways that people are feeling because of developments in these United States. So with that, back to Peter and Maria.
Well, I want to say thing. This woman's name was Alicia Owens.
Mm-hmm.
Alicia Owens, Alisha, and there's an article about here. I'm trying to find, under what circumstance she got released, because she was eventually released, but it looked like she was in jail for a long time.
Yeah.
It goes on to explain how the FBI entrapped her. The FBI was working for the prosecution against the victim.
Yes.
And basically it backfired on them, but they just get somebody else to come up and lie. And what happened here was so heinous. And then, the documentary exposes all this, and then it was purchased at the last minute. It didn't by an unknown buyer. We don't know who bought it up. It's hard to believe it wasn't one of Aquino's people.
Yes, of course, or Aquino himself.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And it could have been, bought for a couple of bucks under some other form of blackmail. It doesn't say how much it cost. And this is, this is the rule of authority that we live under. And it's, I'd like to find out what happened to this woman, because Tim Tate was relieved to hear, and this probably interview was old, but he says, I'm happy to hear that she did get, some satisfaction or was released, and that she's living a good life, because, he was surprised to hear that. Looks like she might have done an interview last year. So, and now also the lead investigator died mysteriously, and his stuff was his data was taken. So it's like
we got a surprise.
It's like
that's subtle.
It's so outrageous and egregious that and somehow there were enough outraged people, including a lot of people in Nebraska. And we can't look past Warren Buffett, who has a notorious reputation in certain circles. If you look in the regular circles, Warren Buffett's a kindly old grandfather who knows more about the stock market than anybody.
Yes, not to mention a philanthropist. They're all philanthropists.
Who donates his money to Bill Gates for vaccinating Africans and other stuff. But this is what we're dealing in. And Maria, this is kind of the area that I deal with, Douglas. Now, I was working, when we finished the Roswell deception, I was working on a book on the Presidio scandals. Mm-hmm. I was putting it together. I was taking all the articles that Douglas had fed information to. They're Douglas's. They're not his articles, but they might as well be, because he's giving the different writers. And I'm taking these and I'm putting them into a cohesive narrative.
Right.
And this was almost 2 years ago. And I began to have too many nightmares and negative things. I said, I can't do this book. It's too dark. It's like, I don't want it. It wasn't right to do. So I'm doing this other book, which is a completely deeper and different tact. that goes into deeper aspects where I'm not, going into the horror. It's like
Right.
if you did the movie Frankenstein, where he catches on fire or whatever, or is being tortured, and you're just focusing all the time on the torture and the fire, and and just all of these horrendous moments,
Right.
instead of having a story that makes sense.
Right. Well, that's part of it instead of just the focus.
Well, yeah, and it gates in all that victimization
Oh,
that those people suffered, which is a part of the world that we live in. Fortunately, it's not there all the time. It sort of simmers and is being ruled. Now, I'm going to go positive now, and I'm going to state something that on July 12th, which was 11 days ago, I had my first Jupiter return. My Jupiter return, which occurs about every 12 years. And I will have another one in around Halloween, and I think another one in early February. And the Jupiter return is a time of great opportunity. It's when the world comes to your door and gives you opportunity. But you have to be aware of it, and you have to take it. Hence, I decided to participate in this video conference or video show with Diana, who I met last night on the phone. And she was fascinated with Douglas's book, with what I had to say. I talked to her a lot about time travel. And she's interviewed pretty much anybody who's ever been anybody in New York City. Anyway, I was looking at particular videos of my Jupiter return. I've got the dream workshop coming up. And one of my dreams, like say, I could rest on my laurels as Peter Moon if I wanted to,
Right.
and just, recede into the sunset. I could. But of course, if I did that, my life would be over.
and it doesn't sound like you at all.
No. But I mean, it's like, okay, good. But I realize whatever opportunities are coming my way, and Maria had indicated, yes, in Romania, these things will kind of manifest. But one of my big dreams is to get Douglas's books and get more importantly, his information recognized and appreciated. And I said, this is my opportunity to do this. Last transmission, we were kind of, I haven't introduced you to the artificial intelligence component of his life, and we won't even go into that right now. But that we were tying into the time travel in the last transmission, which was very interesting in its own right. And we'll pick up on this again in the future. But what I was going to say was that with regards to Douglas's work, there have recently been on the television, and I couldn't avoid it to the degree that I turned on the TV.
Right.
It was ubiquitous.
If I turned on news channels, which are predominantly the news channels I will turn on, are CNN and or Fox.
Right.
But both of them are, and it wasn't just this. Where else did I hear it? But are obsessed. Well, it's actually in the Congress. They're saying we're tired of this UFO disclosure not happening, and they're really building up UFO disclosure, including Chuck Schumer, the minority or the majority leader in the Senate, who I consider to be a very heinous person. That's just my own opinion. New York senator from New York, senior senator from New York, with a lot of seniority and a lot of legislative power. I can't believe who votes for him, but I don't know. But anyway, he was demanding. He says, they're hiding secrets. You know, they need to come forth with this disclosure about whatever they are, UAPs, they like to call them. But then there was on Fox News, I had it on the background when I was working, this guy named Gutfeld, who's kind of been, he's a younger version of, I wouldn't call him like Bill O'Reilly, but
he has all these people he talks to all
yeah,
the time.
Yeah, and
he's like a little group.
He's funny. Right.
He's a little bit more lighthearted about serious things.
He's funny, and he really told Geraldo off in a really embarrassing way for Geraldo, and then Geraldo got fired after that because he made such an ass out of him. For it was on some issue, I forget what it was, but he just shredded Geraldo. Mm. And anyway, and I didn't know this, but Geraldo was crippled.
Huh.
Yeah, he's crippled. He had a foot operation that didn't go well.
Oh.
And so he walks with a cane. Mm. And he's in his 80s.
Jesus.
But wow. That's why he walked. He didn't walk because he's old. They screwed up the foot operation.
Oh, my God.
But in any case.
But by the way, in case Maria doesn't know, tell her how Geraldo apologized for the so-called satanic panic.
Well, Geraldo Rivera was very responsible for initially investigating Michael Aquino on the news and doing a lot of stuff.
Right.
And then he comes out years later and apologizes for bringing all this stuff up. He actually hid the stuff going on at West Point. He covered it up. When it got to a certain point, it's like no mas. And it's like, and so he shills for the other side.
Yeah.
But this is what happens, complete fakery. Okay, so this Gutfeld guy.
It sounds like he turned.
Gutfeld guy is talking about UFOs and aliens, and he gets very cheeky about it. They all get very cheeky about it. Like, okay, aliens, why don't they tell us if the alien? And he says, well, if the aliens are here, why don't we see them? Now that was a good point. Why don't we see them? Mm-hmm. But they were actually dealing with it. And they talked about it for at least 10 minutes, I think. It was a big issue of this. The bottom line, and then it's being talked about on other shows. The bottom line is disclosure. And then we had this stupid senator coming out. I think it was a Democratic senator saying, well, if we have if these aliens come out and reveal themselves, it's going to be what happened with like the day the Earth stood still, or the War of the Worlds. And he's quoting like these movies, which are government disinformational movies,
right?
And it's like as if that means anything. It's like. It's like, well, it's like this is what happened in the movie Gremlins when all the if you feed your dog after midnight, he's going to turn into a gremlin. So it's like this is like the absurdity of what they're saying, and it just passes as standard fodder. But the bottom line is that the issues that Douglas brings to the table are just begging to be looked at. It's like, and I had read this. Oh, no, I didn't read it. It's a YouTube video that I haven't watched. It always comes up on my feed. It says, "What you are seeking is seeking you." So,
right. That's an occult thing.
If you're seeking angels, those angels are seeking you.
Right.
If you're seeking devils, those devils are seeking you.
Right.
And so what basically, these people are seeking what we have to offer, and we're seeking them. We're seeking them, and they're seeking us. It's just that the frequencies haven't matched because of all the what's that word? Dross.
Yes.
And stuff that's in the way, that's jamming the frequency. So this bodes well for my Jupiter return, and say, like, okay, I've had a successful career as a publisher and a writer. I've already achieved far more than I ever would have dreamed in this regard. But there's still a big barrier here because I have so much more to offer, if not far more than what I've offered before. The impact, the intensity, and this is my Jupiter return. It is due, and it's kind of like hard for me to believe. It's hard for me to believe that it will actually manifest because I just have been living in the non-manifestation of it, or the, let's say, not enough manifestation. We've manifested enough to the point where you have a book which people will read and appreciate. And then when it gets out into the, the common man, because look, we have, I heard something on the news today where they were saying this DeSantis guy who's running from Florida was being held to the carpet because Florida has books that say black people benefited from slavery. So for example, if a person learned how to be a blacksmith as a slave, when slavery was over, he could now parlay that into a career, which is true. Now, but they said black people benefited from slavery. Now, what was horribly disingenuous about it, they're obviously contextualizing it to incriminate DeSantis, who did not even write the policy, but appointed the people who wrote the policy or the education. But it's all out of context. I mean, I don't really know what it said, and it probably said the wrong thing, but it's like, it's really distorted. But the bottom line is what I'm saying here is that people, Christopher Columbus has been discredited. Many of the Civil War generals have been discredited, including the Union generals. There are many key people who should be discredited who aren't discredited. And Hunter and Joe Biden being just two of them. But in other words, they're discrediting people with a political agenda. However, if all these people can fall from grace, it stands to reason that, maybe these people who get up and get center stage might say, this Michael Aquino guy was really a big problem. Because, or that, Japan didn't lose the war as we thought, and that sort of thing. So it's possible that all of this stuff will come to. It's just that we're ahead of the curve.
Yes.
And you get punished for being ahead of the curve because, it's just the way it is. So, that's what I have to say about that. But this is all very timely, and we're on the cutting edge. Now, if anybody is interested, and I want to remind people to donate to Douglas Dietrich.
Oh, bless you.
Donate to Douglas Dietrich. Upper right-hand corner of douglasdietrich.com is a yellow button. Click the yellow button. Don't click the one in the center because you can then donate to him to keep this show on the road. And if people are interested in Maria's service, she, teaches people how to use their psychic ability. She has a host of services. Maria, how is it? MariaDeandria.com? Mm-hmm. Yes. Maria Dion, and is the apostrophe in the? It's not in there, is it?
No.
Okay, so it would be Maria DANDREA.com. You can get her services. You can get readings from her. I've just found her readings that she's done for me, rune readings, many different things she does. In fact, she has some tarot cards here. Can we give Douglas a reading?
Sure. And if people want to get in touch with me directly, it's on the email. It's MDANDREA. So it's my first initial last name, 100 @gmail.com. Or you can call me. 631-559-1248. It's my cell number. You can call me.
Say
You can
that
text
last
me.
four numbers, Billy.
Sure.
Say it again.
631-559-1248. It's my cell number. You can call me. You can text me.
Excellent.
You know, it's like I've been doing this forever. I'm not going anywhere.
Yes. Wonderful.
Yeah. And normally I actually do runes more than anything else. Well, I do what's called straight readings, which means I don't use a tool. And then I combine it with, usually runes. It's called RUNES. It's a European way of doing readings. And I tend to use that more as a tool unless somebody has a preference, just because I like a lot of details, and that has details, So I use the form. Basically, I'll switch to any form that somebody's interested in, except astrology.
And she's going to do a reading right now for you. I've cleared the table here so she can do the tarot
We'll
cards.
just check a couple of things. And before I forget, can I ask you, when was your birthday? Just month and day only.
Oh, October 20th.
Okay, if something comes up, then I ask you then we'll just leave it at that. Okay, but if something comes up, then we'll add that in. Okay, so let me get this first. Okay, so the first thing that I feel with you. Okay, hold on. Okay, the first thing that I feel with you is this. You have a very good balance. I'm not even getting to the cards yet. The first thing you have is you have a very, very good balance. Well, because of this. What you came in with is that from birth on, you're supposed to be an entrepreneurial. That's your path. You're very good at running things. You're very good at dealing with people. And I want to be very clear about this. So if I'm not, please interrupt me. You're very, very good with people. You don't need people.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
Yes, honey. Yes.
Okay. So that gives you a balance, because most of society is 90% either they need to be on their own most of the time to be comfortable, or they need to deal with other people to be more comfortable.
That's true.
Okay. You have a very strong balance. So what you came with originally is that you can do things on your own. Around the age of 16, 17, what you added on is you're just as good with people. Yeah. Okay. You've always been good with people, but until you hit that age, you really wouldn't have cared.
Yes.
Sometimes it's like that. Yes. So what happens is your energy is very different. Your money flows through running things. Now, it's even when you were little, it never changes throughout your lifetime. That's just you. So your money flows through anything where you can make decisions. It doesn't matter if you're running your own business, if you're, say, in management. I couldn't think of an example. But, anything where you're running things. Now, the funny part is you could hate running things, and you could hate being in charge. The difference is you're very concept-oriented. So you see concepts other people don't. So say you were starting even a hobby. You see the beginning, the steps, and the end in one shot. All of a sudden, all of it. Now, you may change the steps as you go, but you saw the whole picture. So if you're dealing with, say, a boss, as an example, and you're explaining your concept, it's going to take at least 8 months to a year, and by then you'll quit.
Yes.
Or you're not going to quit. You're going to call Peter and I for bail money.
Yes, yes.
You're not meant to be doing that. But that's because you see the whole picture. Now, like I said, you may change some of the steps as you go, but you already saw the whole thing.
Yes.
Okay? The other part of that is your energy is very, very high. So the more you do, the better you do. It's the opposite of society.
Ah.
Okay? Most of us, that saying, you start a project, you finish it, and then you go to the next project.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
That'll never work for you.
That's true. Yes.
Never. Now, the more you do, the better you do. And it could be business, hobby, fun. It doesn't have to be in one area, but you're meant to be doing more than one thing at the same time.
Yes.
Okay. Also, one of your strongest intuitive abilities is empathy. You have a lot of empath feelings. You pick up people's feelings, their moods, their thoughts, not on purpose. It just is.
Yes.
So if somebody's saying they're fine and they have a headache, you can feel it.
Yes.
If they have a headache, if they're saying I have a headache and they don't, and they just want empathy. You can feel that. Doesn't
Yes.
mean we don't go, oh.
Yes. You know me too well.
One.
Yes.
Oh, I love when people go, I always have a headache, and then they're surprised when they actually get one. We're not surprised. They've been saying it all along,
Yes.
you know? So you're very strong in a lot of different abilities, but that's just one of them. The other thing with you, I'm just trying to get a feel. So, okay, you're going through a major, major phase in your life right now. So it should have started around the beginning of, nope, the middle of January. The phase is going to end around the middle of December, middle of next January, because nature doesn't change in a day,
Right.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So in this phase, this is a new time of new starts, new beginnings, new adventure. You're supposed to be having fun right now. You're supposed to be trying new adventures, and that a new adventure is anything that you like, that's physical and in a new place.
Great.
You know. Now, I always laugh because I'm very adventurous. I am not bungee jumping.
Thank you. Yes.
I know my limits. So you're not going to have an urge to do something that doesn't fit you, but that's when it started, so it should have already started. And it's going to continue. The other part of that is that because it's a time of new starts and new beginnings, whatever you start in this phase is going to be extremely successful. There is no middle ground. Okay. However, whatever you start in this phase is going to affect the next 11 years of your life. 11 years.
Okay.
Okay. So
Thank you.
does not mean finish. You can start something for 2 seconds, put it to the side. You're fine. You started it.
Yes.
Okay. But it's in any area,
Yes.
emotional, physical, business, whatever it is.
Yes.
But it's a time of new beginnings. That means you have new opportunities in every area of your life coming in. Whether you take the opportunity or not, that's free will. There's no good or bad.
Yes.
So you might get an opportunity, you're going to look at it and say, this is phenomenal, I'm going to try it. You may look at an opportunity and you're going to say, don't like it, you're done. It
Yes.
doesn't mean you have to take it, but it's like the universe trying to move you up. And it's more like, for lack of a better term, karma giving back to you. If you look at your last couple of months before the middle of January, at least 8 months back, could be a little bit longer, it would have been a time where you're getting rid of things that you've outgrown.
Yes.
It's kind of like the universe saying, you don't need this anymore.
Right.
People, situations, whatever that was, it's just making room for this phase.
Uh-huh.
So anything you knew that you start, this is when you want to start it. If nothing else, you can put it on paper and say as an outline. Don't make a list, it won't work on the occult side. What you need is an outline. So say you want to start a new project, you're going to let me do it this way. Say you wanted to buy a car,
Yes.
right? So what you're going to do is you're going to put down what kind of car. You're going to put down what would you do normally. You'd go to the dealership, you'd get on the phone, you'd get on Google, whatever you normally would do. Would you go by yourself? Put down like 2 or 3 steps. Now you started it. And then just put it to the side.
Excellent.
What's going to happen is down the road, you're going to notice, okay, that it's going to start kicking in.
Yes.
Okay. But you need to start it in this phase.
Okay.
Okay. Again,
Thank you.
outline, list will not work. Now, lists do work for a lot of things on the occult side. This is not one of them.
Yes. Okay.
The other part of that is your energy is going to be much higher, which is funny because your energy is normally high.
Okay.
So instead of doing 70 things only, now you're going to be doing 80.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other thing that I feel with you is you have very strong healing energy. So, and I feel you're born with healing energy. So what that means is whether you use it or not, that's free will.
Yes.
Okay, there's no good or bad. You can use it now, 20 years from now, never. There's no good or bad decision. It's just your decision. But healing energy or talents and abilities never go away. So what happens with you is this. If you look back at your life, you will notice you do not get ill. I don't mean like a headache or a cold.
Right.
You do not get ill as often as other people. You should have noticed that already.
Yes.
Okay? Now, the reason is this. You're going to laugh. Well, first of all, say you start not feeling well. Okay. What's going to happen when you start not feeling well is your healing energy will automatically kick in. No thought, just like breathing, it'll
Yes.
kick in and speed up your natural healing process.
Yes.
The other reason you don't get ill as often, and you're going to laugh because I'm trying not to. The other reason you don't get ill is you don't have the patience.
Yes. Thank you. True.
You know?
Yes.
So what happens is if you start not feeling well, mentally you go, I need to do this and this and this first, and your body goes, never mind.
Yes. Thank you.
You know? So this
True.
phase is a very strong power phase for you.
Okay.
Okay. Also, starting, say, last year and this year, this is a time of you to be more aware of what your talents and abilities are. Now, that's not ego, that's awareness.
Yes.
You know, I always laugh because I'm aware that I can do readings in a cult. I'm also aware I can't parallel park.
That's beautiful.
It's not like, oh, come on.
Yeah.
Parking angels and all. They'll find the spot.
Yeah.
They should just help me find how to park.
Yes. I know. It's the hardest thing in the world, but go on. Yes.
Right? You know?
Yes.
So the other thing that I feel, the other thing that I feel is you actually have, it's funny because it's kind of like opposites at the same time. On the one hand, your energy is very high, so you're going to be very psyched about what you want to do, moving ahead, getting momentum, and your energy's high because it's pushing you. At the same time, it says you actually do have patience, so if you start something and it doesn't come in immediately, you're not going to give up on it, you'll just keep on it.
Yes. Thank you.
You know, and what I feel right now is you're in the middle of cosmic justice.
Yes.
I don't know what that means to you. It just means you're literally in the middle of cosmic justice, which is very positive for you.
Okay.
Because, could go the other way depending on the person.
Yes. Understood.
There's a
This
certain
is
amount
positive.
of cosmic justice that he's here to bring to the world.
Exactly. So very, very, very positive. And you're in a building phase. By the way, one of the reasons that you have, the friends that you have
Yes.
that are real, I don't mean it negatively, but, we have acquaintances. It doesn't mean that they're close friends.
Understood.
Okay? It just means they're nice people. Two of the reasons, actually, that I'm feeling that you have real friends. One of them is that they can trust your word, which we used to do business on a handshake. We don't know if the contract works.
Right. Yes. Got
So
it.
if you give your word, you will either say, if somebody asks you to do something, you will either say, I will do it, and then you do. Or you will say, I will try, in which case you try. Or you will say, I'm sorry, I would love to, but I can't. And that makes people trust your word.
Yes.
Okay. And the other thing is you genuinely care about people in general. Remember I said in the beginning, you came in with, you can be independent, but after that age, you added on, you really care about people and you're good with them.
Yes.
So even though you're looking at you're helping society in general, or at least you're working on it, okay, that's because partly you're seeing truth, on the intuitive, psychic side, and partly because you genuinely want to help the people in society. I don't think they're understanding that that's what you're trying to achieve, but that's what it feels like to me.
Thank you. I appreciate your expressing that.
So I hope that helps a little bit.
Yes. Oh, profoundly. Thank you so much. That was beautiful.
Yeah,
You're
we didn't get to
wonderful.
the cards.
She's just reading, Douglas.
That's amazing.
She hasn't done anything with the cards yet. She's touched them.
Sometimes we get on a roll, all of us.
And that's fine. No, that's
Well,
beautiful.
some of us, right?
Yes, that's right. No, you're very profoundly sensitive, very attuned.
I hope it helps a little bit.
It does.
And, if there's anything I can do to ever help, we're all meant to help each other.
Yes, I'll be happy to call on you. Yeah, sure
there is.
you.
Did you want to do anything with the cards?
Nah.
Yeah, they're kind of redundant, really. She's.
I would agree.
Yeah,
She
she's.
picked them up,
Yeah.
she touched them, she shuffled them around a bit, but
Yes.
Then I put them down. I
Yes.
was like, nah.
Yes.
Just.
they're just cardboard after all in the end.
They're just triggers. Everything is really just a trigger.
Yes.
You
And
know.
and so that was profound. I appreciate that. In terms of say, for instance, as you said, you've got Peter kind of escorted by his wingman, and for those of us from a different generation or perhaps a different subculture, a wingman is also a guy who's kind of helping another guy get laid. Maybe that'll
Well, you never
work.
know.
Yeah, maybe that'll work to Peter's advantage while he's
I
traveling.
don't know where you need the wingman.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm
when I
sorry.
travel,
I,
and in fact, I'm going to share something with her privately because she's really done something. We really did something to help each other, and it's going to really help my trip. I'm going to share it with her after we get off the air. I'll tell everybody else later if I remember. It just shouldn't be shared now. But the thing is, it's when you're traveling, it's all about Mercury.
Yeah.
It's all about Mercury. I think when Mercury gets together with Venus, they had a hermaphrodite, I think.
Yes.
well, I always laugh because I look at it as we're spirit, but we're in a physical body. You're supposed to have a balance.
Thank you. And it's true.
Thank you.
It really is important. And when it comes to, of course, anything else that you want to bring up, what do you sense or intuit? It just, like you said, you've got a lot of people that you are dealing with who are essentially planning to exmigrate, and you try to tell them things are turning around, of course, and you're trying to emphasize the positive. I, of course, have been emphasizing the fact that I certainly want to work towards the positive, and I believe the majority of people who are listening to me who are supportive and not simply assigned to listen by one of the alphabet agencies or the like, yeah, that they want the positive to happen as well, and work towards it. But I do tend to emphasize that it seems pretty inevitable that things will get a lot worse before they get better. But such being said, what do you feel in a general sense for society and our world in terms of your intuition, visions that you're getting?
First of all, one of the reasons that I really try to get people not to leave that quickly is because we need all the positive people and all that energy that we can possibly get.
Absolutely.
And I tell them that. I do tell them that specifically.
Yes.
So I'm not telling them don't move, but I'm telling them why I would like them to wait and see how it goes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I agree with you. I think it's going to go down a little bit more first. And I think that we need to get people to really look at details more and to really think for themselves, because I find with some of my clients, wonderful people, by the way, but they're just going by whatever they're told. They're not looking into it. It's kind of like sheep.
Yes.
And I don't mean it negatively, but they don't understand to look into it on their own in different areas. That's like I find some people, as Peter was saying, like some people might listen to a certain newscast and they don't listen to any other channel, any other station, any other input. They don't have anything to judge by, in either direction.
Yes.
So I find that I think that's going to broaden later on. I don't think it's quick enough for me. I tend to want things yesterday.
Yes.
Because our pace is quicker. So my take on it is more that I do feel eventually it'll come up, but it has to. It absolutely has to, because this is really one of the best countries for freedom, for inner freedom, for being able to choose your career, to be able to do basically whatever you want to do. It's a matter of setting a goal, spiritually sticking with it and trusting the universe or whatever your source is, and really doing the physical work. And I think if you combine anything in this country, you can achieve anything. And I think we need to get back to that. And I think we need to get people to be more aware that they control more than they think they control.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. And very important to realize that they have that power and
Yes.
That they can exercise it. And so, that being said, when you explain, Peter's explained, of course, how he met you, but what are your memories of meeting with Peter and the times that you were the two of you ever present together at conventions or conferences or anything of that sort, or was this mostly workshops or the like, or just kind of you developed a rapport and just kind of maintained a personal communication over the years?
Actually, it's a little of both. We've taught and done workshops at the same place, but not necessarily at the same time. You know, we just kind of shift in and out like that. But I remember when I first met Peter that I found that he really has a lot of understanding of people. He genuinely cares about them. And what I feel is that what I felt at that time when I first met him was that he was a seeker of truth. And I felt that, if you don't mind me saying this, because it's just what I felt, nothing you said, but at the time I felt like he went through a lot of struggle to get to that point where he is this positive.
Right.
You know, and his outlook is phenomenal because he has a lot of ability on the occult side, I feel. And thank God he's channeling it towards the positive.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, we can't lose listen, we can't lose another truth seeker here.
Yes.
You know? But you know, he really comes from the heart, and I find that what I love to with Peter is if I'm asking his opinion on anything, you know, I'm okay with him telling me something's not going to work or I'm wrong or whatever, because he'll show me, well, why he said that, because none of us are right all the time. And if I'm asking his opinion, I'm looking for truth so I can fix it, avoid it, or keep going with it.
Yeah. Thank
You know,
you.
and the fact that he's so knowledgeable, such as yourself, is very impressive. It really
bless
is,
you.
because most people nowadays, like I said, they don't look into things enough. And some people, thank God, do.
Yes. Yes, and it's very important that Peter has always followed up on so much of what he's run across. And the impressive thing about Peter is that he can certainly appreciate yourself, even though, in a very real sense, he's quite the skeptic. He's actually, as you know, a very pragmatic individual. So it's incredible that he senses the importance of your talents. And so that being said, Peter, by all means, what else comes to your mind? We've got.
Well, I would say to you, Maria, there was a point, and this doesn't really ring in my memory too well, where you came over to the lectures I would give at my house enough to you brought your mother, and your mother came.
Right.
Your mother came several times.
My mother loved Peter.
Yeah, but more to the point. What were those lectures? I don't even remember.
Oh,
what happened
was that my mother was going through some issues where she was trying to. She didn't have health issues. She was trying to be healthier. Mm-hmm. You know, like in Europe, we try to fix it before it comes.
Yeah, yeah.
So she used to come, and Peter was teaching her Tai Chi. Now, this is funny, for lack of a better word. My mother passed away years ago. And when she was in the hospital, she had like a mini stroke, and she would have been fine. What made her pass away was she got an infection in the hospital. She passed away from the hospital, and she kept saying, "Don't put me in the hospital because they're going to kill me."
Right.
She kept saying, "You have to take me home," because in Europe we don't leave people in the hospital. But I couldn't get her out, you know. Oh. And I remember when she was laying down in the hospital bed. And people kept looking at her like there's something wrong with her. And she was laying down. She was moving her arms. She was doing the Tai Chi moves that Peter taught her.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know.
Wow.
So she actually could have been home, except she got an infection from the hospital.
Of course.
That probably helped her pass.
Definitely. Easier.
But that's not why you came, is it?
No. I came because we used to talk about the occult side of things. You know, and then you had a meeting where you had a couple of other people here that were experts in their fields.
But the only people I ever had talk here pretty much were Preston,
right? I remember him,
or the medicine man. I don't remember anybody else talking.
No, not always talking, just
Well, there
being
was
here.
dialogue. Yeah.
And then you end up talking because everybody's an expert in that field. Like that gentleman that was doing the electrical patenting. She was patenting the electrical vibrational sounds. Anyway,
Who
so
was
we
that,
would,
Peter? Do you remember?
I
Does that?
don't remember who
yeah.
you're talking about.
But what happened was he, and honestly, and I do apologize about this, but I don't remember the name offhand
No
because I
worries.
only met him once, no, twice. And he came and he brought this box with him, and he was working on frequencies where it would have different effects on situations, but in a positive way.
You're
But
talking
we
about the
couldn't hear
little
it.
guy, the tiny guy, Jimmy.
Yes,
All right,
with the
yeah,
little box.
Jimmy Abatiello.
Yeah. So what happened was he brought a box with him, and he wanted me to check out the sound below the frequency levels to see if it was actually working, because I can tell. I don't hear it, I can just tell.
That was a radionics device, and Jimmy.
That's what it was.
Jimmy was the guy I was talking about the other night, who was the guy who killed the bird.
Ah,
Oh,
Yeah, I
Jesus.
mean, no, he had a bird, and this is the whole story. The bird was possessed,
right.
and
Oh,
he had to kill his bird, and
Oh.
it was like Jimmy was a very,
I only met him
very
short for twice.
unique character. He was the Montauk drummer. He played the drums really good. Preston said he was the drummer on the song My Sharona. But he was a drummer. He was a good drummer, and he was into radionics, and he had a very troubled, strange life, and
But didn't they all? I mean,
Well, I remember Preston. Preston and I were talking once at Peter's house, and we were talking for a while. And he said to me, he was telling me where he lived, which was at a distance, and he was saying that what he did was he made a contraption where every time you moved on it, you were laying. He made a bed. And he said it was for experiments, and every time you moved on it, and you shifted, it would make different vibrational sounds and musical notes, and he was trying to see how that affects the person.
right.
So he wanted me to go there and listen to the sounds and see what I feel. Well, I never made it there.
Well, what happened, that was where my friend Joan Roth, who's a highly empathic sensitive, who's not going to be with me in Romania this year, although she dearly wanted to. She had huge experiences in time on that bed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Paula was in the room with her, and Paula went out of her body, but she didn't say anything. I think Preston said somebody in the room is a time traveler, and I pointed to Joan. I actually had to kind of like get on her body to ground her because she was just flipping out.
Okay.
I had to hold her, and meanwhile Paula was going out of her own body, but Paula didn't tell me till later. Paula's very, very private, to the point of too private.
I was about to say it's kind of unhealthy to the point where she's private. Yes.
Yeah, right?
Yeah, but she had a profound experiences, and perhaps needs to perhaps tap into them more.
Yeah.
But whatever. But that's what Preston was working on, this device, and one of Preston's, I could call him a best friend, I suppose. I met him for the first time when he appeared there and became a roommate of Preston with his wife, and they were living on the property with Preston, helping him pay the bills. They kind of had a very destitute exiting. I think one of them died. One of them ended up in a rest home. I think they're both dead now. I never really knew him. I might have had one conversation with the phone. His name was Douglas.
Jesus.
Or Doug. And Doug, he told me about having this time where he went out of time in Preston's property up there in Cairo. He actually had a time experience. And this would, he said Preston, he'd known him all his life since he was a kid, and they were very close, but I never ran into the guy until Preston's final years. And Preston had friends like that, but the thing was, the guy moved in time. Preston had some of his own experiences. The main problem with these experiences, including Joan contracted cancer after that. I'm not saying it's responsible for that.
Wow.
She got rid of the cancer, but it was very traumatic and dramatic. I didn't know that we were going to keep her.
Right.
She's okay now.
Wow.
But she had a very deep connection, and really wanted to be with me in Romania really badly. But her husband's having some issues that have to be dealt with physically. And so anyway, but the problem with this time travel that was going on in Preston's vicinity was it wasn't it was just weird.
Right.
It wasn't I guess what you'd say transmutative or moving in a direction that was healing. It was just kind of like weird, like sort of. I don't mean to disparage it, except that it's kind of like being born with an extra appendage. It's like what is it going to do? What are you doing? And both of these guys had very dysfunctional lives in terms of if you're looking at looking at them from a materialistic point of view. And I don't think everybody should be judged by how they live materially. However, there's, you can't dismiss it either. Like I have one friend who's got all sorts of problems as a targeted individual. They say, if you just clean up this one room of your helpful friends corner, it's going to solve more problems than trying to, turn these people who are conspiring into the FBI or something. Well, just clean up this area. It's not easy to clean up an area that's cluttered.
Right.
Clearly. And it's like, but that'll clear the problem. And so yes, it's very important to have a clean space. But anyway, that's just sort of a elaboration on what he had talked to Maria about.
Yeah.
But do you even remember what I was talking about, for that matter, other than the Qigong? If I was teaching Qigong during that period, that would have been 2000, probably 2007, 2008.
Yeah, because the chief was here. The chief and you and I were doing.
He wasn't the chief. He was the shaman, the medicine man, Artie Crippen.
All right. So between him and you and I, we used to do Tai Chi together.
Yeah. Wow. But he, so he came over a few nights. So that was that time period, and then we eventually moved over to Abby's house for those, and that was when I discontinued the meetings at my house, and I discontinued them because when I gave my first lecture on Qigong, I don't think you were here that night. I'm sure you weren't. People uniformly said it's the best talk you've ever given, but none of them were interested in learning it. And I wasn't teaching it. Yeah. I was referring them to my teacher, where they would have come down. It's too far. It's too much money. It's too much this. I don't know what their objections were, just that they didn't do it. And this is me seizing the opportunity to change my life profoundly. And I said, and then as we continued the meetings, these people were just interested in talking conspiracy. And then, so I said, we're not going to do this anymore. And then I exported it to Abby's house in Oceanside because she was very disappointed that the meetings were discontinuing. And she was a dowser, and she had her own challenges for sure. But then when we got over there, this was going to be planetary healing night. It was going to be focused on Montauk. And then I soon realized that these people were not capable of healing the planet. They were not even capable of healing themselves. And we were sitting there at the table, and you were across from me at the table, Maria, and you just looked at me and said, "These people they don't understand your work." And at that point, I said, "Okay, so we continue that meeting, and just have them, eat food and talk, and then we'd." Me and Maria would meet at my house once a month, and we'd do our own meeting with at the time your husband and Joe, who was the head of the Dowsers Association, and we met. We would meet for a time period until you had an incident with your eyes.
Oh wow!
And that was then we stopped meeting.
Yeah.
Oh wow! Oh, may we ask what happened to your eyes, dear Maria?
Sure. Sure, I got divorced.
Oh! Oh my God!
She wasn't seeing what was going on.
Okay.
You know how it is? It's like you know you need to get out, but you're kind of like, well, maybe if I don't see it, and my eyes were getting a little. I was like, okay, never mind. I'm ready to see it because I don't want my vision going back.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. That's that.
Like,
yeah.
When we do occult work, and it's like the universe doesn't mess with us. It's like you're gonna pay attention whether you want to or not.
Yes. Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, it was a. I mean, I held her hand through that process, and it was not pleasant. But she's here and surviving.
Yeah. Well,
Yes,
we're
thank God.
we're surviving. But as I was saying earlier, we were talking about out of body, and I go out of body on and off. The first time was a surprise. After that, now it's conscious. But it's funny when I go out of body, it's more that I see different beings and planets and different things. I don't really end up too much on this planet. It's kind of like if I consciously want to go back and forth, I can. It just, when some things just don't interest you as much.
Yeah.
But usually if I'm out of body, it's more that I'm seeing different beings. Some good, some not so much. That's why I always tell people you need to learn psychic self-defense first, because when you're out of body and I've seen like really negative things where I can't even explain what they look like because we don't have it in this reality,
Right.
But beings, for lack of a better word. But if you're protected, you're still going to see them. The difference is they cannot get to you.
Yes.
The first time I went out of body was kind of a surprise.
Wow. What caused it?
Well, okay, so this is funny. It wasn't funny at the time. It's funny now. So what happened was, for weeks I was doing readings, occult, but it was very, very constant. So I was kind of like, I was always high. See, there's no other way to put that. Psychically, alpha, theta, high.
Right.
Right? Yeah. And what happened was, well, actually two things happened. The first time, what happened was that all of a sudden I felt like I was in this gigantic gray room, and it was really comfortable. So I felt like it had walls and a ceiling and a floor. I didn't see any of it. It's like you just know. So I'm hanging out in this gray room. I'm really comfortable. And actually I was working at the Renaissance Festival in New York. It was years ago.
Wow.
And I had people working for me there. And, they're still working. And, so anyway, so I'm looking at, this gray room. And I started doing a reading. Now, all of a sudden, I'm in this gray room. And it's really funny because what happened were two things. I was listening to somebody in the front of the room talking, and they're talking and talking and talking and talking. I don't know what this person's saying in the front of the room. I'm thinking, my son found the kissing bridge. I don't even know where that is. I'm like, it's not right. It's like I go there, I don't see it. I never saw the Renaissance Festival because everybody's setting up. When I work, I sit down, I work, I don't get up until I'm done, and then everybody's taking everything down. I'm like, he's at the kissing bridge, I don't know where anybody is.
Wow.
And I'm listening to this voice talking and talking and talking. And I remember at one point thinking, that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. And I realized it was me, and I came right out of it.
Wow.
So that's because you hit trance medium, which is different than mediumship, right? And I was looking, and I'm looking at the lady, and I'm reading, and I'm still talking. I'm looking at the lady, and I'm thinking, did my head spin? And apparently nothing happened outwardly because I'm just talking, and she's going, oh, that's so accurate, I have no clue. So she leaves, and the people that were working for me came over, and they were like, where did you go? I'm thinking, okay, other people noticed. I have no idea where I was. So, but apparently that's trance medium work as opposed to medium work, right?
Yeah.
So right after, I think that triggered it, going out of body. And then a little after that, what happened was I went out of body because I was working so much in the alpha theta state that a little after that, I went out of body. And I remember I was floating, and you feel like you're floating. And I remember at a distance, I saw this procession where they looked like monks. I don't know what they were, but the reason I thought monks, because it looked like cloaks with a hood. I didn't see the faces. And I remember thinking, I really want to get closer and see what they look like. I didn't go, oh my God, I'm out of body. I went, oh, let me see what they look like.
Oh my God.
That's what happens when you're doing a cult for too many years.
Yes.
You get curious. So I went to get a little bit closer, and I got kind of a warning feeling that basically said, don't come closer. Yeah. But being who I am, I was like, I really want to get closer. Right? So now I'm trying to get closer, and I got a little closer, and I just want to see what's under the hood. And they're just walking like from right to left. It's like a little procession at a distance. So I got a little bit closer, and I got a stronger warning. And then, of course, all that means is I wanted to get closer. So when I wanted to get closer the third time, what happened was I didn't know who I was all of a sudden. I didn't know who I was, what I was, where I was. And I remember thinking, well, if I look down, I will see my body, and I will have a clue. So I looked down, and there was nothing there. I didn't know what I was. I didn't know what gender I was. I had like no clue of anything, and it snapped me right out of it. So it was not. So I decided I'm not going out of body for a while.
Yes, I don't blame you. No, I mean it can be a dangerous thing.
Yeah, it really, really could have been, because it could have been something where it could have turned on me because I kept trying to get closer. Because apparently warnings don't work too well with me.
with many people, yeah. It's amazing how we don't listen to these warnings, and it's but we are a curious species, and
I listened to it in my normal life. I did not listen to it the first time out of body. Because I kind of went, I don't know what this is. I didn't realize I was body. I didn't know what it was called. And it was funny because that happened years ago. And then I read a book and I went, oh my God, it has a name.
Yeah. There we are.
And then what happened was then I learned to go out of body on my own. But by then I already knew psychic self-defense. Now the funny part is, Peter and I talked about this. The funny part is the psychic self-defense I do and I teach takes maybe an hour or two to learn. So when people go to me, oh, that's all it is. Mentally, I'm thinking, but it took me 10 years of goof ups to come up with one that works on both sides.
Yes.
So I'm always going, well, it's 2 years and 10 years. I just don't say that.
Yeah.
But it always works. So when you're out of body, you can see negative. The thing is, it can't get to you.
Yes.
Because you need to know what's around you. You really do. And obviously you don't need the protection from anything positive. Because my house is so fixed with energy, there is nothing getting in that's not positive.
Right. And that's wonderful. It's a good space to be in, to use a pun.
Yeah.
And But by the way, Nolani Bouchard, who's this wonderful woman in Hawaii, and I don't know if she's on the same island with Hawaii and Heartbreak, her story, but who also says thank you. In other words, the two ladies in Hawaii are very grateful. Nolani Bouchard specifically says, thank you, Douglas, Maria, and Peter, for inspiring transmissions tonight. And Hawaiian Heartbreak says, Maria, I'm so sorry about your mom. And
And I appreciate that.
yeah, and so Knife Fight 420 asks, were the Huns Scythian? And tell us a bit about that. But you relate more to the Magyars, right? And if you could disambiguate again, or
Yeah, basically, I relate more to them because that's more my heritage. Because when they were together as one tribe, it was so far back that we don't actually count it.
yeah,
Some people do, historians do, but basically, everything that I learned, I either learned shamanically from a shaman in Hungary, and most of it I just got as direct information. And the way we do that is, say we get a formula on how to do something. If we do it 20 times, because think of science, if we do the exact same thing 20 times and it always comes out with the exact same outcome, then we can use it with other people and pass it on. It's like trying a recipe. If your great grandmother had this great recipe and you don't change anything, you can pass it on, right? And if you tweak it and it doesn't work, then we just don't tell people we messed it up.
yes.
Don't pass that one on. So most of it I got as direct information.
Okay. Yeah. Incredible.
Yeah, it's funny how that works.
Yeah, it's time traveling of its own sort.
Yeah, because basically, like I said, I've done this since I was little, so I just came in with it.
Right.
And it's funny because when you have something you can do, like Peter has all these talents and abilities, you have all those talents and abilities. Now, the funny part that I find when I do like radio shows or TV shows, or when I'm lecturing and I'm waiting to get, say, on stage or on the air, when I meet people waiting to get on and that have real talents and abilities, in all seriousness, in all these years, I have never met somebody with a real ability that has ego. Not ever.
Interesting.
Because to you, it's like breathing.
Yeah.
So it's like, how much of an ego can you have if you're breathing?
Yeah.
Like psychically, none of that's me. I'm just getting out of the way to let the information flow. So you can't have an ego. You're not doing anything.
Yes.
And on the occult side, even though I have the knowledge to do it, we're always learning. We never stop. So, how much ego can you have if you feel like you're always learning and it's natural to you? It's kind of like breathing. Can't have ego about breathing.
Yes. That's right. That's right. And certainly Peter does a lot of breathing, and I mean, it's a big deal, and I think it's really given him a kind of formula for youth. He's definitely in excellent physical condition, so he's very, very lucky to have taken up that discipline. And lucky's not the word for it. His discipline has rewarded him, and
right. And even on the occult side, we use the breath to make energy flow or come back, or yes. Whatever we're doing with the energy at the moment. That's like I find, like when you use a power rod, which is basically, there's a lot of different forms of power rods, but basically we build it ourselves, and it's a copper tube, and you have a crystal at the end, terminated clear quartz crystal, and basically it holds your energy. There's a way to use it occult-wise where you're sinking your energy into it, so whenever you need it, it's like sending out an intent with a laser beam.
Yes.
So I find a lot of that also, if you're breathing correctly, when you do that, it gives it that extra push.
Wow. Amazing. Yeah, and so it really is the spirit. The spirit is guiding you and so when now dowsing, it's New York City is a hell of a place to take that up as a hobby. Where did you? What? I don't get the connection. It's kind of like, how did that happen?
Oh, well, first of all, you have map dowsing, which means you can do it for anybody anywhere in the country when they need to find something, you know, water, oil, their watch.
Right?
All right. So you can do map dowsing. It doesn't matter where somebody is. And even in dowsing, you know, it's a combination. People don't realize. And I teach some of this, so I look at it more scientifically. Part of it is energy, but part of it, when you're dowsing, say, for water, as an example, okay? What people don't tell you is this. What people don't tell you is that even though you're using energy for the rod, and, you know, if you do dowsing long enough, you can just use your hand. You don't need a rod.
Oh, wow.
But, you know, but if you use different tools, what happens is part of it is psychic energy, okay? But part of it is science. So say you're dowsing for water, you're looking for vegetation. Some vegetation grows around water, some doesn't, right?
Yeah.
It's a combination of knowledge of the land and energy.
Wow.
People don't think that you're looking at it. If you're looking for water and everything, you know, the plants aren't growing there, everything's dry, you know, you're going to go to another part of the area. It's already telling you don't bother and spending your time there.
Okay. Interesting.
You know, now, if you're in Manhattan, I'm on Long Island, Peter's on Long Island.
Right.
Okay? But even in Manhattan, you're doing dowsing, it's for different reasons. So when you're dowsing, what people don't realize is you can douse for what vitamins somebody is missing in their body. You can douse for what would help them, say, in healing, what would help them in business.
Right. And this is, that's important now because we're getting close to the witching hour towards the stroke of midnight. Let me see. There was one message from either our dear David Reed, and this wonderful individual has 3 phones now, which he says more thumbs up for us, which is profoundly appreciated. David Fitzsimons in Atlantic City says, "Can I ask you and Peter for a favor? Would you talk about the serial sex killer from Long Island? They are now investigating him for 4 murders in Atlantic City, where our man David Fitzsimons currently resides. After he gambled, he decided to kill 4 prostitutes." Now, Maria, what do you yourself have any feelings about this? Any kind of...
No, I honestly, unless I need to, I don't tune into that.
Okay.
Because I feel it. So I really try not to unless I actually have to. I used to work with some detectives, and I stopped because I don't really want to. I feel like I'm actually at the place at the time, and I see things and I feel it. So I try not to, honestly.
Well, I will say something about that. But first, I want to say I was once had to deal with a policeman on a matter which is comparatively trivial. I had to get a restraining order on somebody, and I did. But his comment, he was a detective. He said, he says, "I've got homicides to work on." And, these homicides, I don't remember if I brought it up with him or somebody else, but they basically don't get solved.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
Yeah, and it caused me to focus, and I say, well, the problem with those homicides, if you start focusing on them, they're going to take you to a place that's much like this Nebraska case of the Franklin cover-up, and you're going to have a lot of issues with people that don't want you to investigate it. I wouldn't think for a minute this particular detective was compliant, but there's certain areas, where you're not to go. With regards to what are called the Gilgo Beach murders, I think I brought this up a couple years ago. I really wasn't that aware of them because I don't, get the local. Well, now you get Channel 12, which is now the news on Long Island. It used to be Newsday, and I didn't read Newsday for many years. But Channel 12 has now improved itself. It's covering. It's a much better news channel than it ever was. But it's Long Island News, but they're really going into this stuff. But I see them saying stupid things that are just not accurate. I mean, just about the geography, saying, I mean, just stupid. With regard to saying, not even pronouncing Massapequa right, to like he doesn't even know what he's talking about, and then saying, this guy lived on Gilgo Beach. He didn't live in Gilgo Beach. Gilgo Beach is on, on a sandbar, and that's where he killed and hid the bodies or whatever. There were a lot more murders than the 3 or 4 that he's been accused of, and they've canvassed his entire property, looking for DNA clues. They found what really was they've been pursuing this guy for a long time, and what really was the clincher was they found DNA evidence on the bodies of 3 of the women that matched DNA on a pizza crust that he'd thrown out in his New York City dumpster or New York City garbage, because he's an architect in New York City.
Jesus.
And has a relatively unimpressive home in Massapequa Park.
Oh my God.
Now,
but, by the way, Ayn Rand would be proud. Her hero, the architect in, I can't remember, The Fountainhead, it was a serial rapist. But go on.
Well, and I think it was a movie with, I don't know if it's I think there's a movie about an architect firm, or is that a lawyer firm that was the devil? But whatever the case is, his family apparently didn't even know what he was doing. They found that he had a soundproof room in his house. Now, I don't know if that's to keep noise out or to keep people from hearing what's going on inside.
That's to keep people from from hearing basically the screams of his victims. And,
he allegedly did this with the family when the family was gone, the daughter and the mother.
Right. Most of the time, these families are in such denial. They're enablers anyway. They may say that they had no idea what's going on, but
we haven't heard from them. Just that they've exited the property. Some of the neighbors thought he was very engaging. Some of them thought he was a creep, very strange. But several years ago, I said, this is very curious. You have all these murders going on, and I was looking down. I think this was about the time I was doing the Aquino book, or the Presidio book, rather. And I'm like saying, what is this stuff going on that had gone on years ago? I mean, these are old murders. What had gone on here, and what was enabling this to just continue? It sounded like a similar Aquino operation in Long Island, which, of course, this is Maury Terry's book does go into a cult or a character out on the east end of Long Island. But with regards to what was going on, I think the shocking thing to me is the apparent diligence of the Suffolk County Police Department. This is the same police department that arrested John Ford and put him away, and is liable for all sorts of lawsuits.
Right.
If John Ford were ever to get out of jail, I shouldn't say jail, out of his incarcerated institutionalization. Now I'm not saying that these officers that are pursuing it are doing the wrong thing or anything. They seem to be very diligent, and it's just that but Suffolk County being heralded as Crime Stoppers is to me is absurd. I remember when I was investigating the Montauk Project in the beginning, I was always on the lookout, and you'd have these cops waiting, ready to pounce, and you had to be very careful of them, even driving out there, because you don't want to be speeding, you don't want them to have some excuse to stop you, and they were not, in general, characters to be trusted. There were many scandals with them. like stopping a woman, maybe it was DWI, young girl, I should say, and making them take off their clothes and stuff like this and walk a straight line. I mean, abusive sexually. And there was a lot of nonsense that went on with the Suffolk County Police Department, who are, if I'm not mistaken, the most highly paid policemen in the world. Certainly in the New York State and the country. The Nassau County, where I live, the policemen are paid well, much better, both much better, but not as high as Suffolk County, which years ago went up to $100,000. It's probably beyond that now. And if we go to New York City, no, they were lucky to get half that. And New York City's a much more tougher job than being a policeman on Long Island. So the real question becomes here now, and I was going to bring this up, so I'm glad this person brought it up, but it's like there's no, he has a huge cache of guns in his house. Huge!
Yeah, of course.
Now, what are those guns doing there? This goes right now, is there a satanic connection? Well, one wonders if all these policemen out there are trying to hide the satanic connection while they're stirring up DNA evidence. Are they trying to hide evidence? I don't know. I would be very suspicious. The whole property's being canvassed, and ostensibly they would want to tie the other dead bodies to this guy as well. I think that's what they're trying to do. But the question is it just him? I don't think so. But we have no indication. Are they going to just attribute it all to him, blame it on him, and hide the other accomplices? Because when I see all of these guns, a massive gun collection, what is this about? I mean, is he selling arms? Is he connected to a cult? Is the family involved in this in any way? We don't know. And this is not a question that they're going to pursue. With the Scott Peterson case in Modesto, they hid the occult connections.
Yes.
Geraldo was the one who, was so publicly dismissive of it. There are, these things are not typically going to be pursued. So I would imagine there is. If I go poking around, I don't think it would be in my best interest, because I'm not going to get to the bottom of anything, and I'm going to stir up, and most of the people say, well, no, we haven't found anything. Of course not. I did once go to a local policeman, and this was on the same situation. This was a different police precinct, and I mentioned about this occult factor because I was having to restrain somebody from the OTO, and he said, "Oh, Colt," he says, "you should go to this house." He told me this house to go to in Levittown.
Jeez.
And I go, okay. And I never went to the house. He says, I found out that he's like this weird family there that dress in dark, and then until one time my daughter came home with her little friends, or she had been, and she says, "Daddy, so and so took me to the devil house, and I go, I knew about this devil house because of the cop had told me about it. I said, and I figured out it was the same house. And she said, this is the same mother who took all the little girls to the tiny town in Merrick with the little small houses. And then now she's taking them to the devil house in Levittown on the way home. And and my daughter was in the car, and she saw, there's this little kid who stands out on the swing. She saw the ghost.
Wow.
She was I mean, maybe one other girl saw the ghost. My daughter saw the ghost, scared the crap out of her, and she came home, Daddy, I'm scared. And I, took her and I read this, little book to her that she had when she was little. Read this book to me, Daddy. Light bears.
Aw.
Light bears, and it was all about these beautiful little light bears. And I read it to her, and she just really loved it. Thank you, Daddy. And I got her out of it. And later we went down to the house, and I think my psychic friend Doria, who I adore, said, I think I took her out. She was here, and I think she was spending the night. And me and her and Sky, she wanted to see the Devil House. So I took Doria to the Devil House, and I guess that's where I saw it. And it was just a 2-story house. It's been sold to somebody else. But yeah, so we can't dismiss the satanic occult factor with this character. He was a serial killer, but I would suspect there's more to it. A lot more to it. He was very good at his job as an architect. He said when the people when people have problems, they call me, because he was so good at all the weird codes and stuff, and for architecture and for rules in New York City. Now, if you're really well connected in New York City in terms of real estate, you're in that environment of Satan, and I could go into it. It's really dark stuff. It was so dark that Donald Trump's father says, don't go into Manhattan, don't dare, because he did all his stuff in Queens and Brooklyn, and Donald did. And the reason Donald was successful because of Roy Cohn, and Roy Cohn liked Donald Trump, and probably because he was a big, strapping, handsome man.
Right.
That's probably why. And he just loved Donald Trump, and Donald Trump learned a lot from Roy Cohn and learned how to work the courts and whatnot. So if he wouldn't have been successful without Roy Cohn, in terms of Manhattan real estate, and and I've seen other examples where the judges in the housing courts I'm talking about can be particularly satanic. So for this guy to be so well connected, that would be one connection. And what is, and Douglas, I ask you this: are serial killers lone nuts? Are they lone wolves, or are they typically connected to something like this? And then I will make another comment after that.
Oh, definitely. They're typically connected. This is why they get away with so much. And even though many of them really aren't covering themselves adequately, you would think that anyhow, the ones who get caught are the stupidest ones. And by the time that they get caught, you wonder how they weren't caught, years before. It's as if the police are actively, as you said, evading these crimes. Just basically, they're always kind of out there, and the police will say, "We're working on it." And by the way, it's like obviously we can't go too far with that and just say that they're not trying to do something. But yeah, in some cases, you really wonder. It's these things just kind of hang out there. But by all means, back to your comment, and then I'll show you the latest bit of YouTube harassment that I'm receiving now, which is, we'll see if we can do something about this. Just, it's closed captioning of all things. We've got people who harass us for everything, trying to get the channel shut down. And so they filed a complaint that I'm basically not, apparently just not acknowledging the existence of people who need closed captioning. I thought that came automatically, and of course I didn't, I don't see a need for it because I have no moving pictures. But, such being said, this is another form of harassment that's been filed, and you know, obviously I'll try.
I mean, that's not like you're harassing the people who are hearing impaired.
Apparently, so I mean, I could do the screen share right now to show both of you because
You can probably just click a button and make it.
I hope that's the case. It's like, here we are. Here, I'm sharing screen with both Maria and Peter right now. YouTube caption notification tool, no reply, and basically the header was, of course, captioning complaint. So there's actually a complaint filed. So it says, "Hi, a user believes your video requires closed captioning, and sent a report to YouTube." This is kind of like, it's as if I'm persecuting a protected minority. So we've got this report. I guess we could click on this, and it just takes us back to my video. It's like, there you go. So sure, I'd be happy to put on closed captioning.
Well, yeah. Were you going to say, Mary?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
And of course they got the YouTube captioning, instructors here, Preston Nichols and Duncan O'Finian, and anyhow, I'm being facetious, but apparently I'm supposed to review this video. If I have to review a video to understand how to do this, it's rather frustrating. Oh, we appreciate your understanding, sincerely, the YouTube team. It goes on. Sometimes captions are legally required. The Communications and Video Accessibility Act. I mean, well then, why don't they fucking, make it automatic? I don't get it.
I was gonna say, you know what it is too? When you think about everybody having a show like this, okay, how many people actually have any kind of captions? Because basically, if you're listening to a show,
yes,
you know what I mean? If you're looking at visual, it's different. But if you're listening to a show, you're not going to be listening if you can't really hear that well.
You wouldn't have turned it on in the first place.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. But let me say what I wanted to say about serial killers.
Yeah.
Joe Matheny once put up a Wikipedia entry.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a social experiment. He could manipulate Wikipedia because of all his connections in the tech industry.
Wow.
He could get his
Maybe
name
he could do that for you and I.
He probably could, but I'm not going to ask him, because I don't know what resistance he might come up against. Mm-hmm. He had a lot of problems, even with the fact that he was dealing with me. He just got onslaught. Why are you dealing with this Peter Moon? It was it was just like, God, why are you dealing with this guy? It's like it's something he had to constantly deal with, and I think it only could have encouraged him to deal with me more. But anyway, he got this entry, and it said, he called it 4P Lodge. And I think it was 4P, but it claimed to be an extension of the Process Church.
And wow. Okay.
It was and he wrote this whole thing up, and it was just a big ruse.
Yeah.
But he said it's a social experiment. And he said all he got off of it were just hundreds of requests by people who wanted to learn how to be serial killers.
Why am I not surprised?
And he was, disgusted by it.
Oh, well, he should have been.
Yeah, but this backs up what I was saying about.
That's insane.
Yeah, well, people that are attracted to the occult, or this type of occult, are, go hand in hand with serial killers. So what? Serial killers should go hand in hand with the occult.
Yes.
And he's doing the devil's work.
Yes.
So what, and this would be the connection. We'll also remind people that, right after I refused to take on this book about the son of Sam by one of the people who've been victimized by the occult stuff, they hung this banner off of the Montauk Tower, the Anarchy banner. It was like sending a message to me. And we're in charge here now.
Right.
And and of course, it did not deter me. It did not deter me from working on the time travel stuff of David Anderson's. So, it's a circuitous answer to this guy, but I'd say there's definitely some occult activity connected to this guy, and maybe it'll surface. If it does surface, it'll probably surface on Channel 12, and it'll be oops, oh, we made a mistake there. They won't say they made a mistake.
Right.
But so anyway, that's the answer to that question. We're past the,
yeah.
Go ahead.
The only thing I'll add to that, because obviously, so people understand, this is why I get distracted by this harassment during production. Is they harass me with this just for the reason of taking me away from the conversation. But it goes beyond that. Of course, they're trying to shut the channel down. And like I said, it is important to emphasize while Maria is here, so she appreciates what she's getting into, is that certainly in my case, just the fact that the Facebook is blocking me for 24 hours every time that I publish a promotional banner. This is something that obviously they have assets who are literally inside of Facebook, literally inside of YouTube. So that's how this gets through. And this all has to do with the NSA, and Aquino's network is still very much active. So do understand that Michael Aquino had created a number of serial killers in what he called his California Little League. And one of them was the Golden State Killer, Joseph James D'Angelo. And you're talking about somebody who wasn't caught effectively forever. By the time he was caught, he was so old, he was about to die anyway. It's almost like there was no fucking point. Why even bother? You should never even have arrested him at that point. He was just like beyond justice, and certainly it did nothing to help his victims. But he served, of course, in the U.S. military and was raised in the U.S. military on Army bases. that actually, this is what happens to the kids raised in these daycare centers. He's a product of that. He was one of these people raised. And his family had his father had children in South Korea, and three of them. He was one of them, and he named his three children in the same way that his father named him and his relations. His sister was raped in front of him by officers in full uniform, and he helped cover it up. And we're talking, this is about the age of 9. So 7 or 9, between 7 and 9 years of age. And thanks to Peter helping with the situation right now with instructions for turning on closed captioning.
Well, I realize I might have just that gives you the instructions for turning it on if you want to hear it.
Okay,
I don't know what that means while you're transmitting it. How do you make sure your YouTube videos are accessible to everyone? Okay, here it is. One of the most efficient ways to increase your reach is adding closed captions. Another way is to bring views and subscribers to your channel is to buy YouTube subscribers.
We don't want to do that.
Add closed. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm going to send you the article.
Okay.
So that what I and.
Well, I keep going back to if somebody's having a hard time hearing, this is not where they're going to come.
So it's obviously just harassment. Yes.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. It's so true. Well, we of course we love what you're saying, but you're belaboring the obvious. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, why would they even make that comment? That doesn't make sense. I did want to mention though that people need to be aware that even though there are real negative occultists out there are really positive ones also, and that are trying to counterbalance that.
Yes. And I believe that our dear Maria is an example of that. Thank you. And I do want to report the happy news to both of you. So we've had some contributions from two wonderful people who I believe want to remain anonymous. One from our dear friend who has lost so much, and I won't name him. I'll speak to him privately to ask if he ever wants to be named, but my understanding is he does not, to this point at least. And he was, definitely just a wonderful person. He contributed 100 United States dollars, and we got 20 United States dollars from a lovely lady. And so I won't give any more details. They both want to remain anonymous, so far as I know. So the contributions, yeah, help immensely, and they help towards rent at the end of the month, and certainly help to cover expenses as well. So we'll do our best to meet these challenges and deal with these obstacles, and I'll do my best to try and get some things started between now and December, January, to follow the advice of our dear Maria. And Maria, you're welcome to join us. Now, you yourself, of course, I understand this. I had to go kicking and screaming into various elements of technology, and it was catastrophic. Yeah, it took catastrophes. It took catastrophes to get me to do this. Yeah, and so are you ever going to have Skype where you can join us very casually, or
To really try, I'm a work in progress.
Okay. Yeah.
But I'm trying.
Okay.
And I'm trying to learn Zoom. I'm trying to learn things.
But don't bother with Zoom. Don't bother with Zoom. Just
in
Skype.
between everything else that I do, but I'm really trying. At least, listen, it took a while to even get this website. Yeah. I had a website years ago, and I shouldn't say this, but I had a website years ago. Wonderful, wonderful gentleman was doing my website, and he asked me to pick up his business. He was in 2 different businesses besides that. I picked up his business, and then he became too busy with the businesses he asked me to pick up, and he quit on mine.
Whoa. Whoa.
So
frustrating.
Now, I know. It's like, somewhere there should have still been a balance.
Yeah.
So then I've been asking my son to try to learn all this stuff so he can just he put up a website for me and everything. So he's been really a blessing with that, because he keeps going, don't you want to try doing this? I'm like, just fix it.
No, I get it.
Please fix it.
I get it. If only the youth would understand. I mean, they think it's like something we can pick up or something like that.
Okay, I just sent you some other instructions in an email that
wonderful.
I think it works. I haven't tried it, but
okay,
this is almost such bullshit.
Thank you. Yes.
It also says you should have no spelling errors.
It's
which that's not something you can control.
No, because you're talking.
Because it's generated.
You're not doing that.
Well, that's the funny. It's funny you say that, because I actually make use of closed captions a lot, because a lot of times I'll turn on video and I don't want to hear it. I've had earbuds in my, ears throughout the night, right? So I'll turn on closed captioning, and I can guarantee you the majority of it is just pure crap anyway. They misspell everything because, it's basically an artificial intelligence, quote unquote. It's an expert system that's simply taking the vocal sounds and trying to transliterate them. And so it comes across with just, half the time it's just gobbledygook and word salads anyway. So if I were truly hearing impaired, I would just be depressed. I'd be depressed because, you have to actually think this must be what it means as opposed to what it says. Because sometimes what it'll say is just, doesn't even make any sense in context. But yeah, there you go.
You know what's funny? I had, when I first got the iPhone, I wasn't really paying attention, and it said, you can speak into it and it'll send the text. So, when I'm working psychically, like I said, it's like being psychically high. So I was texting my son, and I didn't look back to check all the words were correct or spelled correctly. Right? And I got a text back from my son that went, "Hey, are you high?" So I look at the text, and it changed words it was gibberish. None of it made sense in the sentence, not one. So I just called him. I said, I'm not texting. Now I text, but it kind of turned me off for a little bit.
Yeah, there you
Made
go.
no sense.
And I appreciate Yeah. I appreciate you sharing that. You know, I
Yeah.
mean, these things are really overrated. I mean, people like they're going, GPT chat, you know, oh man, it's gonna change it all. But at any rate, we love you both dearly, and both of you are welcome to stay as long as you want. But I get the feeling you probably both want.
I want to thank the people who've subscribed to the Time Travel Education Center,
Great.
and you can do that at timetraveleducationcenter.com. You can pick up the Montauk Pulse at skybooksusa.com, and Maria, if you're interested in doing her courses, finding out about her books, which are available on Amazon, you can go to mariadiandrea.com. That's Maria, DANDREA.com. I highly recommend her. She's very effective. She's very good. Anything else you want to say, Maria?
Yeah. I was going to say, you can email me at mdandrea100@gmail.com. And if you're in the United States, you can call me on 631-559-1248 or text me. And I do get back. I'm not around on weekends to answer, but I do get back. You can text whenever you want or email. And thank you so much for having me on the show.
Yeah. Oh, it was our privilege, I assure you. And thank you so much for the reading. And blessed be to both of you. I want you both to have a wonderful night. And we'll be speaking again soon. Certainly, Peter and I will. But we hope that you join us much more often, Maria. And you're certainly welcome to do so.
Yeah. I really appreciate that.
Yeah. She'll be welcome to come over anytime she feels like it. Yes. And thank you. We'll. On Wednesday, I'll probably ask you about some aspects of the Broken Circle.
Sunday night, you mean?
Yeah, this Sunday. This is Sunday. You mean Wednesday?
Oh, Wednesday, that's right. Yeah, I'm sorry.
My day before I take off for Romania on Friday, at which point I'll try and connect on what'll be Monday morning for me or Sunday night for you. And so on and so forth. But anyway, I'll say good night to the audience. Thank you for listening. Thank you to the new people who've come from Maria's public. And anyway, good night, everybody.
And Maria, I'm so sorry. Before you say good night to everyone, I'd be happy to, of course, appear on your program if you wish.
Of course, that would be wonderful.
That would be great.
That would be wonderful.
Yes. So just contact me about that. Peter will give you the contact. I take it you use email or.
Yes, I do.
Yes. Good. Yeah.
It's gibberish. It's not my fault.
Yeah. Understood. So Peter will give you the email address, but by all means, say a proper good night to and good day to everyone.
Okay. Good night, and thank you so much, and have a blessed day.
Okay.
Or night.
Yes. Take care, both of you. Wonderful to have you both.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay, so that was wonderful. Thank you so much. We're going to now try to reestablish a call. We'll call around, see who's open and available, and then we'll try and basically, provide myself a short break from the stresses of production. Short break in which to refresh myself. Oh, hello, dear lady.
So much,
how are we? And I noticed you still have the audio on from the program.
Wonderful.
If there's a way we can get your dulcet tones to replace that. And so, honey, how you feeling?
Call somebody else. I don't know. I can hear you. I don't hear you.
Oh my god, don't panic me. So, dear lady, I was curious. There was something else I remembered. There was ooh. Okay, so she meant it, and call ended. We will try that with Viviana. See if she seems to have the green light on. I believe she left an oral message the other day. I didn't have a chance to review. See if we can. Okay, these rings, of course, are monumentally irritating. there's really no point in my speaking through them because they just they drown out everything else. And of course, this is a necessary part of transmission, simply to provide myself a time to refresh myself and then prepare for the deep dive into monologue. Which I'll be, I don't know if I would use the term happy, but, at least a little, somewhat more open than usual to diving into a bit earlier tonight. Just don't want to start it immediately. Mark H seems to be active, so... Oh, wait, we just had a call. What was that? Oh, I didn't mean to decline the call. Let me... Okay. There we are, honey. So, darling, hey, how are we? Glad to have you back. Why, let me blow some kisses your way. Oh, hey, there's one.
I love you so much, Douglas. You're such like the sweetest, best person I've ever met, and just to hear your voice makes my day.
That's right. Let's have this. Let's have this from now on. Yeah.
I just feel happier right now. Like suddenly I'm uplifted. As a matter of fact, I was getting in the shower. I'm gonna cut it off because I don't even need a shower with you. Like just shower me with your kisses. I feel clean enough.
Yes, that's right. That's right, honey. This is the kind of communications we should be having. Yes, this is like it's like a dream come true. So I guess those wishbones really work. So darling, I'm going to call some others, bring them on with us. And...
Did you kill somebody without me and pull their wishbone apart? That's fucking fucked up. Yeah. You agreed to not kill anyone without me.
I would never dream of leaving you out of such activity. It's something that I know that you were meant to do. Such being said, darling, honestly, you heard the other harassment I'm receiving now. Complaints about not having closed captions.
I heard you got. I didn't hear much. I don't know why you even think I heard that, because 9 times out of 10 I'll cut the show on. I randomly though did hear you didn't have Facebook, and then randomly cut it on again, thinking it was 11:15. Am I getting in the shower or not? Because he's not gold. And I heard the lady talking. This sounds a little old, but she sounds very nice.
Yeah.
And I don't understand what's wrong with her to be on the phone with you and Peter. Very intelligent person, very nice person. Doesn't seem like she has any major. I mean, maybe I missed a major mental issue, but I don't know. Like, not crazy. Like I'm the one that's the fighter. Everybody else got some crazy shit they got going on. What's her thing? Why would she have you be wrong?
It's some.
I'm sorry. I was just kidding. That was total the old Brooke. The new Brooke is like she is so lucky to have spoken to you, Douglas, and like yes. I know that she was educated tonight very well, and it sounded really good. Everything he said was just amazing, and I actually took notes because it was I was taking some of it on myself. You always amaze me as usual.
Thank you. Yes, this new Brooke we love. That's right. This is the kind of new Brooke we're trying to encourage. Let me see now. I'm refraining from calling Joe Tai. We're going to try and call everyone.
Why? We should encourage the new Joe Tai as well. If you're going to encourage the new me, we'll just make everything really boring. We should also encourage the new Ian West that has no conspiracy theories. And we'll just make this podcast all be senior citizens together.
God, anyhow, he went back on blank. He actually was active there for a second. Joe Tai. He heard what I said.
You're so mean to poor little Joe. I actually did not hear the snoring yet. I didn't have time because you gave me, when we talked yesterday afternoon or like early evening, I believe, you mentioned that Viv had a cast that could come up live, and I said, oh.
Yeah. And by the way, she's getting cut off by all the other people I'm putting on. Go on, honey. So did you join the Viv? Yeah.
Oh, I joined the Viv, and the Viv fucked me over, man. Like, I fucked the Viv over, too. I'm just saying, like, I just started talking, and by, like, 3, like, I called her late, and then, like, 3 a.m., I was like, fuck it, I'm just gonna stay awake 4 a.m. I just took Adderall, and
This is the ringing.
Like I was just.
Oh.
I don't hear ringing.
Yeah. No. It's the ringing. The other people. We don't hear it because, thank God, we're tethered to each other. Yeah.
You know who else was on the call all night?
Nemo.
West was on the call all night.
Nemo.
And Nemo.
Yeah.
Nemo was on the call all night. Ian West checked out about fucking, I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, that's amazing to have this little community, this like subculture of people who are getting together to, yeah, and it looks like
it was great. We had some good conversations. Like I literally hate that we were all exhausted and I was, like flying. Like I already talk fast, and then but the only way I could stay awake, like at that point, I was like, I've got to stay awake to get through what I need to do this morning. I had to meet with the ADT security guy, which I won't go into why. Yeah, but I've got the quote for that, and they're coming back out tomorrow. $600 fucking, just to install, and then monthly fees. But we'll see. So, yeah, but
monthly fees. Monthly fees.
If you want like okay, I don't have to have a fucking fee. I can just have a beep and just hope the fucking person that if there was a person that came in my house would be like, oh, beeps scare me. I doubt you have this hooked to a security system, right? I doubt there's been nobody's calling and like sending police here, or like if you have a fire, like it's fire because it also is hooked to your fire alarm. So fire, like it's not gonna call if you're not paying the monthly fee. Also, the security cameras, if you decide you want to go back and see that, if you're not paying the monthly fee, you can't see. You can only see what's downloaded like the last 24 hours to your like little tablet thing. So yeah, they got you.
By the way, snorting is not me. It's Joe Ty. He did respond. So he's.
Oh fuck! That's great, Joe. But if you're gonna fucking do cocaine and not share, just like Douglas, I'm just a both of you.
I don't get high like that.
It's so high that literally Peter Moon is like making me prouder. I'm prouder of Peter Moon than Douglas. I'm just like, let's just like Peter had to tell you, he had to tell you what day it was because you were like, and you were like, no, I mean you mean Sunday, and he's like, oh no, I mean I'm pretty sure today's Sunday. I did hear that. That was nice. Sorry, I mean, I know that was only because I sent you the wrong calendar when I sent you that blanket, and so you had like the 2020 calendar, and that's why you were looking at that, and that's totally my fault. I apologize, baby.
You get quite all right, honey. So it's like I do want people to understand. It's thank God I decided to keep our lovely Lady Brooks blanket. I'm going to send her a money order. We're going to try and work this out. She wants some kind of gift, so we'll see what I can do. And in the interim,
yeah, that'll be interesting. That'll be a great report. We'll see. Well, I'll open it on air. We'll see what you do.
Yeah, oh my God. Well, at any rate, in terms of the this blanket that I have now, sent by Clarice Claudette, she had asked me how it is. I didn't tell her at the time because really you don't know how these things are going to turn out. Like I said, it can hold a fold. It's rather small. It's okay. And it something happened where either we had a power outage and then it glitched, which is possible, or it's already broken. So it's working right now, but what happened doesn't bode well. It had the error display, and the error display usually comes up if there's a power outage. And then if there's a power outage, then it may happen that it glitches like that. It'll display a glitch, the error display. But other than that, it means that it's already on its way out. The error display, it's a sign of that. So that's these things happen. We'll see. Hopefully it was just a power outage that happened while I was sleeping before tonight's transmission. Joe left us. That was brilliant. That was just brilliant. I have no end of praise for for this individual.
Maybe he left because maybe his feelings are hurt. I mean, maybe he was just snoring and I don't know, and you put him down.
He's back. Okay.
Besides that, Joe, can you say hey to Douglas and tell him that you were not purposely snoring last time every time he spoke? I don't know. I haven't heard it yet.
I don't do that on purpose. I wasn't the one that called in. I mean, you guys called me, so I didn't purposely do it. But I'm sorry if I did do it.
What's going on with you physically right now? What is the?
See how he hits stuff? He doesn't know. He says.
No, I mean
I don't know.
the nasal drip. What's this about?
The squeaking, my little clogs I have. Quick walk. It's wet, you know.
What?
Something sounds wet. It sounds like you're like sucking a pacifier.
Yeah.
No, like you know how like when babies
You're sucking on pacifiers? Yeah.
a lot of like juice coming out of their mouth. I'm like,
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I take up for you, Joe, but I gotta say your mouth sounds pretty wet right now. I don't know. Like,
Yeah.
I hope it's for a good.
I just had some watermelon. I guess it's
But
so juicy.
yeah, Douglas thinks that you were moving the phone around, and I haven't heard. Did you move the phone around purposely while you were snoring last time? Why were you not muted while you were snoring?
Yeah, it's my fault. I just fell asleep. Yeah. I should have just muted myself. If I'm not talking, I should just automatically mute it.
Yeah, sure. At any rate, well, we have you on now because I do want somebody to accompany dear Brooke while I refresh myself.
Oh no, I'm hanging up because here's the thing. Ian West was on all fucking night. I'm up and fucking Viv's on there doing her little chit chat and she's not calling in. I'm suck. So no, I'm not sitting here either.
But honey, surely you can provide me that mercy for a matter
I
of...
will give you one break. I will give you one break and then I am gone. Whatever.
Yeah,
Go.
it'll take me about 15 minutes, be generous, I'll be back in about,
How long are your lines of code? Like, I mean, is it like what, 15 minutes?
It's not just the coke, honey.
I know you just shit yesterday, so you're not going to do a shit.
It's refresh myself, take care of a few functions, I'll be back. But give me about 17 minutes at the longest, 10 to 15 to 17.
Back off of Joe Tyson.
Yeah, and so Joe, refrain from doing anything particularly obscene while I'm gone, and be a gentleman.
I don't even know if you can hear me on this, honestly.
I hear you.
Do I sound okay?
You sound fine, honey. You sound great. We love you. And can you provide the adult supervision for Joe Ty here while I'm gone, and then the two of you can talk.
Yeah. You're the worst female you could like pick for adult supervision with.
Hey! You said yourself. You raised kids. You said you're.
While we sit here sober.
Yeah. You said you raised kids. You're a mother figure. Yeah, I'll do that, honey. I'll do that. Well, okay. Now you kind of glitched out.
I am a mother. I didn't have one drug addict. You're glitching on me, so I don't know what's going on.
I am glitching?
Hello?
Yeah. How about you hear me?
Maybe it's just me, Joe. Is it just me glitching? Or
you sound much better now. You sound great now.
I think he glitches a tiny bit. I think I glitch too. So.
What? No, I mean, like, how are we sounding to everybody in the chat room before I leave? Let's make certain that we got audio straight here. Everybody in the chat room, do let us know the quality of the sound, how it's going, and we'll take it from there. With that, some strange sounds from what I presume is Joe Ty's side. Okay, like he's moving around.
It's probably mine. I'm playing with a freaking
mic.
Stupid speaker.
Okay.
Yes, a mic. I'm just keep touching it because I don't know what the hell it's.
Okay, don't touch it. It's like the more you move it, the more we hear.
It goes away with the lighting up. Can you hear me while it's not lit up? Because I thought it's supposed to light up every time I talk.
Oh, I don't know if that's what it's supposed to. It could be that means it's muted or something.
Well, you're hearing me, so it's obviously not.
Okay, then it's working. You sound much better now. So whatever you're doing now, maintain your position or whatever you're doing. That will help immensely. And you have no idea how much I appreciate this. Really, honey, you're a godsend, a lifesaver, all the rest of that. And, hopefully Claire...
No, just the education that you've given me. Like, I went back and looked and, I'll tell you when you get back. But, like, I realized I've been here 10 months.
Yeah. Because,
like, Viv was asking last night how I got on. Just wondering about our relationship and, why it was so odd. And, like, I don't know, why I give you hell? I was like, I don't know what you mean by give him hell. I totally do not give him hell. I totally... try to build him up. But if you think I do, I'm going to build him up even more next time when I get him.
Yeah.
And I told her that I was like, I don't know. I didn't come on the show. You know, I didn't know anything. She's like, you didn't know when you got on the show? So I went back and found my first show tonight. Mm-hmm. And it was 10 months ago. So you have 2 months to our 1-year anniversary.
Great. Yeah. And then we'll celebrate. It'll be like, oh, God. I can't imagine what it'll be like. Yes.
That's okay. I've already hired a couple of Mexicans. They're digging a hole in the backyard. So all you need is show up for the party, but it's like, that's it.
Yes.
All you need is a ticket for Douglas to be in the South Carolina.
I'll have you the longest line of Coke, the best liquor you want.
Yeah. And these 2 Mexicans you hired, they're the Romero brothers, no doubt. Yes, Isaac and Sammy. Yes.
Oh, Nemo, you need to come on. Nemo said talk more about astrology, which is very sweet about him. So that was thinking, you know.
What about Nemo? Since you're fucking in the chat, why don't you come into the fucking call? He says, Brooke, talk more about astrology while Doug is AFK. What's the what is that?
I don't know. I'm pretty sure at the fucking, and he meant hole, in the fucking hole. Maybe he went in the fucking hole. I don't know.
Let's add him.
I don't know. I actually don't know what AFK means. I'm bad with those acronyms. Like
we're too old for that shit. You and I are both too old for that shit. Okay.
Hey, look, I'm listening to you and Peter Moon, and then you're sounding like the oldest one because you don't know what the day it is. And I'm like, am I listening to a senior citizen broadcast? Like, is that what this is turning into?
Yeah. By the way, Nemo has joined, but that was the weird little. What? Why was your voice so? No, we can't hear you.
Was my voice weird or?
His. Yours is fine. It's up better now. Yes, it helps when you put your face close to the mic. Yes. So Nemo has joined us. Wonderful. Say something again, Nemo. Let's test your audio here. Okay. Yeah. It's like taking photographs. You know, everybody is okay. Like, you know, you ask them to stand still and they all start moving, but then when you pull a video camera out, they all stand still. So Nemo, just testing. Okay, do a little testing audio. And he doesn't. Okay.
Nemo sounded great earlier. He had gotten a new microphone, which I think that's there you go. Very good. Yeah,
Nemo. It sucks. Yes. It fucking sucks, Nemo. We can't.
It's better than what he was. I mean, it's like we can hear him at least now.
I couldn't hear. You practically you couldn't. I mean, it was like.
I wish you and Nemo could sometimes. I mean, I would never wish that you and Nemo could trade microphones, and sometimes I couldn't hear you.
But
then I would miss all the important details of the story when I'm like, "Hey, can you tell me what a chocolate bar is?" And then you're like, "Well, let me go to 1874."
Yes. Yep. Nemo, say something, please.
Hello, how are you doing?
Damn, this is like Ouija board shit. It's like, you know, we're doing rapping with the dead on the other side of eternity and shit.
I am just coughing. I'm not even smoking a vape or anything, and I just keep coughing. Like, I don't know what's going on. There's something.
How's the weather going on in your area, bro?
The weather? It's actually pretty good. We had thunder. It's typical summer southern weather, so we have like hot, and then we have thunderstorms usually every day, and it's hit or miss if it actually comes up. So cool. We had maybe 10 minutes of rain, and you know.
So Henny, you got this. I'm gonna go mute. You've got 2 gentlemen with you.
Did you just call me Hannah? You call me Hannah.
I said honey.
Sound like you said Henny.
Yeah.
It did sound like Hannah. It sounded like Hannah. Like it was weird.
I'm slurring my words. Okay.
I'm gonna drink some Henny.
Yes. So at any rate,
I bought a $29. Just let me tell you, a $29 bottle of non-alcoholic liquor tonight because I was at the store and I had seen it before. I'm like, why do they keep selling this? Who would ever buy it? That's what I used to think. And then now that I'm not drinking, I'm like, you know, I'm not really enjoying the coffee like I used to, and Sprite's kind of boring. Maybe a fake little tiki thing will do it because I've been buying the fake beer, like the Heineken beer. But like I'm like, I always thought these people were stupid. I spent $30 on some flavored water to taste like liquor, which liquor is not supposed to even taste like it tastes good. But
but it still makes you high. Still makes you kind of high. It really does because it triggers the same.
I haven't even opened it yet. that. I haven't even opened it. It's still.
Yeah, it triggers the same receptors because the taste will trigger the same receptors.
Well, that's what I figured. It would just trigger the craving, like in that way, but the same way the beer was. But I felt like even though the beer's non-alcoholic, it's got more calories, and this is like 10. So I'm like, oh, that sounds good.
Yeah. So, darling, like I said, you've got this.
Do your cocaine. Do whatever you want to do. Go fuck a girl. I don't give a shit. Like, don't even come back. Just why don't you just go into this? Why don't you go to this state right now? We'll handle it. We'll handle the rest of the night.
Don't tempt me. Got an incoming message. Going to check it, and then before I go, and oh yes, our dear man. Here we are. He converts to. So, anyhow, our man Aristides brings up the fact that not sure about closed captioning on the live. When I've been listening after live converts to saved, I have been able to turn it on. Seems available automatically there. May take time for the expert system to process it, so it's not available live. Not sure. So that would be a point to be made. But who would you even relay that to?
I don't even know what you said. Like you sound like I do when I'm talking really fast on speed. Like it was just boring.
That's what I was going to ask you about the. The other day, I got the context for what happened when I called you, and I believe all of it. Of course, it's all true. But there was still the incident where you had left a message with me. So that you had left a message with me, which, I don't mind this. You left it.
Was it voicemail?
Yeah, voicemail on my cell phone. And it said, fuck you! And, I don't mind that.
I'm pretty that was probably the night that all that happened that I told you about when you called. That's probably when that was.
But how did I got you. Then you tried to call back, and that's what the voicemail was about?
Yeah, because I told you what happened.
No. Yeah, we don't need to go into it now then. Okay, so that's the context for that. Okay. So that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. So, that being said, darling, I can just imagine if closed captioning was trying to cover, say, for instance, Ian West and you swearing and yelling at each other. I mean, that would just...
I would love to see what closed captioning would say for me. There's no way... Between my southern dialect and going fast...
Yeah, it'd just be a jumble of non sequiturs.
Because you could always just tell them, like, you get every, like, 4th word, 20th word she says right. Yeah. I mean, like, I'm like, you're out. You'd be like, I have her on all the time. You can't even get her 20th word right. Like, you can take me down for closed captioning.
Yes. Yeah, it's it is what it is. Nonstop harassment. They'll do anything they can.
I don't think they took you down for closed captioning, though. I don't think they can actually do
It says that it's required by law in some countries. I have to, then find out if it's required by law in your country, that kind of shit. It's like they don't even know what country I'm in. It's
they're getting harder on you because all that stuff coming out with they keep talking about the Nazis in the
yeah, it's true, and you can share that with people a bit. Well, maybe that should wait till I come back. So, but you feel free to talk about that with Nemo and Joe. And of course, make certain neither one of them gets too radical or extreme with what they say about certain peoples or
whatever.
Yeah, I know better.
Thank you. And so my love to all of you. Glad you could all be here. So Brooke, you've got something to bounce off.
I don't know what happened. Did he just go away? I'm hoping he what? You just went out, dude. Like you're blaming all of us. You keep going out.
Okay. Can you hear me? Shit.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay,
I can hear you now.
Okay, good.
Did you get?
I'm gonna go mute, honey, but something's going on your side. There's some kind of like. Let me.
Yeah, it's her side.
Yeah.
Is it my side? Is it my side?
Yeah, because Joe's mute.
All right. Well, I can get off as soon as you get back. So I don't know what else to do because otherwise I get on the phone and that doesn't work out well.
Okay. Well, you've handled it well on the phone for years. Months.
I know. You know what I don't like? When we get into that thing and you have a speaker and I'm on the phone and I can do a loud voice, but you have the speaker and you're louder.
So I love you. I'm going to go mute, honey, and you can be as loud as you want with these guys, okay? I'll be back.
I don't want to be loud. I'm loud enough as I am. But you do sometimes overtime me. Anyway, go ahead and enjoy your Coke. Okay. So Nemo, did you sleep, dude?
Yeah, I got a bit of sleep, but I was just hell bent on making sure I was awake for the delivery guy to come.
Oh, what were you? I forgot. What were you getting delivered today? I forgot.
Bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh cards and shit, and adult toys.
Like, hell not. Like, I remember you were mentioning. What were you getting delivered?
Pardon?
Oh my god!
Yeah, sex toys and Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
You're getting adult toys. The blow-up dock. Can you send the pictures now? Come on, you want to get them on Nemo?
Nah.
Come on, dude. Share some toy pictures.
I'm too busy. I'm actually sorting out my cards as I'm speaking. That's why I was reluctant to join, because I wanted to do my cards.
That's why you were totally awake. You were like, I'm handling this business. This is totally good.
Yeah. Your voice is cutting out, bro.
Really wish you got toys.
What type of toys do you play with, Brooke?
All types.
Is it really toys? Did you really get toys, though, Nemo? Tell him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Nemo's likes his toys.
Yeah.
What else do you like, Nemo?
Just collecting cards and shit. That's all.
Oh, okay. My son collects Pokemon stuff.
Oh, nice.
He's 3 years old.
Yeah, I love collecting children cards.
How about you, Brooke? What do you collect? Brooke? No. She left?
What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you. What did you say?
What type of toys do you like to play with, Brooke?
I don't really like to play with toys. I feel like that's a sin that like God would like punish me and send me to hell for eternity for. So I've just taken that as like a vow, kind of.
She's obviously being sarcastic.
Toy or anything like that.
That's right.
It would be kind of like having. It would make me kind of like having sex if you weren't married.
Is it?
Like I can't imagine someone having sex if they.
You keep cutting out.
It amazes me what people do nowadays. It amazes me people have sex when they're not married or play with toys. I don't understand it. I think they're all gonna burn in hell.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna burn in hell, all right?
No,
I don't know what's wrong with the speaker.
Is it me or is it you,
It's Brooke.
It is totally me, and I don't know what the fuck to do with it, man.
Yeah.
Like it's fucking on and it's plugged in.
So I heard you guys were on Vivian's podcast.
Yeah, it went for 12 hours.
Well, yeah, that was long. Wow, you guys are pros.
We shared a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't get to. I was busy all day. I only.
Vivian set that video to private. I think she's going to fully remove it. She was scared that she's going to get in trouble for posting it because we talked about a lot of things she thinks was taboo.
Oh, Brooke?
No, Vivian. It was Vivian's stream, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought they wanted to dress me up, put makeup on me.
Yeah, I shared some stuff on the live stream. I don't know if it was crossing the line at all, but just like a little kid, a video of a little child handing Joe Biden a vial of blood.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, they're all high as kites. Like, I think all these retired government officials need the blow because they're all so damaged with all those information they have.
Hello?
Yeah, hi, bro.
You're on. We hear you.
I'm just trying to see if the speaker's fucking working before I have to go on the phone. Can you hear me at all? Like, can you hear me okay or no?
We hear you. It's fine.
Yeah,
Your voice
don't hear me
just cut
if
out.
the light goes out. I can't. I don't.
What can't you do?
My voice just cut out?
No, it's good now. I mean, you're doing fine right now.
It's got like 4 fucking different like directionals. Like you turn the knob. I don't know which directional it's supposed to be on. I just keep changing them.
No.
My mic, you got to talk into it on the side.
It doesn't tell me. It's not. I don't have the booklet. I mean, like. Yeah, it doesn't actually. Yeah, it doesn't have like little things you can read. So I need to read a book, I guess. But this.
Hello. Yeah, your voice cut out again.
And, yeah, fuck my life. Okay.
Are you on a laptop or computer?
Yes.
Yeah. Invest in a real good mic.
Yes.
Like the one I got.
Yes, I'm on a laptop. Yeah, I know. I'm on a fucking Yeti, like a smaller Yeti.
Are you using the Snow one or whatever it's called?
The Nano Yeti and then the J.
Yeah, your voice.
Honestly, I think that's because it worked fine last week.
You're
Yeah,
fine.
Okay, I'm gonna go. All right, I'll come back on the phone I'll come back. Whatever.
Right.
All right.
What's going on in your region, Jotai?
Oh, nothing. I'm back into Albany now. I got into an argument with the ex, and it's like I'm trying to help her, but she doesn't realize I'm trying to help her, even though she screwed me over a couple times. But you know, yeah, but it's no big shit, you know. It's all right. Yeah, I'm out of there and get
Did
away.
she cheat on? What? Were you in a relationship with her?
Yeah, she cheated. You know, I told her, you know, if you're gonna have her, if you want to stay with me, you're gonna have to use rubber. If you know, she chose not to use rubber, so I chose not to be with her. So
Yeah. God,
yeah,
that's gotta be fucked up. Like, imagine going down on your girlfriend and you just got a mouthful of another dude's dry jizz.
exactly.
God, how inconsiderate.
You know, I never had. You know, I never had to eat her out. Not really. Yeah. How about you?
I don't socialize, so I just do nothing.
Oh, okay. All right. So, how's your sister? Is she all right? I know she's mentally damaged by your father, but
No, I don't have a sister.
Oh, I thought your father had molested your sister or something like that, didn't he?
No.
No, it wasn't you. It was somebody else, I guess. All right. Who was it? Hello?
What?
No. Oh, you don't have a sister. Okay, all right. Aren't you on
Yeah.
disability or
You
something?
got me mistaken with someone else.
Oh, I'm sorry about the name. I don't know who I was making confusion with. Okay. So,
Yeah, no worries.
So what's up? What was the taboo thing Vivian was talking about? 12 hours. Wow.
Yeah, Ian was sharing some shit, streaming some stuff. We're all just talking about controversial topics and stuff Vivian's not really used to talking about, but she handled it. She's just scared that she was going to get a strike on her channel, so she just decided not to have that full live stream put up on her channel. She said it privately.
Oh,
I don't blame her.
Yeah, she's very official type of person. She doesn't have stuff like me. Man, I Douglas shouldn't be afraid of me because I don't have a college. I don't have a college degree that makes me, I gotta be careful what I speak about. Unless you were in college and you got a degree, you gotta be careful what you talk about. But that's one thing good about not getting a degree from a college. You can speak what, like me and Ian, we're nobodies really. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah.
I don't know why he would be so. We can rant all we want. You know what I'm saying? He can't.
Me and Ian need to have our own fucking live stream or podcast, and we can talk about a lot of deep, controversial shit.
I think we should do that, okay? I think you got that right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just a joker here, you know what I'm saying? But,
yeah, you'd be welcome to join. Me and Ian are pretty good at going back and forth on stuff and talking. We're on the same level on certain things when we're in a stream of consciousness.
Oh, yeah. Ian's a great guy. I mean, he just get programmed real fast and make it sound everything looks real, but sometimes you got to double think some of these stuff. But
yeah, you got to be careful what you look up and read and see.
Yeah, because there's a lot of disinformation. You know what I'm saying?
Whenever I'm on BitChute and I'm seeing people talk about, satanic pedos and that, but they keep bringing up fucking Fox News and Donald Trump, and I'm like, yeah, I can't watch that shit. That's just horseshit. Right-wing propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. he has to bring something up besides the Fox News and the ones that don't make that already has been disproven to be false. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and they try to put Tucker Carlson on a high pedestal, and he's just another puppet fucktard regurgitating misinformation on mainstream.
Yeah, just Tucker's father is a CIA agent. My God. Yeah. And
that's no surprise.
Yeah, exactly. All these newspapers and all these things are controlled. When I was growing up, I had a journalist teach me English.
Right.
Like a local journalist. He was in the Lou Ocanica. I mean, he was a good after school teacher for me. It was one of my friend's father.
All right. Was he older than you?
Oh, he was much older. He's like now he's probably 100 years old. He was in World War II in one of these Japanese occupied islands, and he showed me. I asked him, "Oh, did you kill anybody because you were there?" He never answered. He was a nice guy,
Right.
And he knows that about culpability. You know what I'm saying? He doesn't want to talk about killing people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I grew up with all these veterans. I mean, they were all around me. I mean, when I was young, we had a dishwasher. He was like my stepdad. I grew up with this tall Irish guy, Richard Flanagan.
Right.
And he was in the Korean War as a Red Cross guy, and it was taught. I get to learn about American culture through him. And it was interesting. He had a lot of interesting stories, but sometimes it's more. He actually looked like Trump. This Richard Flanagan. I was like this small Chinese kid, and like 8-10 years old.
Were you treated pretty fairly when you came to America, or did you face some discrimination for being Chinese, or was it?
Well, when you're with little kids, and when I moved out of Chinatown, of course you're gonna have people that look different. But I learned not to make it so they get to me, and they and they don't even bother me because I don't react to their.
Don't give them satisfaction by acknowledging them.
Exactly. You just don't acknowledge them. They can say whatever. Yeah. So
they
what?
just look like a fool. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I had cousins that had it worse. I mean, June, she's a chemist, but I was surprised she married a white guy because when she was in high school, I heard the story where some kid spat at her. Yeah, and called her a gook and all this shit because I think his father died in the Vietnam War or whatnot, or some shit like that. But I don't know. But she had it worse. But I learned not to, get physical in any matters.
I could never see why anyone would want to be mean towards Asian people, because they seem very honorable and respectful and well educated and intelligent, at least most of them, compared to Americans, and that they're just trying to live their life and start a family, and they're obeying the law.
Yeah, I just don't get it, but it happens. I guess it's just the ignorance.
Oh my God. Well, the good news is I just got back in. Nemo's voice is much better. What happened to Brooke?
She kept cutting out, so she had to leave.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, her microphone issues. She's going to come back on her phone, she reckons.
Delightful. Okay. And can you imagine closed captions with this shit, what it would sound like.
Yeah, it'd be redundant.
Yeah. So, of course, it's all just harassment, but, it does bear for some amusing, afterthought or something like that. So, anyhow, so I'm proud of the two of you carrying out a conversation. I didn't get any hint as to what it was about. May I ask?
What I just recently asked was, like, how was Joe Ty's experience coming to America and all that when he was younger?
And, oh my God, what did he say?
Oh, he just said it wasn't that bad. He said when he left Chinatown, he was facing a little bit of discrimination, but he didn't give them any satisfaction by acknowledging their ignorance.
Okay. That's well said, Joe. I'm proud of you. That's almost as if you had a screenwriter do that for you. Did you, I shouldn't be so vicious, but I have to get back some way for the snoring the other day. At any rate, Joe, so when Nemo, you missed it, and believe me, you're the better off for it. When we originally called Joe, he had these horrible slurping, smacking sounds.
Yeah, I heard it. I was listening.
Oh yeah. My fucking God. Then he said it was this juicy watermelon. Imagine that on closed captioning. What are those noises, Joe? Watermelon, squishy, juicy. It just it would just be so, just obscene. It's like, it would be like text sex.
Yes.
At any rate, oh, thank God, Brooke's active
like
again.
A videoless mukbang.
Yeah. What's that?
Like a videoless mukbang. You know, the feedings.
Oh, right, something. I'm not quite...
Just audio, yeah, no, but video, people post videos of mukbangs of them eating food, and you watch and hear them eat. Like, it would have just been a videoless and only audio mukbang of them eating.
I don't even know that. That's an Australian term, right? Mukbang?
No, it's... I've learned it from Americans doing it, mostly. Just on YouTube, posting videos of them eating.
Jesus
People
Christ.
apparently like to watch that.
And Joe, what did you call this?
It's Korean. I mean, they started this.
Right.
That's why they call it mukbang, I guess.
Okay, because I knew the term didn't make any fucking sense. So now that you tell me it's Korean, that makes sense. That sounds Korean to me. Mukbang, yeah. Yeah. So, oh my God. So it's like, Joe. So tell us about this. When did you start producing mukbangs?
Oh, I haven't. I mean, I just did it by accident today.
Why don't you do it like for real, and then you'd probably be bringing in all kinds of money for yourself. I mean, it'd be kind of like that William Hung guy from that America's Got Talent. It'd be like Joe Ty.
I actually met the guy who co-produced for this guy.
For William Hung. Why did he not? He's such a eye for talent. How did he not grab you up?
No. Well, I don't sing, so.
Neither does William Hung, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah, the guy is, mentally challenged, you know what I'm saying? But,
You don't say. Oh my God. It's like, at any rate. Okay, I'm gonna refrain. Brooke, please, come on, help me out here, please.
She needs that women's voice.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I feel like you're doing so well, honey. I mean, you're handling the show as always in the perfect manner, and I just want to hear you talk more to Joe.
You just had to realize my ultimate nightmare. You had to leave Nemo and Joe alone. Now, granted, they handled it quite well, considering I'm proud of them both for not going off some deep end. But
I'm considering today that Nemo stayed home just to get his packages.
Nemo never leaves his home. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm always home.
Wait, he said wait to get the packages. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get much sleep, so I just wake up and waiting around for.
Wait! No! I know I am going to regret this. I know I'll regret this till the day I die.
Go ahead.
It's so I'm reading this right now, like, and just as a forewarning to, to everyone. Dear Brooke, when she got angry the other day, left me some messages saying, I know you're going to read this. Just do me a favor, because I do that. Always leave a note saying, do not read this out loud, in uppercase, when you leave me something you don't want me to read. And that way
I just fucking think, personally, I don't know anybody else, when you private message somebody and don't do it in the group chat, and you're like, hey, I'm getting off because you sucked it. I don't need you to read that on air.
I don't see what the harm is. It's not like what you just said is not like something like would shock people. It's like everybody would hear that and it would just be par for the course. You say that while you're on bandwidth. So it's not like, how would that be any different? It would just be like,
then you're repeating something I say that I privately message you, like it's like writing a
by
letter.
By the way, this is not what I'm going to regret. So what I'm going to regret is this. So in the text box, Nemo says, obviously.
Hold on, dog. I'm going to type something.
Okay, he's going to type something. Probably do not read this out loud. Okay. Fucking brilliant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's amazing. Joe, it's like...
Somebody has to tell you that. That's the fucking problem. Like, you know how me you not say this ever.
Okay.
Ever.
All right.
Oh my god.
Absolutely. I mean,
let's change subject. Let's.
Okay.
What's going on?
Moving the subject. Yeah.
Right.
The guy in the tent. The guy in the tent. His sister called the police on you. You were pulling up her dress. How did that happen?
Well, she grabbed my phone. She was stealing my phone.
A rich billionaire that lives in a tent?
Yeah, the billionaire that lives in a tent. His
The
sister.
millionaire, but the DP is got his bank account for all his pollution on his property.
DP is an acronym for what?
Department of Environment Protection.
No, that's the EPA. Sorry.
Yes, thank you.
I mean EPA, and yeah.
Okay, now granted, I mistook what day it was, before I had my Coke. But it's so Joe, the lady finds you in a tent with her brother. You are surprised that she did not find this suspect? You just expected her to accept this.
I mean, how the hell can you let your demented brother with cancer in a fucking tent and not give him his disability money? I mean, that's fucked up.
I want to hear this story. What did she tell you? She's
like, oh, you stole my brother's phone. I said, I never stole anything. I even gave him camping gear and a fucking bed so he can be off the fucking concrete. This bitch just jumped and ran off with my fucking phone. You know what I'm saying? And she's fucked up too. I mean,
it sounds like she's toothless. Like, it sounds like she's also on the homeless streets. I mean, it doesn't sound like she was running off in a Rolls Royce. If she's jacking a phone, she thinks it's already stolen.
She had mentally challenged daughter from the first husband.
How did you find this out?
Because I've been talking to the brother. I was trying to figure that shit out, and I get a bunch of fucking stories from him.
How do you have the time for this?
Well, I was sort of, I had plenty of time because I was working in the Chinese restaurant.
Why did you not take an actual phone, your phone, and record all these interactions? You could have probably, at some point, you said something stupid or heated enough that you would have already hit the fucking.
Yeah, I should have done that. Shit, it would have been fun. This guy claims to have played football in NFL and also Trump's football.
It would have been either horrible to watch. It would have probably been horrible to watch, but I feel like there would have been a moment that just would have gone viral. There's something.
Yeah, when I talk to some of these really old white guys, I mean, they got interesting stories, man. Very interesting stories, I mean.
Stories is the word for it.
That's what I think every time I talk to Doug. When Doug and Peter are on, I'm always like, these old guys.
If if they're drunk enough, I mean, or if you know them well enough, they'll open up, or if they're fucked up enough. But the ones that aren't as fucked up, you can't get shit from them. They just keep their fucking mouth shut.
Pain in the asses, I know, right?
Yes, it's like, I don't understand. Why do you feel that you could extract any iota of wisdom from someone on the street when you have issues of your own? It's like, and then the more you get from these people, the more discombobulated it sounds. Now, how did you get your phone back? And how was it that she wound up being stripped down? The girl, again?
Well,
Why do you do that yourself, Douglas? You don't, like, I find his stories completely, like, there's nothing that upsets me. But you continue to ask questions while stressing yourself out to almost PTSD.
We were changing. We were changing.
That, bro. I always turn him on for that.
Brooke, we were changing the subject, so I figured this was a good way to get us out of one subject into another one.
How did you get your phone back, and why are you doing what you do? Period.
Yeah. Why does he go hang out with people in tents out in the middle of parking lots? That, and it just gets worse and worse. It's like Sammy.
Just intriguing. How the hell you have a tent in like a nice little town? I mean, and look like you're homeless. You know what I'm saying? I was laughing my ass off.
Apparently, California lets you put tents right on Main Street.
Yeah, she's right. She's right. I mean, if you come to San Francisco, the tents are everywhere. We got tents.
I understand your cities, but yeah. I'm in like a small little town. You know what I'm in this little.
I got you here. We don't let the tents be seen, right? They are fucking in their bridge somewhere.
Yeah, somewhere like that.
Coming out, those cops run them out. We don't want to see you. They don't want to know that you exist. Okay.
Exactly, Brooke. Exactly.
So what you're saying is that somehow this individual is privileged and is.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
It's. I can't go on like this, Brooke. It kills me.
What's the thing? Not my monkeys, not my circus.
You
always, you bring that up. It's your show, right?
Yes. No, honey. I've got you here to be the adult supervision.
This was a good show. I should have like a show. Go to these homeless. What is this? The white underbelly, something like that. You know, I'm interested in all these crazy homeless.
You should totally do that, and
right,
like a Buddha, dress up like a Buddha.
Yes.
Put the robe on with a little tie around your belly, and just like you're going to like kill him. That's fucking.
What? Oh no! I just twitch my nipples. You know what I'm saying? Make it jiggle.
Whatever you do.
Okay. See that just. Thank you. I can't even. I can't even eat for the next several days now after that. Now Nemo sends us a photograph. Been sorting out my rare Yu-Gi-Oh card collection. Honey, you should have heard this, Brooke, when we had some...
I thought he actually got sex toys. Apparently he got cards, okay?
Yeah.
I thought he was sex toys.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm not going to send you pictures of that.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, honestly, I can't remember who was on with us. We had some young lady on with us, and it wasn't you. It was either... Viviana, some other young lady, I can't remember who it was, when Brendan Zoget and Nemo Albano started talking about their Yu-Gi-Oh card collection. And it's like Sammy Romero said, you could just hear those pussies dry up, in the room, just instantly.
No girl wants any of that.
Yeah.
Brooke is the lesbian still, right? Or what's this? Do lesbians play with male parts or women?
Of course I do. Don't you watch porn?
Oh my God. How old is Joe Tai? There's Arrested Development here. Brooke, take over.
He's from the 50s.
I just have to figure out what type of toys Brooke has. You know what I'm saying?
Why
don't you just go on Amazon? You just type in best toys for females. You mail them all to me, and I'll let you know.
Oh yeah, this homeless guy. Okay, he has his wife has a company. It's called a White Cracker, and I think it's called White Cracker. I forgot
You're
what
making
it is.
this up.
The homeless guy has a wife.
Yeah, in North Carolina.
It's a big house.
Is this like? I think I figured it out, Brooke. I think I figured it out. What it is he's in a virtual reality game. This is his second life avatar. This is what I figured out this is.
I two drunk women, and it's all fucked up in the brain. You know what I'm saying? The wife can't handle him. I mean, he has cancer, and she just wants that, alimony from him.
They were in a matrix. I really feel like you're in your own matrix there, dude. And I actually wish I was there sometime. I want to see this homeless guy. I want to go back to the part where I don't even know what sex toy you would use on a woman. Like, I don't even, what would that be like? I don't fucking know.
All that Coca-Cola, the liquid Coke, went right up my nose. Oh, that burns after the booger sugar. It really does burn. That fucking sucks. Okay.
I was laughing my ass off. I mean, it's funny, man.
So Nemo, what was the conversation with Viviana last night when Brooke came on? What happened? The two of them, did they bond or what?
Yeah, we were talking a lot about theistic topics, astrology topics.
I thought Viviana asked Brooke how she had met me. I thought Viviana had asked Brooke about how she had met me.
Pardon, say that again. She had what when she met you?
Oh, remember how Viviana at one point I told him when he first was on earlier, he was asking and I said, oh yeah, and Viviana was asking also, because I went back and looked up the first show, because Viv was asking about how I give him hell and our relationship, and remember how she was asking for details of our relationship? Remember that? And then wanting to know how we met?
Right.
Nemo, so you do remember this?
Didn't she say you and Douglas are going to get married? Is that what Viv said?
Yeah, she kept telling me that I asked you to marry me. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you were talking about. I was like, if you're talking about 5 months ago and I was fucking drunk as shit on my ass, maybe I said that. I don't remember. But
Then Ian West said he wants to marry Doug.
Yes, Ian West was still I'll marry him. He was just trying to shut fucking Viv up because he knew I was about to go. I was like, I'll admit to anything. I'm fucking screwed up in the head at times. I yell. I've been drunk on air before. And admitted that. I do not remember. And that's when I said, when did this happen, Viv? I'm not saying I wouldn't. She was like, well, you asked Douglas to marry you. Y'all getting married. When are you getting married? Oh, what are you talking about? When are you getting married? Well, you asked him to marry you. I'm like, oh, well, I don't remember asking him, number one. So I don't know when we're getting married because I don't remember his answer because I obviously don't remember asking.
Right. Yeah, I never heard you saying anything about wanting to marry him either.
I remember it, but we can leave that for another time.
Okay.
It takes us into territory that is, it's like, the Matrix that Joe Ty lives in. It's it's you can't escape.
It just bitch. What date? What date was it? I'm not accusing you of lying. I just
it's I don't. Yeah, in this case, I couldn't care less if you accused me of lying. I couldn't remember what date that was. Oh my God! It's I couldn't even remember what day it was earlier in tonight's transmission. For Christ's sakes! Before I did my lines, Jesus Christ! Come on, honey, have a heart.
Anyway, I think it's funny, but if I did ask you to marry you, did you say yes?
It wasn't like that. It was it was. We'll get into it privately. It's one of those things that it was semi-public, semi-private. It was really bizarre. It was one of these transitional moments. I mean, face it.
I asked Ian West to marry me once he said he would take. Remember the whole Viagra?
My nose. Yeah, fuck you, my nose. Yeah. Shit. Yeah, I remember that, of course. So, for those of you who don't get it, Ian West said he had this special cocktail for sex, which tells us a lot about what he needs to get it up, which was basically a combination of Viagra, Adderall, and, come on, honey, help me out here, cocaine.
He said a line of coke or a line of meth. I think he said a line of coke.
Yeah, it was cocaine, Adderall, and
a 30 milligram Adderall, which is the strongest you can take, and then a freaking Viagra.
Yeah, that's right.
And go to the bathroom and do before you had sex every time.
Yeah, and so she said, if we get the conditions, there were prenuptials involved here. The prenuptials being that he get a kick-ass insurance policy, and then she would have sex with him all day so long as he kept popping that cocktail, because obviously that was going to kill him within days. And so there you go. That did occur. Yes, that is on record.
It's still on the table. I mean, anytime. It's still, if he gets desperate, needs somewhere to live. It's on the table, guys. I'm not killing him. If he wants to take that himself, we still go out with a bang, man. He'll go out fucking high and know, with me, I mean, like, I got strong. Like, I don't know. We've got ADT coming, so apparently I'm looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, yes, honey, you're looking great, honey.
I was just kidding. Like, the neighbor's been a little weird lately, but no, I just was getting ADT because I want to keep eye on the dog.
That's the best way to die, Brooke. With Brooke, that's the only way to die.
Right. Thank you, Joe.
She makes you an offer, okay?
At least one person on this show will definitely die with me.
That's scary. Okay.
Well, I remember Brooke made me an offer too if I get her a boob job. I think. Right?
I'm fairly certain that never came across. I don't even think I've ever been that drunk to be like, yeah, come. I mean, I might have been like, Joe Ty, send me $10,000 and I'm gonna let you come down. I just want to get the check. I don't think that I was like, hey, buy me a boob job and I'll fuck you all day, Joe Ty.
No, you didn't say fuck me. You would say you go down on me. I said you could never.
Oh, I know that's a fucking lie because that's a Doug lie. That's a fucking damn lie. I've never been drunk. I'm not drunk enough to say that to somebody I fucking like.
I didn't lie.
That's
you
funny.
go back and we'll search it. I mean, that's what you said.
But I'll tell you what, I will admit
I said nobody could ever
quit
me off.
I quit drinking without going to AA, but I swear to God, if I hear myself say that I was go down on you, I'll go to AA and crawl in there. Like, I live here. I need to repent for my sins.
Yeah.
Yes, that is. It's kind of like when I asked Maria Carmela Saldana when she said, "I get so sensitive to various elements that I can contract them through other people's bodily fluids and have a anaphylactic shock that could kill me." And so I said, "So what would happen if you had?"
With fucking damn Ian West because he has the same fucking problem. He grabs his back.
Yeah, that's what I asked her. I said, what would happen if you had sex with Ian West? And that's when she said, don't make me answer that. I can't answer that. That's something that, basically she said that, she would die before that happened. That was really harsh. Yeah, it was, yeah.
That's harsh to Ian, man. I'm pretty sure Ian can pull up some. Yeah, I've seen Ian in his cool glasses. Ian can look cool, man. So I'll give Ian creds on that. But, yeah, he's probably got some, worms crawling out of him in the bag. Other issues going on with his mental health.
Well, they got parasites all over,
Wait, you have bed bugs because you were snoring and they were moving your phone around last week.
Yes, that's, Peter Moon feels that the show took you over and that you let it happen because you secretly resent me and you were in a competition with me, that you were trying to drown me out. That's what he feels.
Yeah, he's calling me Cho for Joe.
Yeah, he said Cho Tai. He was calling you Cho Tai.
Cho Tai.
That's actually pretty fucking good. I believe more in a Joe tie than a Cho Tai than I fucking do a fucking Choa. And I would believe in them, but fucking Peter Moon brings them up every 5 minutes, so it's just gotten old. Like, it's like, I can't Choa. I mean, I don't know. Can I give me some of that chocolate, man? It sounds good.
Oh,
Joe Chocolate.
Yeah, you remember what Brendan Zoget said? He said it's really
No, Brendan Zoget. You're not allowed to say his name. By the way, is he alive?
I told you, I assume that until he proves otherwise, I'm going to go with him being dead. I just, I've had people die on me all my life. It's I worked in security, mercenary contracts.
I know. I messaged him after Nemo and I, when we were on Vibs, and Nemo mentioned that he was not on Facebook.
He removed me from Facebook friends list.
And then you said he hadn't removed me, and I hadn't even looked. Cause I guess you had looked at my friends list or something, because you said something about me. And so I looked at my friends list, and I realized his messages were no longer there. I couldn't access them.
Huh. Well, I'm still his friend. Not that means much.
Send him a message. See what it says. Go ahead.
I already did. I told him today he had a technical emergency concerning this caption demand.
Did he reply back? No. I sent him a message on I was able to message him on Skype, and I said, hey dude, I don't really care, like, if you just dissed out of this whole party scene that's totally uncool. That makes sense. You woke up on your vacation and realized this was not the place to fucking come back to. Like, But I was like, I just want to know you're okay and alive. Like, you helped me out before. I just want to know you're okay. And I got nothing. I've got nothing back. It doesn't make me feel that great. Like, it's like, I don't know.
It is.
I
mean, like, I have stood next to people whose heads exploded because a sniper bullet took them out. So you just, after a while, you just assume some people buy it and you just live with it. You just roll with it. I hope that's not what.
I just randomly don't come on again forever. I know a lot of people will be happy. Don't get me wrong, but that's what you're gonna do?
No, it's not like that with you. I mean, and with Brendan, believe me, I care to a degree. I mean, I hope that's not what happened to him, but it's not like I've been provided any real way to, communicate with him otherwise. So if it did happen to him, there's nothing I could do about it.
For like months, just suddenly like we're not arguing. I just hang up, and then just months go by. I'm not fucking answering.
Well, obviously I would pursue it, but it's in his case, what am I supposed to do? I mean, he's a big boy.
I don't know. What town does he live in?
Sacramento, the capital of California. You mean, I know you know that. I'm not saying that to just for listeners who might not know.
That twice.
Yeah.
That is you have told me Sacramento.
Yeah, but don't take it personally. It's for our listeners. Any listeners out there who may not.
Yes, because all the listeners are sitting around being like, here's the thing, Douglas. Either they know the capital already, or they don't give a shit to ever know it. Wait, you're boring them. Like, I know Sacramento's the capital, or I
get it. I get it. Some people appreciate it. Believe me. By the way, okay. Troy Bellamy says.
Everybody in the chat, somebody put everybody that learned something about Sacramento.
Troy Bellamy says, "Good evening, Dietrich Verse. I will be listening tonight on YouTube. Got an early day tomorrow. Well, I feel sorry for you. That's all. That's what I have to say to Troy. See, I mean, I care about Troy, and if something happened to Troy,
why don't you go? You know what you should do? You should volunteer to come in to Troy's school and do like a learning show. I don't know. I mean, Troy will probably get fired just for having.
Yeah.
I told Douglas to go to Florida to become a teacher. I mean, they got lax certification for people down there.
They'll never allow him to be a teacher because he's just too brutally honest.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
You think I can be a teacher?
Oh yeah, you'll be a great teacher, Brooke. You'll get an apple every day. I mean, you're hot as hell. I mean, I don't think they'll learn anything.
If you want to know what kind of teacher Brooke would be, watch the movie Bad Teacher. There's the movie called Bad Teacher, which is just basically Brooke Gibson as a teacher. It's really fucking funny.
Actually, I've seen that movie, and that is pretty much what I would be as a teacher. I thought about subbing before. I'm like, that would be totally me when I watch that movie.
Yeah. So you've seen the movie. You saw the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's you. It's you. Jesus Christ. Yeah.
I forgot about that movie, but yeah, I remember it. She was good, man.
Yeah. Yeah, they should have been a sequel. But go on. Yeah.
Dog, if you ever come across billions of dollars, open your own private academy.
Well, there you are. Like Tate. Yeah, there we are. So, by the way, this is an illustration, Brooke. I don't know if you can see it. This is an illustration I provided Nemo of Unterland. So this is one of the illustrations of Unterlanders and the people of the lands below. And so hopefully that gives you some idea of...
idea of what? What are we talking? I mean, because you're not... This is what I mean. Like, where are we going here?
Oh, and nothing. It's just he put that up as basically kind of like his avatar.
All I see, I don't see him. All I see are cards in the chat.
Oh,
no,
it's in his what do you call
background?
His background. His background.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you look at the chat, it's his Yu-Gi-Oh! And
no, I did see that come on. I thought it was some stupid fucking movie. Like, what is that movie?
It's from it's video game Killzone.
I'm sorry, honey. I mean, well, I'll explain that to her. The video game Killzone was designed by a bunch of Danish people, and they the same place where our holistic nurse comes from, the guy who's over there who recommended the beef liver, but you probably thought it was Iron Sky or something like that. I think is what Brooke was thinking of.
No, all fighting and a bunch of comparisons. I didn't even look at the Nazi symbol behind him, and to be honest, I just thought it was some war game. Okay. And it reminded me, though, when I went back and looked, it reminded me of Lord of the Rings. Remember that Lord of the Rings where they had all those fucking dark shadow people coming out?
Okay. Yeah,
yeah, but Brooke, those soldiers you see, those are basically what the Unterland people look like when they resurface. They'll be in that type of apparel.
Yes, it would be the kind of hat, basically a kind of environmental suit, so that they wouldn't be exposed to all the hazards of biologicals we have up here. We're a seething mass of infection as far as the Winterlanders are concerned. Their environment is much more sterile.
Why don't they fucking stay there? Why don't they just kill themselves off and go to fucking hell or heaven or wherever the fuck they're going next, and so we don't have to worry about them?
Well,
we don't have to worry about them. The covenants of the satanic cabal that rule the earth has to worry about them.
Yes, yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, I'll put that into some other context at some other time.
Oh, why don't you contextualize it for me? Contextualize it for him. Why don't you say, let me
because that would don't need to go down that rabbit hole right now. What I want to do right now is take another. I'm sure.
Take a break. We're here.
Take another short break since you're here, because you abandoned me on the first one. I'll be back in a few minutes. Just
my microphone. I mean, you know what? I'd have a microphone if somebody'd send me my $100 fucking to Amazon back.
Yeah, I said the 4th.
You know what? The 2 days you get a fucking year where you get a great sale for having Prime, I missed.
Yeah. At any rate, I will mail you that on the 4th. You should get it very shortly after the 4th.
I told you you'd better not mail it with, you know.
Yeah, I'll try and put something in it. We'll see. I'll do my best.
You do your best. Go ahead and do your best.
Yes, and right now I'm going to do my best to refresh myself again. I will be back in just a few moments, and then we'll take it from there. We'll take it from there. But yeah, since you abandoned Joe and Nemo on the first break,
I didn't abandon Joe and Nemo. They were having a little love fest on the cards, which I thought were yeah. I thought it was cards that came with sex toys. I was still clueless. I was like, I don't know what they're going on about.
But Joe doesn't even have Yu-Gi-Oh. Joe, you don't.
Oh, he just said cards, and I thought he meant cards that came with his blow-up doll, and I just went with it. I was like, looking at the cards.
Also,
the only cards I like are the nudie cards with the.
Yeah, of course. Yes, he went steady with a deck for years when he discovered it in his daddy's drawer. Yes. Okay, we are going to. He found it in the cabinet by the bed, and he just never let go of it. So, honey, I'll be back in just a few minutes. Honestly, I have a wanker in my eye. I have to get out of my eyeball. It's excruciating, and she usually gives me hell for using that term. She let me go this time. It's
worst fucking term in the fucking world. I'd rather you be like, I'm going there to take a shit and jack off while I'm doing it, and say I got a wanker in my eye. It's so
That's funny.
So, darling, be the adult, handle these guys, and I'll be back. Okay, very soon.
Okay.
So, bro, are you still a lesbian now, or what's the?
Oh no, fine. I've decided it's been long enough since I've had sex. I'm pretty much a nun now at this point.
Huh? Nun?
You're on and off? Or what?
I'm a nun.
A nun.
My life.
You haven't gotten none. Okay, all right. Okay. So, okay, let's get off that subject. So, are we gonna do the dog academy, or because you got like a lot of acreage somewhere? What's going on? Are you really thinking about doing that business over there in South Carolina with the large properties you have?
The 501c3, yeah, but it's a 501c3 it just takes a while to get that approved. Like, and it's so much paperwork. You usually end up having to go through a lawyer unless you know it's.
Oh yeah, you got to go through planning boards too, right? That's it.
Yeah,
and you have the engineers and all this stuff.
Yeah, once you get it all filed, which is so much paperwork, that I'm probably just going to end up having to hire a lawyer. Like, it's just unbelievable. But then because it has to be right, and then they take the time to look at it, and you have to prove, the certain.
Wouldn't it be easier for you just to buy a kennel or something than trade it for a kennel or something?
Do what?
I mean, some people might have a kennel already established or a farm.
Okay, I don't think you understand. Like,
that's
zoned out. There's dogs dying every day in South Carolina, being put to sleep, and people are still breeding them. We have signs up, and this is horrible, I actually think, because they're giving away dogs for free, and the signs are on every fucking corner. Our shelters are now like free dogs, which they rarely do that. Because when I was at rescue, the reason we don't do that is because when we give away a free dog, not you get so many dog fighters, because we have dog fighting is very heavy here. The people grab the dogs, and they'll get, if there's pits, they'll use them for fighting if they're fightable, and if they're not, they just use them for bait dogs. They don't even, and if it's not a pit, I mean, they'll throw a collie in there, they'll throw a chihuahua in there to bait them up, right? Like, so it's so sad to know that some dogs are going, and there's just not enough homes and money, but yet people are still breeding them, and not just, people breed dogs, and I get, people want a certain dog or this dog or that dog, right? But take your fucking dues, man. Pay your dues. Like,
I think we should outlaw these factory breeding farms. I mean,
we should, and I think we should. I mean, honestly, there should be more laws on it. But in the South, like, they don't want laws on any of it, because what happens is once you go laws on animals, right? So if we were to say, like, what there really should be is like, okay, you apply for the same way you apply for a driver's license. You want to breed and make money, because you got to remember that's income, and they're not claiming it, and they're making money. That's what people are doing now.
Absolutely, that's right. They should make the yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. Maybe
like,
go
tax deductible.
Well,
they just don't report it. I think that's what Brooke is saying.
And so if there was, all you had to do, I mean, it's very simple, just like most things that they don't do for another reason, for whatever reason they don't do them. But this one is, again, back to money and the bigger people paying them, which are our farms. And we don't want to give dogs rights, because it's going to move into cows, and soon you're going to say we have to take care of cows.
I think you should have the shelters force these breeders to pay for all these mistreated dogs that are coming out of.
Only Congress could force that, not somebody like Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham can't even admit he's gay. Do you think he's really going to be like, I'm also take up for dogs? Like,
so you're talking about federal law instead of your local.
Not federal law. I'm talking about South Carolina state law. I'm talking about state law. You would have to have that. You would have to have a state law passed. I mean, you could try county to county, but then people would get away with it because they'd just be like, well, this dog's from this county, right? It'd be Spartanburg versus Greenville, like, until you had all the kids. So you'd have to have a statewide law. And at that point, what you would have to do is say, the way I think it should work is that, every dog has to be
South Carolina.
Every dog has to be microchipped. Okay, same way you have to have a driver's license. You get a dog, you have, like, I don't know, 12 weeks, I don't know, from the time you get it, the dog has to be microchipped to you. Now, at that point, then you've registered this dog to you. You have to either have to pay to fix it, which we have tons of free spay neuter, so that's not a problem with money. People can do free spay and neuter, fix the dog, right? Or apply for a breeding license. Based on the breed that you have, you will be granted.
Good idea, Brooke. You gotta be in the Senate. I mean, you gotta get yourself in the Congress or in the state Senate to get this thing rolling. I mean, you got a brain on you, girl.
Well, I thank you, but I feel like, I'm not, I don't have enough education to get in the Senate. Obviously, if
there's worse people up there than you, okay, Brooke?
Yeah, but that's the thing. They're all corrupt, so they'd have her removed if she tried to do good for people in the Congress, because they're all corrupt in there.
Well, if we make it profitable for the state to put these laws into action, and if this pretty Brooke can get people to vote for her, I'm pretty sure people will vote for a pretty girl like Brooke, an old fat politician. I mean, she can make it.
You think that it should be simple? I've never heard this brought up in any state, actually. Like, I'm in the South, but like, you would think in California or Colorado they would have already done this, where you have to have your animal spayed or neuter, and that, like, if you want to, like, then they come up with a number. So you want to breed pugs, Boston Terriers, pit bulls, right? And so the state decides based on, like, how many of those they look at every year. Like, how many are going to put to sleep? How many are needed? How many are wanted? Or, like, do we need more pit bull? Do we need more pugs, right? Like, pugs are really wanted. So we'll assign 20 license, 40 licenses a year. I don't know, statewide, whatever it is. I mean, obviously they have, puppies once, twice a year. The point is, it doesn't matter. The numbers are easy to do. I mean, fucking Chat GPT could fucking come up with that fucking shit. I don't understand why they can't just do it. Like, instead of us...
We need you in the Senate or in the Congress or governor of South Carolina to do this.
What are we talking about? I just got back. Something about dogs, puppies, South Carolina. What?
He says I should be in the Senate for South Carolina because I am so intelligent, which should not surprise you.
That's cute. That's right. You're right, Joe.
He is cute.
Why don't you go back and
pretty.
more cocaine?
No, yes, Joe's absolutely right, honey. You belong in the Senate. Yes. Yes.
Do you even know what I said to make him say that?
Something about wiping puppies' asses or something, I think. I caught the last few seconds of it. I don't know. It sounded like something you would talk about.
I would wipe a puppy's ass. I would wipe a puppy's ass. I would love to wipe a puppy's ass if that's like my job. Like my daily job was like hardest thing I have to do today is wipe a puppy's ass. Unfortunately, I have to deal with you. So puppies' asses, I would wipe them all fucking day.
Oh my god.
Luckily, when I wipe your ass, there's not much coming off because you're so fucking constipated. There's nothing there.
It's not constipation. I've told people before. Well, I mean, it could be a form of that.
Can you shut up about it? Do you want to play the shit song again?
I'm sorry, what, honey?
Do you want me to play the shit song again?
Well, you do bring the subject up.
I'm allowed to bring it up now because I screamed and begged you to not give details on that because that was like one thing, and so then you went there. So now I have to know everything you do in the bathroom, just like last night. Oh, I've got to go take a shit. I'll go back.
Yeah, okay. Now I've been trying to educate people. You see, people are curious about vampire physiology, and obviously a lot of solid foods that being someone who should be much more hematophagic, meaning much more blood drinking than I normally am. But we got a good month coming up, so I'll feed well blood wise. But the point is that normally,
what is a good month? I mean, what? Y'all got a lot of pit bulls being put to sleep too? You're sucking blood out of dogs now?
Hey, that's a pretty good idea for Douglas. I mean, at least the dogs will be hot.
Yeah, come to South Carolina. There's tons of them. You're dead everywhere. Daily. Suck them dry. Might as well get something out of it. At least you can quit bitching about, oh my god, I don't have enough blood. I had to eat some carrots.
Hey, yes. Brooke gave you a great idea. How about that? But I don't think he can handle the dogs.
That'd be a great way to run in the Senate. Like, we have that black guy that ran in Georgia, that Lindsey Graham, my senator, supported. Right? And he comes on his last big rally. Hey, what is he going to talk about? Well, so last night I was watching a movie, and the movie had a vampire and a werewolf, and I decided which one would I rather be? A vampire? Werewolf? And I decided to go with. You know what? I went with a werewolf, and I don't fucking know. He went on 45. I think I can go on something on tangent. I can't go on something that long on a werewolf and a vampire. This is somebody running for our fucking Senate. Like, that's my senator supporting him.
Brooke can do it. Come on, Brooke, you can do it. I mean, you're hot.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, why not, instead of having a smart idea like I just gave you, apparently what gets you elected, or at least attention, is instead of coming out with an intelligent idea on like, hey, let's not breed all these dogs. Let's make sure they're we only breed so many. They have to have microchipped and they have to get taxed and paid if they're going to breed them because they're just doing
exactly.
Bro, we could do the intelligent way, or I could just be like, hey, you know what we should do with all these stupid dogs? We should let the vampires come suck their blood. Let's vote that into law.
No, we'll just send it in a PO box to.
What I actually need is I need somebody to run against me that says that. Who says, let's let them suck the blood. The dogs are dying. We got vampires. And then I come up and say, hey, or we could maybe do this. And then I might get some traction because I'm coming up against Douglas going, I think we should just let those vampires suck their blood. It sounds good to me.
You're so adorable, honey. I'm not quite sure where to go from there. I could have gone. I'm literally afraid to explain some things further simply because of how violently Brooke reacts to my talking about certain subjects. So we'll kind of leave it at that.
Violently? What violent? I don't get violent.
Well, when I start talking about, say, for instance, the bowel movement thing, which is what this brings us back to.
Can we just not the bowel movement thing? Can we just skip that? Can you just talk about how you're only a quarter fucking vampire anyway, if at all vampire, because it's not like you really prove that you are anyway. We just all have to trust that you are. And then you're a quarter vampire, which means you have 3/4 of vegetables that should be going into your fucking body. Okay.
By the way, Real Tech Geek in the text box of this Skype call reacts to our man Nemo Albano's card collection of Yu-Gi-Oh by saying, "Awesome! I pulled Dark
God.
Gmagician Ghost Girl."
A little nerd fest with their blow up dolls and fuck them. Nemo, I thought you should get a blow up doll and you should cover her in stickered fucking those cards, and you just like fucking her. And you're looking at the cards.
You don't need a blow up doll if you get a fleshlight.
A what?
A fleshlight.
These are like pocket pussies, honey. They're like
I thought he said a flashlight, and
it's flashlight.
It's in the flashlight. It's in the form of a flashlight.
It's in the form of a flashlight, but
no, I'm like, I think you should ram a flashlight up your ass right now and let us hear you do it.
No, honey. Not that I'm just put it
I
this
know
way.
what a pocket pussy is. I just never heard it called a flashlight. Okay.
No, they call it fleshlight. Fleshlight. They call it fleshlight.
So
That's
who buys that?
It's the twinks have them over at the estate.
I don't know. Your voice sounded kind of odd on that one, Douglas.
They like toy with that shit when they're not fucking each other. When they're not rolled up into a ball at night, then and they're alone, or then they use shit like that. It's it is what it is. Anyhow, so Real Tech here is showing his Dark Magician Girl Ghost, rare.
Oh my god. Go to bed. I love y'all. Have a good night.
Hey, whoa! See what Yu-Gi-Oh does to the ladies, honey. Don't go just yet. But Real Tech is certainly. I'll pull him on. I mean, you want to stick around for that? I mean, it's such a thrill.
Yeah, I want Real Tech to look into my future. It'll be interesting.
Oh God! What are you gonna do when he looks? And he tells you he doesn't see anything. Or that he sees you in a tent.
Well, at least I'll know, I want to see how talented he is, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, God. Maybe that's exploiting him? Isn't that kind of like, what if you had a talent? It's like the Crystal River hates it when people say things like, "Tell me," and they'll give like a challenge or something like that. It's like, you just understand it. It could be perceived as offensive to just toss that at somebody. Say for instance, Brooke has a capability for being able to read people's futures, or see into their very soul. Tell us a little bit about this, Brooke.
Oh, Brooke can do it. Come on, Brooke. Come on.
What? I mean, where do you want me to start? I'll go anywhere you want me to, Douglas. Where would you like me to start with that?
Well, let's go back a bit to the part where you're playing the Vegas bimbo and just tickling my testicles and telling me how intelligent I am. I mean, let's go back to that. I enjoy that so much. It'd be nice if we could make that permanent, like a Stepford wife.
Yeah, that would be great too. That would be so wonderful. I would like that. I would just love to be able just to make you happy with getting nothing.
Yeah, to see that as your major reason for existence.
Oh, and also say things I disagree with while I still continue to lick your testicles on camera here. And just I'm like, oh my, you're so smart and you're educating me. Can you educate me more right now? Can you tell me what I should be saying right now? I don't even feel like I should be talking on my own. I feel like you need to educate me. What should I be saying? Am I saying the right words? I don't know.
Yeah, so Nemo, did she say any of this with Viv? Tell Viv how much I've educated her? Or... No?
Not specifically, no. Not that I remember, no.
I think Viv should delete that show.
Viv set it to private. She was scared of getting a strike on her channel, but we kept saying, you're not going to get a strike.
Why was she scared of getting a strike?
I have no idea. She's weird.
Because we all kept talking about stuff that she was sensitive to or just didn't feel comfortable about.
I don't get it. Like, what was some of that stuff?
I'm curious to that too. I didn't understand it. So
Well,
I don't know.
She said we were being naughty. Remember, she said, "Oh, you know, to you and me, I used to are naughty and all that, like naughty children." Like we're just talking about controversial topics for it.
Instance, like she said, when she invites me on, because she's doing talking, when she invites me on, and I'm coming on because she sent me this. Because she also uses it horrible. I now like Skype, and I didn't like Skype because I used to use it, but I didn't like realize how great Skype is. Like Skype is like the fucking Tesla Ferrari of fucking cars compared to whatever the fuck she is using. I can't.
She was using StreamYard. Yeah, Brooke kept getting disconnected. I was getting disconnected a couple of times.
Oh my God!
And then every time you come back on, I had to wait for her to let me back in. I was just sitting hanging out in the bedroom. I didn't even know I was hanging out until I finally read the tiny little thing, and it's like, you're in Hangout. And so I messaged Viv. I'm like, I am coming back on. Continually powering my phone down, thinking it's my phone or your StreamYard. And also, I'm just sitting in the waiting room. It's kind of like you go to the green room before you go out to the person that interviews you.
Yep.
Every time you go back in, you're in the green room. And then Viv's just talking away. Da-da-da-da. I mean, I'm not putting Viv down talking because obviously I talk when I'm on there like more than her.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying...
It was a good stream, though. It was fun.
No, but
Yeah,
go on. So what were you going to say, Brooke, about that? Go on.
She said, so when I came on the very first time, there was like, she was talking about this group or something like Hills in the Air.
Okay.
And she was like talking about them, and like she's like, they came from like hills and whatever, and like Hills in the Air. And I just made the comment like, I made it actually on the chat, but then when I come in, she had just read it, and I'm like, well, she was putting them down kind of. I'm like, well, I always thought Hills in the Air was fun.
What the fuck is Hills in the Air?
I don't. Maybe Nemo can tell you, but I put high heels in the air. I said I always thought high heels in the air were fine.
Oh, high heels in the air. Oh, okay,
heels
great.
That's how I was saying it.
Yeah.
And then she was like, "Oh, Brooke, I should have known you would go naughty like that."
Oh yeah. She was the name of the lady that was they were talking about on the earliest Reddit stream before you and I jumped on.
Mm-hmm.
And she wasn't putting me down for it, but what I'm saying, the only reason I brought that up is because he said we were being naughty. So if there was any naughtiness, it was just literally like something like that, like a random comment like that. But I don't think there's really a lot of.
I mean, with the shit we talk about on this show, that's like.
I know we would be kicked off like already tonight. I don't even know if we'd be done. We would have been permanently done the first time I came on the show.
That's true. Oh my God, you were a lot more raunchy then. Believe me. It was like you were pretty blatant. The stuff you were saying. It was. You definitely. Well, we got through it all. That the YouTube doesn't care about that.
At all. I literally was like, I'm online with somebody that says they're happening, like this on a Hitler. I had no bars. Like I was at my lowest point of life, and I was like, I'll come on your show, and then you were like, I don't know your name, and then I'm like, I read your book, and then you're like, all right, well, come on, and then you're like, and I listened to it tonight, and Viv was like, you're kidding me. He just lets you on if he didn't know you, and you can hear it. Like it was fucking hilarious. And do you know what the very first thing that I brought up on the show was? You couldn't hear me because I'm, again, on my phone. So, like the first words didn't come out. And you were like, what did you say? And it was that, whatever her name is, toothless lady.
Oh, Deanna Fraser, the sigil lady now. Now she's gone Satanist.
Yeah, so she mentioned to you before, like, she was the one who had on, and she had said, "Oh, that's the Virgo in me," which thankfully I didn't like really register that, but she's right, like Virgo is very like my daughter's Virgo. But anyway, my point was she was saying like that's why I like do certain things in certain way, Virgo. And so then the baby's crying, and it was Sammy Romero. So you left Sammy stuck with fucking. Beyond, I don't even know why Sammy ever speaks to you at all, ever. I don't know why I do. But laughing there, and then she's like, "How is the little booger, or whatever?" And then then you're coming back, and you're like, "We're gonna try to bring some out of them, that we've never had on before. Just, we're gonna be wild. We're gonna take her to plunge. I don't know. You had no idea. You had never spoken to me before. Can you imagine that? You were just like, we just occasionally will take a plunge. We'll see what happens." And you were like, but right before that, she said, "Sammy, you addressed Sammy in some way," and then she goes something about the baby burger. I come back on there. I'm like, I am fairly certain. Like, all you hear me is just come on, exactly like I was. I'm like, I'm fairly certain you couldn't hear me. And you're like, what? I said, I am fairly certain that baby is not Virgo. I hear him, and if anything, that's a Scorpio baby.
Right.
And that's how Scorpio baby got his name. And I didn't even realize that was the first thing I said to him when I came home was Scorpio baby. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's a Scorpio baby.
So Brooke, do people have two signs? Like when they are on the cusp, do they have like both signs?
Oh, well, to be on a cusp, you can pull. I mean, technically, there's not really a cusp. I mean, unless you're like, you can be in the last like minute or hour of it and be in a cusp and have some signs from both. If you mean like a sun or moon, those things can happen, but most astrologers, we don't believe in much cusp. You're usually going to fall in one or the other. I mean, you just have to know your minute and your date of birth, right? So if you're that, like my son is technically a cusper. He was born on a cusp, and he was born at the exact time on the day that it changes from Aries to Taurus. So not only did it change from Aries to Taurus on that day, but he was born at 8:30, and like it changes at like 8:34, right? So I, to be honest, have not gone back to get his birth certificate because I have to go exactly to the hospital and find out, what was it, 8:33 or 4? I don't know. I mean, you're like Aries or Taurus. So when you're that close, yeah, you can pull some. But that's just the sun sign that I'm talking about. The main thing is people get so confused and only care about their sun sign when they need to know their moon, but they need to know their rising sign most of all, which is also called an ascendant. That rules your entire chart. And then you need to know, your nodes, your north node, south node, and other things. But mainly, if you're only going to know 3 things, that you would need to know your ascendant, your moon. And to get your ascendant, you have to know the exact time of birth almost, within an hour, right? Very close. Because it's the exact, what was over your horizon, over exactly where you were born. You have to know where you were born, too, obviously, the city. Because it's the city and time, and the exact where you were born, what was over you the moment you were born. That's your ascendant, when you came in. And so that's ruling your chart. And then your sun is where you're headed, in your best position, and where you're headed in life, and parts of you that will show up as you continue to move through life. Those parts, the good parts of you, but also the bad parts, because each sun's got a good and bad. And then at the end of the day, you've got your moon, which is the moon is emotions, right? And so it's how you display yourself. It's your mother. It's your emotional side. It's how you're gonna like be triggered. It's how you're going to respond in certain ways, but they all play off each other. So it depends on. I mean, you just have to get somebody to reach out. I don't even know why I'm going into this. It's not like I'm going to like
about Scorpio baby and and the Virgo and I was just questioning you about the cusp.
Yeah, every once in a while he tries to sound like the earnest student, and but hey, that's fine. So, honey, you were on with Viviana, and how late did you stay up? Till straight through morning, along with Nemo? He was up all night, and so the two.
It was a full 12-hour stream. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So likewise.
We thought Viv went to fucking sleep, and she fucking did for fucking 45 minutes. And I tell him, let's just go, dude. Because, this is stupid. She's fucking asleep on her own show. And he's like, such a nice guy. I just think we should go ahead and make it to 12 hours for her. And she comes back.
So Viv was like me.
She's sleeping on her own fucking show, man. Sorry, Viv. It's kind of like, I'm not you, Douglas, why don't you go to sleep and see how long this show lasts? I'll make everybody do
it. Well, that anyhow. So, honey, in terms of what else comes to your mind with, say, for instance, anything? Didn't you say you had some questions for me last night? You had taken notes. You were going to ask me before, I ultimately dive into monologue and everybody dies because I suck all the oxygen.
I had to do enough fucking going back and forth and staying in the middle ground, not trying to argue. And I did pretty well, but I got most of my shit out with fucking Viv, like us going back with the religion and all of us going in circles with that shit. So I'm done. I'm really done. Like, you believe whatever you want. I don't care. Like, yeah. I'm fine. Like, I'll ride a turtle to fucking I want a Nazi turtle to fucking hell. Like, if that's what we need to do, we'll do it. We'll have Jesus on our back. Whatever. I don't care. It's just like, if that's what you believe it, and I'm with you. I'm 100% on board.
Oh my God. It must have been really traumatic last night.
There was a bit of friction, but we came to an even field,
We did come through. It was actually odd how we could come through it without Douglas being there to interject and be like, well, let me put on it. Which, by the way, Viv takes up for you every time. She's like, she can't be. I'm like, well, Douglas can be a little. What is the word?
What'd you say?
And I couldn't think of the word. And I was like, she's like, and then later the word comes up. What was the word I said?
Manipulative.
I said, And she's like, well, I don't really think, you really think Doug's manipulative. Like, I don't think he's manipulative. And I was like, okay, maybe you're taking it differently than I am. Like, so when I say manipulative with Doug, I don't mean like bad person. Because obviously if I thought bad person, I don't like he's manipulating. I would be like, obviously not speaking to him. But if you don't think Doug can manipulate people, he's king of the manipulation. Did you hear? Like, then I just randomly was like, did you hear? I just wanted to bring up how, like, when you had George come on, he was about to quit because I plainly said, because I fucked up and said some shit. And then she's like, oh, I'm so proud of you for admitting that. And then we just went on that tirade. She's like, you've really grown to admit that you shouldn't have said all that. And it was just, oh my God, it blew my brains out at that point.
Kind of riding the high horse a bit, she was, but
yeah.
It's okay.
Thank you I appreciate you. I tried not to say that, but there was a few times.
She's a real nice lady. She means well. But
she does, and I do love this. But occasionally there's times, like, we all have it. Like, I talk too much and I'm too loud. Sometimes she rides a horse that she doesn't see either, and it's just, but actually we had a great call. I mean, it was really fun, and I enjoyed talking to everybody, and I feel like Nemo and, like, we all kind of saw each other's points and kind of came together on everything at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a great transmission. The word would be transmission if she's, trying to kind of do this, shall we say, with some finesse. But I'm very glad to hear that. And so I'm glad that there's this little, like, spin-off. It's like a spin-off series. It's like Lone Gunman from the X-Files.
What was funny about that stream? One of our friends who was watching near the end, this guy named Chris, he converted to Christianity and he wanted to come on the stream. And he joined the stream with a video of himself, but he couldn't get his mic to work at all. So he kept jumping on and leaving because he couldn't get his mic to work. And he's asking Viv for a personal phone number to contact her and all this shit.
We would be yelling at him, like, we could hear us and be like, can you just shake your head if you're on a computer or a phone? Like, you get in. It's just like when my speaker wouldn't work. Like, we're like, are you computer or phone? He finally shook his head yes for a computer. I think I got that close. But I don't know. Did y'all get him talking at the end?
No, he wasn't able to talk. But what was strange, just before we were jumping off and when he came on for the last time on video, on the webcam, he's a converted Christian and he's putting up the Baphomet hand gesture. I'm like, what the fuck? I think that's very contradictory to his beliefs, putting up the devil horns multiple times. He probably thought, oh, rock and roll, but
that's strangely enough, for what it's worth, a lot of rock and rollers are like that. You have a lot of Christian rock and rollers. It is what it is, and
most of the Satanists love going to Christianity,
What did he just say?
Tommy Lee.
he's like saying Satanists infiltrate the Christianity religion, like crypto Satanists pretending to be real Christians, corrupting them.
Yeah, he almost gives people too much failure. That would require an organized plan. It's but
you got all the cardinals in the church, you know. They call them cardinals for a reason.
At any rate, so there we have that. Thank you for your input there, Joe. Brooke, so darling, so good. You had some fun last night, and
I mean, and Joe, there's no point in saying anything. Anybody should not say anything that is not pro-Nazi, because only the Nazis are capable of pulling off master plans, underground, from pulling off whatever. The only point, like, a Christian, a white person, a fucking Indian, no, they're black, they're Jewish, they're fucking a redneck, but they're fucking a Nazi. They're in Wonderland, bitches, and you know what they fucking do when they went there? They fucking mastered this huge plan, okay? And they had no help from any extraterrestrial. This was just straight Nazi brain, and
well, they might have had assistance from extra-dimensional forces from their occult knowledge of invoking them.
Yeah, either way, I mean, they can do whatever they want. They're a master fucking race, and I just pray to God when they come that they will let me serve them and wash their feet.
You're so cute.
Yeah, I posted a video on my Facebook timeline regarding how the National Socialists, like, it reinforces what Douglas is saying, how they're responsible for developing anti-gravitational vehicles and establishing a base on the moon and Antarctica. I directly sent you a link to that video, Doug, on Facebook.
Oh, okay.
Extraterrestrials are not from other galaxies. Like, it's explaining that they're extra-dimensional, but the problem is the person that's commentating on the video, he's a Christian fanatic, so he's only giving his own theistic perspective, so you might cringe a bit from watching. But there's a lot of videos, footage reinforcing the stuff you've conveyed over the years on that topic.
Well, thank you. Yeah. And of course there would be. And Brooke, you've been mentioning that so many people now are basically, parroting everything that I've exposed over the years. You can tell us a little bit about that, Brooke. And thank you for accepting my friend request, by the way. My life has so much more meaning now. And are you chewing?
She's doing
mukbang. It was fucking soup. I was actually giving the dog soup. I had soup that I wasn't eating. I took a bite and I was like giving it to them because they were all staring at it. I ate soup. So yeah, I'm a boring person now with soup. Fucking a non-alcoholic.
We want to see you eat soup. We want to see you eat soup. Come on.
Non-alcoholic beer, non-alcoholic wine, and fucking soup. It's fun fucking life. And Douglas Dietrich talking about Nazi Wonderland. Like, can somebody? Does it ever end? I thought 2020 was already done. It just keeps getting worse.
You're adorable, Brooke, and thank you so much just for being you.
Anytime.
So such being said, honey, what else comes to your mind now? With I mean, you have been watching. Well, like you said, you may not be in the mood for all that much academic.
Okay, I'll tell you. Here's what comes to my mind. Like, you don't want to know what comes to my mind, honestly. Remember that post I told you? You think I talk? You think I'm loud? Like, 1/4 comes out ever. There's only a quarter, if that. But I will. You have no idea what I'm making. But I will tell you in a nice way because I think that you are probably the smartest man I've ever met in my life.
Yeah.
And I have spent so much time this week doing the research and seeing that everything that you've ever said is completely true. Proven it.
Yeah.
Myself, even where other people couldn't prove it because it would not be provable, I proved it. And I know, and there's just never a question with you that you are. I mean, you're the Artilect, and you're Douglas Dietrich, and you're the vampirist. Wait, how would you call your mother? What is her name? Vampirist. You're her son, and you worked for Kino. Who, by the way, is a horrible, great person because we have. That's fine as long as he doesn't come back here. And I just want you to know that I am thankful that you warned me when I came on that show what I was getting into, and you didn't wait until it was way too fucking late.
In fact,
You didn't feel like either raunchy. Like when I came on, do you not think like when you hear people, like you're like, oh, you give Joe Ty hell. You're like, oh, I'm not sure. He's got mental issues. I don't know about this person. Every time, why don't you just fucking put a test? Like, because all you're gonna do is make their life worse. You're gonna like add to. Well, maybe not. Maybe you know what? I take that back because Joe Ty and apparently Nemo, they listened to you for 10 years before they had the balls to call in. At least I didn't waste 10 years of my life before I'm like.
Well, the only reason I called in.
Oh my God! I think I have 10 years. I've listened to him. I know everything. I think I can call him without coming. I think I can speak. It's Douglas. It's Douglas.
Yeah.
Douglas.
And now you're here, honey, and now your life is complete. Yes, and of course, the first thing I did when you were under a cult siege was deny that it was had anything to do with anything. Yeah, I dismissed it.
Denied it. You're something from the fucking silly and the bloody fucking massacre. I'm like, okay, and which also made my daughter like because. I told my daughter you didn't hear anything, but then when I call you, I'm like, you're like she didn't hear. I'm like, Lola, I really don't think you heard anything. But she didn't know anything about Aquino. She didn't know what I was on the phone with. But after you told me that I was thinking in the back of my head, this is probably from that shit because I've also it just happened, the week before or two when he came in on me, right? But I didn't hear him in the voice. I had him come in or I knew he was there. But my point was I was like, I won't tell her that. I'm gonna be like, I'm pretty sure I'm on this podcast. It's like apparently they had a demon person there and I brought it into our home, honey. And I'm pretty sure she's here. I wasn't gonna say that either way. But then when you were like, it's not him, then I'm like, okay, maybe she really is crazy. I don't know. She's like fucking hearing shit.
By the way, was that horrible sound? Did you hear that horrible sound? That certainly was not me. That had to be.
It's my dog digging into a pillow. Like he has to make the perfect. Like if he digs the pillow enough, it will somehow magic.
I was convinced that was Joe Ty. Of course, from now on, I associate all these vile noises with Joe, and it's just like it sounded like a fart. That wasn't your dog.
The cutest little spot ever. I know. And you made it wet. You know what? You just digging when you were little digging made this pillow wetter than Ian West's bed has ever been. There's like 3 spots there. 3 tiny little spots from your little like digging. Your little drool, I guess I don't know what you're doing licking it. You're so cute.
Oh God.
Oh my God. It's also probably wetter than fucking I don't know. Nemo's fucking damn blow up.
Well, when he gets the money, he'll get one of those.
They're not worth investing in.
Yeah, the plastic dolls. He'll get the real expensive.
Yeah, that's what they're having now, like the plastic whatever. But it was so funny hearing like one of the old comedians talking about that. Like, you guys don't even get it. You're arguing like that's what the IP made. I'm like, you're not even gonna get it. Like, he was ordering AI sex bots. He's like, back in the day, what we had to do. We had to get it. We had to get a fucking blow up doll. That's what we think about it. And he's like, and you know what you had to do? You couldn't just get it delivered from an Amazon in a package that you fucking like nobody knew what you got. And you're like, oh, thank you. No. You had to plan this shit out, and you had to find the porn store that was on the side of town that you didn't live on. The bad one, like you didn't want to be seen there, and go during a time where you would not be seen.
Wearing a big trench coat and a big ass top hat.
Yes, and he goes through. It's hilarious. Oh my God. Yes. Oh my God.
Sucks to be them.
Yeah. And so
it's like you walk right through it and you go in and you're like, you don't just want to go right up to the board. They have the car course. I've never been I've been in obviously not like guys do. Like I didn't know like the hardcore stuff back behind the counter or whatever. He's like, you go through and you just grab some movies. Like, you're just there for the movies. You just grab a few fucking porn movies. And then, and then you're just up the top. The doll's there. And you're like, anything else, sir? And you're just like, I want to throw one of those in there. Like, it's like a sudden spur of the moment, like a pack of gum. Like, I'm not coming into this. Then you get home and then you have to blow it up. And he's like, and you have to be quiet because you don't want your neighbors to hear you going.
Oh, that's so sad. Yes. Remember Al Bundy's son had one. That was Bud Bundy had the blow up doll. That was right. That was so sad.
From Married with Children.
Yes.
That was a good show, though. I love it.
Yeah, I have all the seasons. It wasn't bad.
That's so funny.
It wasn't that good to have all the seasons, but it was pretty good.
Yeah, there was an element of both Al Bundy and Homer Simpson in My Legal Father. Yeah, The Man Who Raised and Guided Me had a lot of those elements.
Oh my god!
And that blonde-haired chick was fucking smoking hot.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Christina Applegate. How can you not remember her name?
I know. I remember her name, and I don't remember names. I remember that because
Yeah. I mean, she has, poor dear, let's see what her condition is. Christina Applegate Health. Applegate. Okay, here we are. Muscular sclerosis. Okay, so she
got MS. I didn't know that.
Yeah, MS progress. MS progress. Let's take a look at that. And so yeah, her MS diagnosis came later in life. So so she's got progression of she has lost the ability to walk without a cane. Poor dear. And so she says she may give up acting. That's poor dear. I mean, this is awful. It's really sad. And
I think she slept with too much casting couch.
That's awful.
I feel like Underland is just applauding because they hate the entire Hollywood. I feel like for some reason.
People got to remember a lot of these female actors are horribly assaulted and abused in the entertainment industry.
Yes.
They're just legal prostitutes. I mean, that's what they are.
Oh my fucking god! First of all, shut up, Joe. Just go away. Stop it.
Yes, thank you. Buddy. Thank
legal prostitutes. You know what? There's no legal there's no words. There's just no goddamn words for that.
Yeah.
And also, it's just like when you fucking post that stupid shit on my shit. Don't post stupid shit.
That's that you're telling him not to post. Period.
No, when he replies to something, I like that Joe. No, I do like that Joe takes an interest in my thing. But I just noticed he had replied to something, and I guess I just noticed it again today. It was older. He replied to a few things. But what did you say, Joe? It was just so. Oh, it was when, because remember, Douglas, you showed me how to look at my own account. Mm-hmm. I was going back and looking at my actual account.
Right. And by the way, if you look in the text box, Red Ice Radio, that is, of course, Henrik Palmgren, the man who turned into the white supremacist, the really violent white supremacist. Yeah. He says, oldest DDD video I downloaded.
So I actually started listening to you late 2012, not 2013.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And so there you go with that. And and he did get banned off YouTube. He did get knocked off YouTube.
All right.
Yeah. And that was years ago too. Because he went all the way with that shit, and he was going full bore with it. Just cleanse Europe of all minority shit. Anyhow, so go on, Brooke. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you there.
So I didn't mean to put Joe tight on. So what I wanted to tell Joe is, the last one I went off at the breeding one about every time you buy from a breeder, there's a rescuer trying to save 10, which is me. That was just a post that I shared, but I made my own little comment on it. But Joe said, I agree. Factory breeding should be allowed.
That's that's how
but
Joe.
I thought that, I think he meant should not, so I just left.
You assumed the best.
I assumed the best. It was this other comment. That's what I wanted to find it just to bring it up because I remember being like, oh my god, I love Deborah Hewins. There's Deborah Hewins, she shares the best shit with me. She listens to us and she shares the fucking best shit ever. She's hilarious.
But why do you think she has taken a shining to you, so to speak? Kind of I
don't know, maybe because I'm fucking cool and she fucking gets me and you're fucking not, and I don't know. Maybe you're a little too old for her. I don't know. I mean, don't open yourself up to a can of worms you don't know.
So go on with you were talking about Joe's entries.
Oh, so I shared this fucking koala. I mean, I shared a possum. I love possums.
Yes.
They're the
marsupial, like, you know, I think I've told you that. Like, I want a possum. So if I didn't have big, like, I would have a possum.
Yes.
Just because, I wouldn't take one out of the wild, but usually we'll have ones that need to be rescued because their mother's killed during the spring. Mm-hmm. So there's always usually if you're in rescue, you usually get a possum. And they are heartbreakers because they are like little children, like having a little puppy that eats with its hand and like will use a litter, like will pee in the like little toilet, like it pees because they like to pee in water and poop in water. They don't want to not do that. So they won't go, like they're just perfect little things and they eat their hands and they're just cuddly and they love you. They die in 3 years. They break your heart.
So sad. So sad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But it's just, possum. But the problem is people kill them because they're so scared. Because when they're big, like they hiss, right? Because when they're scared, they don't need a fence. So they'll just pull those, like, and you'll see their little sharp teeth, and they just hiss and stand their hair up, right? Because they're scared. And so people are just like, oh my God, and they think they've got rabies because so many cute little raccoons have rabies, and that is true. Raccoons carry rabies. A lot of them, not all raccoons. But raccoons can carry rabies. And so what I shared was this. It's a cute little possum, and it says, the opossum is able to withstand up to 80 rattlesnake or coral snake bites.
Cool.
Thanks to him, there is an antidote to poisonous snake venom. Please don't kill them. They don't get rabies, and it doesn't say why, but they don't get rabies because their blood is too cold. And they eat ticks. They are your friend. Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, like, I've had people, like, literally beat them with a shovel, and they're, like...
Oh, God.
Horrible. Like, these are, like, such good, like, garden. It's like being like, oh, let me kill the bees and the freaking ladybugs, too. Like, just kill the whole fucking world. Which is basically what we're doing. I don't know, with fucking... I mean, if the Nazis are going to come back and kill people, why don't they just start killing everybody now? I'm tired of everything.
Anyhow, so, such being said...
Nazis coming to kill everyone, honey.
Don't make me answer that. First
off,
I'm
going to make you. No. We're done with the not making you. You got away free long enough. I get an answer. I just talk bullshit for a while. What? Come on, let's go here. Let's go. You said we would discuss this on air, so I wanted.
Oh, we were talking about vampirism. When we were discussing vampirism and religion at the time, and it was but in terms of going down this route, it's one of those things that I feel like I'm depriving poor George Knight his forte. But when it comes to George Knight, hopefully he doesn't hold it against me. I was unable to find time to call him this weekend. He, over the time off from the last show and this transmission, so he seems to have gotten really pissed. It's just, sometimes.
Why did you call? You called me like 43 times. I kept telling you finally to stop calling.
Yeah, very funny. You do tell people that's not the case. I called you once.
Pretty sure it was 43, but whatever.
It's no, honey. It was once. Like
maybe 40. Maybe 40, whatever. Yeah. He's I answered once. He called 42 times.
Yeah, very funny. That's just so people understand. That's
okay. I'm lying. Just go on with your fucking Nazi shit. Come on. Or you want to?
So your question is, okay, let's put it this way. Basically, around 1997, all contact broke off with Unterland. This was during the Clinton administration. Is that Joe with that fucking chewing sound, or is that your dogs?
That's not me. That's not my dog.
That's Joe.
Sorry, that's me.
Joe, please go mute and just stop. Oh God, it's like I
want to go further back. I think what I need to understand.
Hey, hold on for. Okay, yeah. If you want to go further back, you can go further back.
I need to ask certain questions, and you need to contextualize without 45 pages of history for that one question. So when I say, okay, you say the Nazis went to Underland. Okay, so we already know that they're cult interests. Like, that's a given. I'm pretty sure I don't have to be Douglas Dietrich to figure out, like, just reading, like, they had the occult interest, right? And whether you want to go with extra-dimensional beings, angels and demon type shit, or ETs, I mean, I really think they all can play off each other. It really doesn't matter. Again, because I'm like, I'll ride your turtle to fucking... whatever, with a Nazi flag and Jesus on my back. I don't care. If whatever makes you happy and makes the world happy, makes it a good place.
right? I don't care what we believe. I think it's stupid that we just have to all be like, oh, I have to believe this. I have to believe this. It's no problem. And we actually got there last night, which is why I'm saying that. I think Nemo kind of gets what I'm saying, because I think we eventually, even though definitely, Viv has her beliefs and I mine, and Viv's are more stricter in Jesus and certain things, but it was seeing oneness and seeing that we're all really one. And there's just really no point. Like they try to divide and conquer. It's a divide and conquer tactic. And you can throw that on aliens or reptilians or Nazis or fucking Jews or fucking people that are half Japanese and half vampire. You can throw it on who the fuck you want. But at the end of the day, my question is, what were the Nazis doing that you either know for a fact or have a reasonable degree of certainty? I mean, obviously you have the knowledge from both your records and your mother that they were invested in and doing before the end of the war. And like, where were they getting this technology? Because I don't believe it was all just from their little special brains. Sorry.
At any rate, what might help you is I've got the screen share on. So in the screen share, what I'm wondering is what happened to some of the articles that I had put up, the Nexus magazine articles. Those would be the most important. So if anyone's very familiar with my website, Nemo, there's and Darman George Knight would of course know this, and hopefully he hasn't been alienated by the fact that I haven't been able to contact him during the period of time he wanted me to contact him. These sorts of things happen, but when it comes to the what I see up here, this seems to be like limited in terms of what I had available. The Nexus magazine articles should be here on my website, so that people could read them. And yet I don't think anyone was able to get to them to really delete them. Because,
yeah, I don't see it in the list.
Okay.
You have a website?
Yeah, I never used it since basically I had to. It's a miracle it wasn't ripped down by either Selena Khan or Lena Shea.
What is it?
It's DouglasDietrich.com. If you explore on there, you should find the Nexus magazine articles, because what I'm seeing here is what happened was that the what you see is like episodes. These are just episodes, like former transmissions that were linked. So articles? Okay, so it would be here.
Oh, articles, all right.
So I love this. I started to type Douglas Dietrich. I typed Douglas Diet all together, and immediately this is what Google pulls up: Douglas Dietrich, MD. Gastroenterologist. Why didn't you tell me? I didn't have to pay that money to have that fucking camera at my ass. You get it done yourself. Then Douglas Dietz, and then you skip Douglas Dietrich Medicals, and then Douglas Dietrich Obituary, and then Douglas Dietrich Aquino.
Wow. And this.
Why it says Douglas Dietrich Aquino.
Wow. Let me look that up. But I found it. Okay, so honey, if you go to my website and you go to articles, then you look up Hidden History of World War II. So the Hidden History of World War II will answer a lot of your questions. And so that would be a good place to start, and that would give you more questions to ask myself. Because much of that was censored. They specifically censored out everything about the Sheepkrieg, the Disc War. They really censored out the details of that. And which again is just the tragedy of these people. It all turns into this kind of ambush that the people are conducting, a passive ambush. So when you did Douglas Dietrich, was it separate words, or did you run Douglas Dietrich?
I just typed it. I took it all together.
Okay.
So I didn't mean to not put the space because I was going to just go .com.
And
so
all you put was Douglas Diet. Douglas Diet. So if we look up Douglas Diet. Yeah.
And when I clicked on the Douglas Dietrich Aquino, the first thing came up was Douglas Dietrich, contractor public speaker, for a LinkedIn. The second one was Doug Dietrich, something about Vietnam entity Satanic crimes on Pod Toppin. And the third thing is your website, and it says Satanism in the military Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, and it says full interviews, and that's where it pulled, because you can see Aquino's in there, because it says California's Little League of Serial Killers, Michael Aquino, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, interesting. Right, and so, honey, thank you for that information. And, okay,
I'm going to copy it all and post it in my Discord server.
Oh, you mean the hidden history
Your
of World
article,
War II?
Your entire article. I'll copy
Okay.
it. And
Okay.
so I can always have that information on me to share.
Yeah, and do me a favor, send me a copy of it. Sure, certainly you can cut and paste it and put it in an email or something, and then
in a text file and PDF or some shit.
Yeah, and send it to me so that'll be helpful. I mean, it's kind of redundant. It's really redundant. I mean, I can just you don't need to do that. I can actually do that out of the website.
But when I want to explain it to people that don't know anything about it, I'll just have it on my server ready to explain to people.
Yeah.
To my friends or whatever.
Yeah, and so what you'll find there, honey, is that basically what happened was that I'm sorry. So you were going back and go over that question again. You wanted to go back to a certain time. You were going back before 1997.
Well, yeah, because 97, you've already got them in Interland. I want to know how they ended up in Interland. Like, why we believe they're in Interland. Because, don't get me wrong, when you're saying they're in Interland, and then you have somebody you don't even like that you say is fake says they're in Interland now, you're coming.
Like I told you, they're all just regurgitating. They're all parroting my expositions. So my expositions now are being parroted by all of the fraudsters and the hucksters. These are the people who dominate alternative media. At some point, of course, it will be traced back to myself because there's no other place to go. If anybody truly traces,
I do not think that is fair when you're talking about what's her name. I mean, she started as a journalist and was just reporting on the mutilations from a local place, like where she worked out in the Midwest. Like, she was just cattle mutilation. She knew she was getting herself into. She did that documentary. That is how Linda Moulton started. And she loves animals like me. And I can relate to her on that. And she couldn't understand the way they were, because even the cattle ranchers couldn't understand how these cows could be.
Yeah, I told you that's what was done to my mother in a very real way. It was the same kind of technology that was used. It didn't even damage her external flesh. No bruises, no cuts, and no damaged bone, but laser slashes right through the main aorta, 2 of them that were surgical, just like what was done on those cows. But of course, cut so fine that the aorta did not break open or split, so that it was just precariously hanging there until a violent enough motion would dislodge it, and she would then her chest cavity would fill with blood. At which point, of course, the heart would be overwhelmed by all of the blood surrounding it. This is how people die of chest wounds or stab wounds. It's like when my lungs collapsed. When my lungs collapsed, and this is something to point out to people, that people who are shot or stabbed, they don't normally, depending on the caliber of the bullet, of course, but normally bullets used from handguns or most weapons really aren't that large a caliber. And unless you've got some very specific kind of bullet or projectile, which is very rare, like, say, for instance, the Black Talon bullets were all hype. They were just advertising buildup. They did not do what they were even promoted to do, which is to rip people apart. Black Talon bullets really just didn't do much. But if you got a soft enough bullet that splatters or something, does a different type of damage than a penetration bullet. But the point is, most bullets, it's not what kills the person unless it's a direct hit that goes through the heart or the brain. What kills a person is the lung collapse. Basically what happens is the largest thing you've got in that torso is your lungs. And so inevitably, when you're shot and it's not bouncing off a rib, which is not a pleasant feeling at all, and it's not something that you ever want to happen, because you'll feel like you're dying anyway. You'll wish you were dead. I know, because I've had it happen. But when you get the lung collapse, then it basically that vacuum is filled with blood and pus, and that is. I know,
but if I was wanting to save your life and I felt your lung was collapsed, would I not? The smartest thing to do would be to stick like a knife into your lung and like with it in a tube, like a straw or something, so that then the air is coming through. I've seen that done enough times. I just feel like you want to deal with a sucking chest wound. It's creating another
wound is not going to help the wound that's
actually
already
what they
there.
do. They do that. Like, cause I have a couple of friends that are nurses. Obviously, my ex was a ER nurse, so they do. When they have a chest wound, there is because of the air when they immediately.
I'll tell you the truth. I'm no medic, and I had paramedical training, and we went through, say, for instance, the sucking chest wound training and all the rest of that. But you're probably talking about people at a much more advanced level of knowledge. Obviously, someone with paramedical training is nowhere near the knowledge of a registered nurse.
No, I mean, this is what they do in the ER enough, but I just watched enough of that to know that when somebody's lungs collapsing, like you said, you're going to die. Yeah. And it's like you're stuck out somewhere, like your best option.
I mean, in a sense, what you're saying is true, but what I'm more familiar with is sticking in a chest tube. And the chest tube is supposed to be connected to a machine so they can try and reinflate the lung.
Okay, so the chest tube is what you do when you're in a hospital. Because I'm saying you're out in the field, or you're fucking around dying when you get there. It's like making your own chest tube. Like I've watched them do this. So it's basically
no. I understand the basics of what you're saying, and it makes sense. I mean, it doesn't.
It's allowing the blood to flow out and the air to go in and out, so it's not cold.
What I would say, however, is unless somebody is really trained, like a nurse or a corpsman, I can't foresee most people.
They have to know where the lung is. Yeah. I mean, obviously, you've got to know where to
most
hit the lung.
Most people can never do that. You're just going to wind up killing the person quicker. Unless you're like a nurse or a corpsman and you've been trained specifically for that, it's really counterintuitive to me. It's something that just covering the sucking chest wound with the proper kind of bandaging is probably the best that anyone else could do. And that would at least help someone potentially survive until they get to a hospital, field hospital or something of that nature, or get to a corpsman or somebody who can do that. It's believe me, it's one of these things that it is what it is. And
I took nursing, right? I took nursing in paramedic school, so before I went into
you never emphasized it very much, but I certainly
because I fucking gave up. Like, I didn't go far in the nursing.
I certainly don't disbelieve you. It sounds like something you would do for some reason. I don't know why I said that, but it does sound like something you would do.
Well, I got into it. The problem was everybody was going to nursing, and I realized I thought was going to be a 2-year degree. It was going to take another 4 years. And it was a money making scheme, right? So they were just like, take extra classes because you're still getting a 2-year nursing degree. Right. And so I just was like, I'm going to get out. So I'll try the paramedic thing. And the paramedic shit fucked my life. Oh. Like, I ain't out of this. This is like fucking military. Yeah. I mean, like that.
Well, beyond that, it's one of these things where you're going to be just sick. Your first year will be, aside from being made physically sick by, say, for instance, if you're in an ambulance, if you're involved with an ambulance, or if you're involved with an emergency room.
Oh, just the pictures that they made us look at, the first week. I had, I think I've seen stuff online, and then I see these pictures, and I'm like, I still can't get them on my head.
Yeah. And so that will make you sick, but also you'll catch everything. So what happens is, in the old days, before COVID, you'd be, it was even after AIDS to a degree. Obviously, you would never want to catch AIDS. But
really, I always thought that sounded fun. Thank you for letting me know. I'm gonna write that. Let me write that down. Yeah. What did he say? He said never. Or try to catch it?
Well, it's no longer a death sentence because they got all the cocktails. But you get my point. Who the fuck wants it? No, you don't want it. But the point is that
will they give me Dilaudid if I get it?
Yeah. At any rate, the what you get is basically, instead of AIDS, AIDS, you get AIS, which is basically every nurse or paramedic who does this professionally, everyone who does this as a career eventually gets acquired immunity syndrome, which means that you'll catch every disease that's out there that doesn't kill you and build up an immunity to them in general, to the point where you become the primary carrier. And so with this one gay guy I knew named Michael Matthews, and his mother was a nurse. His brother had served in the U.S. Navy as a submariner, which is rather important, different conversation. But when I went to their home once and I caught them both lying on the floor with all four paws in the air and their tongues hanging out from the side of their mouths and just drooling out puke, where they both said, "Get out of here, Doug! You don't want this!" And their mother, the nurse, was walking around just laughing, "Oh, I don't know what's wrong with them. They're so fucking silly." And she was a nurse. She was a professional nurse, and she was old, and she never wanted to retire. And so she was just brought home some new disease that, she was totally immune to, but just a carrier of, that almost killed both of them. So this is what happens to you. When you're in that kind of profession, you become the primary carrier for the diseases that would kill everybody else. And as a matter of fact, you will likely kill at some point, somebody through what you're transmitting. But, that aside, to answer basically your question about Antarctica, basically what happened was that Antarctica was Area 51 of the Third Reich. And so what happened was that the Germans went down during the time of the Kaiser. There was originally Kaiser Wilhelm Land on the Antarctica map. And then what happened was that they followed up with further expeditions at the time of the Third Reich. And then what they established was Neuschwabenland. And Neuschwabenland was named after Schwabenland in Germany. And they established bases. And when they started producing their computers, which were, of course, the most advanced computers in the world at the time, magnetic tape and several other elements to the computer that the Allies did not have, they produced a lot of heat, and they needed to be protected from bombing. So the best place to establish them was in Antarctica. As a matter of fact, they started establishing them there before the bombing began. So it was through these supercomputers for the time, and they called them computators at the time. And these were run by statisticians that were some of the most important men in the Reich. It was how they got the rails to run on time. This is what the Reich became infamous for, was, everybody said, Hitler and Mussolini made the trains come on time. This is how they did it. So with these computers to help them, they were able to establish a much more steady state society. And with these computers, they tabulated that there was no way they could win the war. So this is what people don't understand, is that the Third Reich never intended to win the war on the surface world. It was impossible to win the war on the surface world. So because of that, Hitler's entire strategy was based on expand as far as you can.
Wait, before I need to stop you. So this is where I either have to go with, I'm just going to shut up and not ask you and you're going to be happy, or I have to ask. And I'm going to have to ask so that I don't have to ever ask again. Why, where, besides George Knight, where are you getting this information? Was it just stuff, are you saying this is just the stuff that you read in the files? Or is there other, obviously we know the Third Reich, obviously what we know Hitler was, certain things that are knowledgeable and known are pretty much out there. But when you're saying he had the computers and he knew he wasn't going to win, where are you getting this information?
Well, this is all just readily available to anyone who does look it up. If you look up computers used in World War II, then you'll find out everything I say is true. I mean, just basically, Hermann Hollerith, for instance, his name is spelled Hollerith. Hermann Hollerith, well, you can say this. Whatever you can say about my biological sire Adolf Hitler, he didn't make the trains run on time. Hermann Hollerith did. And Hermann Hollerith did with a punch card data tabulator that was invented by the Germans. It let the railroad planters these planners count inventory and analyze every car and cargo in every Reich rail yard. So these were called Hollerith machines. They did the work of 300 clerks with 15 specialists in a week instead of half a year. It
looks like fucking JP fucking Morgan in one of these pictures.
Yeah, I looked him up too. Yeah.
Do you see how much he looks like JP Morgan? At least in one, I'm like, it's fucking weird.
Big ass mustache and glasses, top hat.
Yeah. Yes. And then of course you had Friedrich Zahn. Friedrich is spelled Fridrich, and his surname is Zahn, Z-A-H-N. He was Germany's greatest statistics man. The chairman of the German Statistical Society, president of the International Statistical Institute, and a member of the SS. So basically, a last-minute illness in the family forced him to book a train.
How did you spell his last name again?
Zahn.
Zahn.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, so there was a last-minute illness in his family that forced him to book a train trip all the way to Königsberg. And that's what the Russians now occupy as Kaliningrad. From Munich. He was traveling from Munich, and at the last minute, and rather than the nightmare of delays he had expected, everything ran smoothly. He questioned the railroad companies, and they revealed the Hollerith machines in all their glory. So Friedrich Zahn convinced Heinrich Himmler of the SS to give his nod to a Reichsstab Lehramt, the RTA, the Reich Tabulation Bureau. And this is the Reich Statistical Office. And so they had their triumphs in identifying communists and other undesirables by analyzing national police records for the first time. And this led to more and more developments. And as the SS gained power, the RTA took over much of its economic planning, and this created a demand for better machines. And by 1938, if I remember the name correctly, the DEHOMAG, DEHOMAG, the DEHOMAG, the D13, could process 2,060 column punch cards per minute and output its analysis onto its own precision punched output. So in 1940, the D14/S could algorithmically sort its own card archive and output results via punched ticker tape, which also served as data storage and
Frederick Zahn, like, I think where you're going here, like, that was, so you've got me, you've done this very well. I appreciate it. I will say with the whole the ticker thing, I mean, I just read this, like, it says Frederick Zahn, like, not Frederick Zahn, I'm sorry, Herman Hollerith he invented basically the punch card device to help analyze the data. But he says also that he had other groundbreaking work, and it's talking about him in the U.S. So I'm confused on why they're at some point putting him in the U.S.
The Americans were trying to consult with the Germans for technology, even as the Americans were trying to plot the destruction of the Reich.
Well, that's what I said, I think, in Nemo and I were talking about last night, that, something I had heard, and again, wanted to ask you about it, but that, just kind of where you always say I'm the negative Nancy, whatever the fuck you say I am. That I think there's a conspiracy on everything, right? And not a conspiracy, but I think that there's people have a hidden agenda, right? I think that there's a hidden agenda in a lot of areas. And so hearing this, that I had never heard before, and I think I mentioned it to you, that that the U.S. and Britain and much of Europe were actually supporting the Nazis during the same war that they were fighting them. They were selling them the same tanks that they were fighting them with, which is basically what we're doing now. I mean, we're just keeping a war going. Like, if I don't know, I just think it's a military-industrial complex thing, most likely. But I'm sure back then there was.
I was going to ask. Is it misinformation when people say the Rothschilds were funding the National Socialists in any way for the war in World War II?
Let's just put it this way. There were wealthy Jewish elements that helped to originally finance Adolf Hitler because Adolf Hitler was helping the Zionists. This is something that I brought up in depth in the past. And this is why...
I thought the Zionists were bad.
The Zionists are bad. Hitler had no choice. He was facing a need for money, and
it was a scratch your back, scratch my back situation. Yeah.
So he was just another politician.
He wasn't just another politician, no. But Viviana's on with us, and so when it comes to Viviana, do say hello, and then I'll get back to what I was saying.
No. Hi, everyone.
Yeah.
Sorry, I missed your call earlier.
No,
hi. Yeah. Oh, go ahead. I don't need to.
No, quite all right.
What you were talking.
So, understand that with these other computer developments like I.G. Farben developing the magnetic tape for computers, the Nazis had computing capacity that was far beyond anything the Allies could imagine. And the end result was they could calculate the number of weapons the Allies could mobilize, and it was, for all intents and purposes, infinite. It was practically infinite. So the end result was, as I said, Hitler's strategy was to conquer as much of Europe as possible, steal everything that wasn't nailed down, and then escape with the elements of European civilization that he could protect and preserve in Unterland. Unterland was known of from World War I. There were various German explorers, including a Swedish Nobel Prize winner that had discovered Unterland. And of course, I've written columns about this in the past, elements of which never appeared in the Nexus magazine article. But in terms of the historical background of exploration, the Germans had pioneered Unterland, whereas nobody else really took it seriously. Everybody else was just kind of like Winston Churchill was laughing when Adolf Hitler had diverted entire mountains divisions. These are Gebirgsjägers, the mountain troops, the mountain hunters, to basically find the entrances to Unterland in Tibet. But the reality was that the Germans understood their strategy, whereas the Allies did not. First, they located the computers to Unterland, where no one could bomb them. Then they relocated as much high technology as possible to Unterland, and then ultimately the population. All of this was originally in Antarctica, where the largest entry points to Unterland were, other than Tibet. And Antarctica became the fastest entry point to Unterland. And as for the Jewish element, just so people understand this, Adolf Hitler needed money. The Jews had plenty of it. And so he cooperated with Jews that were financing Zionism. Now, Zionism, these are not good people. These are as horrible as you can imagine. These are the people truly, truly responsible for the Holocaust. They demanded it. This was the whole point of their strategy. This is not paranoia or revisionism. This is not some kind of fantasy created to absolve the Third Reich for the Holocaust. This is something that, again, people can verify these quotes from various Zionist leaders where they said adamantly, we must annihilate the Jewish population in Europe and make Europe unlivable for the Jews in Europe, so they'll be forced to move to Palestine. And because they were demanding that, while funding Hitler money.
Some food, okay? You send me some food from here.
Nemo, yes, Nemo says he's leaving to go eat, and he'll be back to join us later. And yes, such is life. In the interim, a good example of this is that Adolf Hitler, being basically an Austrian, country Austrian.
I knew that.
He's a German hillbilly, and like most hillbillies, basically his true love in life was his niece, Gerlein Raubel. And with Gerlein Raubel, he had brought her into Berlin, and he warned her, I'm dealing with very dangerous people. They will stop at nothing. So I need you to stay in your apartment and never go out, and I fear for your life. She felt he was just being over-controlling and trying to keep her as like a kept woman. And so ultimately, when Hitler proved to be such a liberal progressive, such as establishing gay militias, it's as I explained before, the first Nazis were homosexuals. And this was because men spending 5 years at the front lines in World War I had no one to fall in love with other than other men. And these men had been through life and death together. They had lost friends together, had suffered tremendously, and everybody rejected them for being gay. Hitler gave them guns and said, defend yourselves. And in return, they protected Hitler with their lives. When this kind of liberal progressive politic was known to the rest of the world, they called Hitler a pervert. And the Jews who were backing the Zionists said, we've got to teach them a lesson. And they killed Gelai Rabel. And after that, Hitler gave them what they wanted. He said, I'll kill every Jew in Europe. And that's how that ultimately wound up. But at the same time, because he delivered what they wanted, at the end of the war, they helped him escape. That was after Hitler's birthday. Norbert Moser, his last name is spelled...
my son's birthday. I was trying to avoid fucking Hitler's fucking. The only thing I remember about the report was like, fucking, I still the wrong damn date.
Yes. Well, M-A-S-U-R. Norbert Moser is the head of the World Jewish Congress. He's dead now, but he was the head of the World Jewish Congress. Norbert Moser sported a Hitler mustache. He was operating out of Sweden. It is a known fact. He wrote a book about it. That after Hitler's birthday in 1945, he rendezvoused with Heinrich Himmler and told Heinrich Himmler, hey, our Zionists who are all moving into Palestine now have no woman because they're all a bunch of degenerate male terrorists. And so Heinrich Himmler said, we've got loads of women in the concentration camps. I'll give you thousands of women. Help me and Hitler get out of here. So the Jews helped Hitler, and Heinrich Himmler escaped the Reich at the end of 1945.
And I know that. And that's me completely. I'm a little tired, obviously, but like just try. And I get everything you said. What I'm saying is just like the way people just continue to sell out to each other. Like, oh, well, I mean, I'll sell out and kill these people. I'll sell out. Like, it's just a continual, like, when do we stop? When do we stop it?
Well, I mean, it's the reason why we need to learn the real history so that we understand why it happened.
Don't repeat it, maybe.
Well, history never repeats itself, but it does rhyme. And it is a rhyme that is, in a sense, happening now. If anything, what Jewish people need to understand is a very virulent form of Judeophobia is inevitably arising that could wipe them all out again. If anything, I should be financially supported to prevent something like that from happening. This is the kind of foresight that people just don't have. Instead,
I was gonna send you some more money this week, but I
that's cute. By the way, the reason I bring that up is one of the reasons I was talking about France was because there's this horrible individual in France who has a potential for becoming their French president, and he is known as the French Trump, and he's Jewish in background. And what does he want to do? He wants to kill all Jews in Europe if he becomes president of France. Kill all the migrants. And he considers this a clash of civilizations. This is the kind of madness we have that's ongoing right now. This is his kind of politics could infect this side of the Atlantic because, as I explained before, the United States would not even exist without France. It was France that created the United States. The French helped the American Revolution win. I mean, I could go into it probably, in monologue, but what people need to understand is Battle of Yorktown, for instance. Very few Americans participated. It was completely a French victory against the British. The Americans could never have carried it off. Only the French had conventional armies that were capable of taking the British on. The Americans were just a bunch of ragtag rebels, snipers shooting from trees, the Viet Cong of their day. It takes conventional armies to defeat armies, and only the French had that. And so that's why the Americans allied with Napoleon in World War Zero, the Napoleonic conflict. And the Americans were invaded, and their capital burned to the ground in what they call the War of 1812, to hide the fact that they were allied with Napoleon in a global war. It was Canada. The British couldn't send that many troops over. They didn't have ships big enough to invade the capital of the United States. They ordered the Canadians to do it. The Canadians invaded America and burned the capital to the ground. They burned down what was then the Capitol building, which was pink. It was called the Pink House. And when they rebuilt it using slave labor, the Americans called it the White House. And they painted it white this time. But originally it was Barbie doll pink, just so people know. Yes, so let me see now. I'm trying to take a look at this quote here. Maybe this is a quote from one individual that would help put some of this history into perspective. Let's see if I can drag this up. Alexander Trachtenberg. And he was at the National Convention of Communist Parties in Madison Square Garden in 1944, saying, "When we get ready to take the United States, we will not take it under the label of communism. We will not take it under the label of socialism. These labels are unpleasant to the American people and have been speared too much. We will take the United States under labels we have made very lovable. We will take it under liberalism, under progressivism, under democracy, but take it we will." So that was at Madison Square Garden in 1944. And of course, the Rabbi Stefan Weiss said in the Jewish Voice Circular, a Jewish magazine, obviously, in July through August of 1941, its issue for that year. It was a quarterly, published every season. He said, "Some may call it communism, but I call it what it is, Judaism. Anti-communism is anti-Semitism." So this was due to the fact that Judaism and communism were one and the same thing. This was to the modern Jewish people of the 20th century, to the Zionists. And as I said, they were demanding extermination of the Jews in Europe, make it unlivable for them, and they'd be forced to move to Palestine and establish this Israeli state they had this dream of. And they could never have done it without Hitler. So when you take a look at, there's a cynicism involved, but at the same time, how else are power brokers going to survive? It's an ugly world. It's a violent world. Hitler did what he had to do. Oh, shit. Yes, I'd better go to my storage space and free it up, or else we won't even be able to complete tonight's transmission. So let me go on over to my videos. And the worst case scenario is that the thing will stop. In the meantime, dear Viviana, welcome aboard. And I think now Brooke has a general understanding of some of what the history that I've been dealing with, and she knows a bit more about the technology and relocation to Unterland. And let me see if I can locate parts of my computer that can help me keep the show going tonight. And I think this would go to videos. That would help. Here we are, videos. Okay. All right. So I'm going to have to delete a bunch of them. And with that, while I'm doing this, if you two ladies could talk to each other. So, Viviana, how did you enjoy the guesting Brooke? And, don't, like, was it that bad?
Everybody's mute.
What the fuck? So, why?
I don't know. Brooke, you there? Babe, you there?
I'm here. I was just fucking looking for my vape or a cigarette. I have not had one the entire show. These dogs wanting the rest of the stupid soup.
I uploaded that.
If they didn't like having me on, or she went back to sleep. I don't know which one it is.
I uploaded the Nexus interview and a file document in the chat, so download it, Brooke, so you can read it all.
Oh, okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I sent it to you, Douglas, in Facebook chat.
Oh, bless you. I mean, you're the best. And so what I'm going to do now is delete a bunch of videos here. And okay.
You mean porn? Why don't you just say porn?
No, these aren't porn. These are the shows. I delete the back shows because, we get enough of them saved by these...
Off your computer or off YouTube?
Off the computer. because otherwise we won't be able to complete tonight's transmission. I wouldn't be able to go into any kind of...
But I'm saying this is because of memory, right? So
Yeah.
you could delete one show, or you could delete like half of one tiny porn file, because that's
Put all your old episodes into a compressed zip folder, and it'll reduce the memory size. And
Also, he
when you
should
want
have
access, you just have to uncompress it again.
Well, thankfully, they're all preserved by John Warrington and yourself. So honestly, I'm just
hilariously funny that you would rather delete your shows and just depend on other people to keep them, so that you can keep your porn file.
The porn file doesn't take up that much, comparatively speaking. It's the shows.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot you like them little.
Honey, that's disgusting. That's honestly, that's
actually, that does come bad after what y'all talked about, like with children. I didn't mean it that way. I just meant like
understood. Just remember the kind of audience we have, and the first thing they think.
Well, I mean, you just basically said something. I mean, that would have gotten you paid off for worse for like the Jew thing. So I mean, I don't know what you're doing.
Well, that's no. What I said about Jewish people is not. It's not Judeophobic. It's not what I said is simply history. They can't take me off for that. Nemo, you understand what
I'm... they're going to get killed again. They should keep me on.
It was all historical facts. There was nothing about discrimination or such.
Oh my God!
And I'm not advocating genocide. I'm simply explaining the fact that the Zionists did, and so when it comes to what we're dealing with, this is the horror of history, and the truth of history is what people need to come to grips with. Is that when it comes to what Hitler did, he was doing what the Zionists demanded, and this is why they helped him escape from Berlin in 1945. And of course, he ultimately made it into Unterland. And before that, he had already...
Or maybe he made it in Argentina, or maybe he was killed, or maybe he blew his brains out.
Well, actually, honey, wait a second. Honey. When you take a look at... there's an entire TV series called Hunting Hitler, not to be confused with the fictitious drama by the title of Hunters. There's a fictitious...
No. I know Hunting Hitler, and that show was basically stupid. They figured out pretty much nothing on it.
No, there's hundreds of episodes. That show's like well over 100 episodes.
Oh my God, I see that guy interviewed all the time on Joe Rogan talking about it.
Yeah, that's right. And believe me, I have my issues with him. George Knight said when he's interviewed by George Rogan, he tries to prove his what would you call it? He tries to make himself acceptable by making himself as Teutophobic as possible. The term Teutophobic means Germanophobe, a hater of Germans, someone with a pathological hatred of Germans. And so he'll say things like, yeah, I was right there with the descendants of these Nazis in Argentina, and we were interviewing them. These are the children of Nazi war criminals who had to escape justice and relocated, and I wanted to kill them all. I mean, he has to put that air on, that front on, just so that he can not be mistaken for a neo-Nazi or a crypto-Nazi. This is the insanity of the situation that we're in, that if you're doing historical research, you have to posit a genocidal attitude publicly and openly in order for people to accept you, in order to be acceptable to the West. That's how disgusting our situation is. And so it's, aside from the fact that the man is fully repugnant, however, truly out of those, like, it seems to be well over 100 episodes of Hunting Hitler, it's definitively proven through the evidence that's amassed, which is enormous. It's voluminous. He's filling up these episodes. It's not empty. These episodes are quite factual. They're doing interviews with just hundreds of eyewitnesses that saw Hitler escape. So it's not something, honey, that's speculation. It's not like he might have shot himself or he might have done this or might have done that. No, he truly escaped. that's indisputable.
I think you're forgetting I've actually watched these shows. So you're just explaining a show that I have actually watched. But that's fine. You can do that to me.
Why did you suffer? Wait a second. Why did you suffer through that? I never realized your interest in Hitler was that intense. What made you suffer through that many episodes?
I'm documentary. I love documentaries. So I'm a like that's all I watched for. Like I didn't even watch TV shows. Like all I would watch was documentaries on YouTube, and then I would when I was on Netflix, I would pull documentaries on Netflix or Hulu occasionally, and so I haven't watched all of them, but I have watched enough of them. And when and then when it came up again, so it's a few, and it came up again, and I was now on your show, and this was months ago. Joe Rogan.
Yeah, and of course Joe Rogan's an idiot, and yeah, obviously Joe Rogan is despicable, and I pointed out, I mean, it's like Joe Rogan's the guy who said, "Why didn't you kill him?" That kind of shit, and they're like, "Oh, I wanted to kill him. Yeah, but I didn't want the Argentinian police to arrest my ass." This kind of shit. It's just, yeah, of course they're disgusting. But taking apart, the downside or the shall we say the filter of the that these people put all their information through, the evidence still stands. There's hundreds of witnesses who saw Hitler escape, who saw him in other countries. I mean, he definitely escaped, and it's not something that the Allies ever did anything other than confirm. That originally they were on the hunt for not only him but his children. They said,
yeah. I think we need to stop it because I don't care. I don't care.
But you asked.
I don't care if you escaped or not. I do. Hitler, if you're alive, I don't care. If you're dead, I don't care.
But you asked.
I don't care because this podcast. I think this is why I shouldn't be on it, because I feel like we talk about the past so much. Because again, we're not going to say that the past.
But honey, you asked.
This is what Doug specializes in.
We don't learn from the past. We have to learn where we're at. But at some point, like where we continue to just circle around on what's it? I asked for it. Don't get me wrong. I asked for the history, so this is my fault for that part. But I guess then when it gets it's such a big deal. Like Hitler, I don't give a shit. I know your blood father, so you're going to give more of a shit. But at some point, what does it matter? Like, what does it matter now?
You're the one who asked why don't the Nazis surface? You're the one who asked why don't the Nazis surface?
So, I do know. I think they're pussies for nine. I think that they should either surface or kill themselves. I don't give a shit either way.
Well, like I had said, they have their own breakaway civilization, and we all communications. I
know Penny Bradley says they do too on Mars.
Yeah, but honey, okay, there's a difference between Penny Bradley and myself. If you were to ask Penny Bradley about Nazi computers like you asked myself, she wouldn't be able to tell you anything. I, on the other hand, gave you all kinds of information to look up.
Kill me though with her brain powers. Like she just kill me for asking questions. Because she just kills people with her.
Yeah, that's what she claims. Yeah, she's at that point of insanity. Yes, it's like so. By the way, Brooke is being facetious when she says that.
No, she's calmed it down, but she said she used to do that, but she can control it.
By the way, everything Brooke is saying is true. She's being facetious, but at the same time, everything she says is true. Penny Bradley does say this, and makes the claim that she used to kill people with her mind, but then toned it down. I mean,
just did a podcast last month, an entire speech on it. I couldn't even believe somebody let her on the stage.
Yeah, that's it's unbelievable. I mean, I used to let her do that.
I apologize if her story is real, then I owe her a big, huge apology. But like, her
it's
story,
not. It's
I don't know. I mean, your story's pretty much just Kino, fucking vampire, fucking the fucking pelican, angel, peacock, feather, queen. I don't know, father's Hitler, and I also got copies of all this shit nobody else knows, and then busted a fucking pornography ring. Anything else you want to know about me? And give me some money. I mean, think about it, Douglas. We're making fun of Penny, but I mean, your story's pretty out there too.
Yeah, but honey, there's a difference. I can always give people references and circumstantial evidence. The circumstantial evidence is there. So when I present my story, it's not like it's just a story. So when you say what you say, you do know you're taking it too far when you're basically comparing what I present to what she presents. for one thing, there's a big difference between my personal experiences,
Okay, I'm not gonna get yelled
which are
at.
consistent.
You go ahead and
But wait a second. No, wait. What you just said? Come on now.
Have you watched her last interview for last night? Like,
Hey, come on.
You're not gonna put me fucking down and say
whoa.
You realize you've gone too far.
Whoa. You just attacked me.
No, I didn't. All I said was
wait a second.
I apologize
that's an attack.
If Amy Bradley's story is the truth, because I said it's probably not.
Wait a second.
I don't believe it.
Honey. Come on now. You brought up Penny Bradley.
What did I say? Word for word, go back.
And I used to let Penny Bradley.
I don't believe that.
Hey, wait a second. It's all on record. People can review what you said. Now,
okay, then just let me hang up and you review it. And
wait a second. Why this sudden mood like this? Why this sudden mood like this?
Because you're not letting me finish my goddamn sentence to begin with.
That I let you finish a sentence in which you just attacked my character.
Well, I asked one question.
For one thing, you said, "Oh yes, here I am presenting a story." Hey, whoa! Wait a second. No, wait, no. You just took it. You took it over the line.
Okay, then I took it over the line. I'm done. I'm off the show for good. That's fine.
No,
let's be done with it. Let's be done right now.
So where does this come from?
Be done.
Here does this come from?
Because I'm so sick of you saying over the line. There's some
this is the first time I've ever said that.
Just to draw in the goddamn sand.
Wait a second. This is the first time I've ever said that.
I'm sorry, if you don't think to a normal person, and I don't know what normal is because I'm not.
Honey,
normal,
with the context that I provide, and aside from that,
quarter vampire, I'm the son of.
And I provide context.
I fucking am the peacock angel.
Yeah,
and I fucking worked for Kino, and I had records to all these records, and I busted these people, and I know all these.
Yeah. So this hostility. Wait a second. With this hostility, honey.
Maybe Bradley has a point, and you're like, she's a crazy bitch. Maybe I think she's probably a crazy bitch, but
honey,
you're the one that should be the one like me taking it and be like, you know what? If she is right, I'm sorry, because goddamn it, if anybody's got a fucked up crazy story, it's you.
But honey, you're raving. You're raving.
You've got a fucked up crazy story.
Look here.
Done.
When my story is presented in context, all of the circumstantial evidence is there. And so when you present it without context, this is why context is everything and why it's a trigger word for you, then you're conducting an attack. And then when you say, and by the way, you're asking, and by the way, if you want to find out more, send me some money. Okay, at that point, this is where we get to where the rubber meets the road. First off, I've had 3 careers in which I worked nonstop with practically no sleep for 30 years. And I earned enough money to buy, as I said before, a small house in San Francisco or a very large car, which I would have wound up living in. So there would have been no point in that. And it all got blown away because I had to become care provider for my parents. Because they couldn't go to the Presidio military base anymore because I had gotten it shut down. Whereas they would have gotten free medical treatment there for the rest of their lives, I prevented that option. Then I took it upon myself to become their care provider. And when I became their care provider, I gave up the Social Security I was entitled to. I had been awarded Social Security because even though I was dishonorably discharged and had no option for Veterans Administration access or treatment, the mechanical injuries I suffered in the Gulf War were quite real, and they're on all medical records as directly caused by cyclosorine nerve gas in the Gulf War. So I got on Social Security for that, and I had to give that up, and I could never get it back. So after I took care of my parents for over 10 years and blew every penny I had and well beyond, then I had to get on SSDI, and the way I was able to do that was through my post-traumatic stress disorder. The SSDI is part of a 250% working disabled program in which I am required to work to maintain my Medicare and Medi-Cal. this is my work. I'm allowed to earn up to close to $2,000 a month to support myself through asking for contributions. And what I provide in return is analysis and information. So the way you mispresented that is unforgivable. It's just not something that can be done. That's an attack on my character. You're saying that basically I'm telling stories and asking for money in return. So this may be, in its most classical sense, the man at the fire in the countryside where everybody's surrounded around that fire in the dark, and he tells the stories, and they support him so that he continues telling the stories. Maybe we could look at that in that metaphysical sense, but it is actually the underemployment that is required.
When did I mention money? When did I mention money?
You said that I was asking for money.
No, I was not.
You did.
It's on record. It's nothing about money. Replay the damn thing.
Nemo.
Yeah.
Tell her. She said I was asking for money.
We were talking about Penny Browley. I know we were talking about that. I was talking about money.
Tell her.
You were asking for money.
Tell her I was asking
him by saying, "Oh, he's just a crazy man making stuff up, asking for money and shit."
Yeah, that's what you said.
I did not. First of all,
that's what you said.
Dietrich, you would take complete high road. Like, you would completely have my heels if I said what he just said in that paraphrase, because that was such a paraphrase.
It's exactly what you said.
You were just a crazy guy.
That's exactly what you said. That's exactly what you said.
All right, well then y'all take it. Don't ever call me again. Have a good night. Goodbye.
So where does this come from?
Maybe PMS. I don't know.
It's just like it just comes on, and but it's always there. It's always there.
Well, I told her to I uploaded a file of that entire interview regarding World War II, Third Reich. I posted a link of the video to backs up everything.
It's kind of a paradoxical situation. It's like she may do that or she may not, but in the end, you hear what she flies into is this kind of state where she says it doesn't matter. Yeah. Then after she asks the question, once you present it, then she'll say it doesn't matter. So there's a real, shall we say, you can't go anywhere.
Self-contradicting defeated the purpose of her asking in the first place.
Yeah. So in other words, the question is then a setup for an attack. It's in the end, it's a setup for an attack where she's just so it's one of these things where I've done my best to answer her questions with as much patience as possible, and in that sense, what happens is it's constructive. It's constructive because it provides people education. But when it comes to the but once the education is provided, then she does her best to discredit it.
Destroy it, discredit it.
Yeah. And if she can't destroy it or discredit it, what she'll try to do is claim that it's irrelevant, that somehow this is all irrelevant. So it's one of these things that I think is tragic. It's one of these things where it's and then really doesn't understand how we perceive or other people perceive what she's saying, and then really doesn't understand where she's coming from or how it sounds, how what she's saying sounds, and what she's saying sounds inimically hostile, because ultimately it is, and it's one of these things where when I try to deal with it as neutrally as possible, then she shuts down and then hangs up. So in the end, it
must suck because I know you really like her.
Well, I mean, I got nothing against her, but it's you just I have to go on living.
Yes.
It's like I said. Look, I've worked in contracts all my life, even before then, where people around me just die just like that, like the snap of a finger.
They'll die or backstab you, betray you, be bought off.
Yeah, I mean, but I look at that as kind of a different category. But I try not to perceive her as the enemy. But it's one of these things that I do believe she does what she does to try and get her way out of any sense of responsibility towards things that she has promised to do. And that's
just to give her my saying of giving her some sort of benefit of doubt. She might be possessed by a nasty spirit that wants to target you and sabotage you, the spirit inside her. But that I could be dead wrong.
I don't think there's enough consistency for that.
Right. It's just some hunch.
Yes. So it's definitely I mean, one seeks explanations for this. Anyhow, one of the quotes that needs to be remembered is from Theodor Herzl, the founder of Zionism, who in 1897 said, "It is essential that the sufferings of Jews become worse. This will assist in the realization of our plans. I have an excellent idea. I shall induce anti-Semites to liquidate Jewish wealth. The anti-Semites will assist us thereby in that they will strengthen the persecution and oppression of Jews. The anti-Semites shall be our best friends. Make Europe unlivable for European Jewry, the Jews of Europe." And Jewry is the term that's used, Jewry. It's not a negative term or a disparagement. And thereby force them to relocate to Palestine. That was the master plan of Zionism. And so this was something to bring up. And this isn't the most volatile of the quotes that I'm thinking of that I may yet find while going through some of these records here, since I was deleting the films to make the rest of the transmission possible. Obviously, I'll go into monologue soon enough, but, why does it have to end like that? That's probably the most disturbing part. It is almost as if she is just, like, her entire intention is simply to sabotage by trying to demoralize. So you can't let her do that.
Right.
You just can't let her do that because you can't let her get you down, which is her ultimate intent. And it's one of these things that... when she says, you're just making up crazy stories to ask for money, at that point, we're in the area then of simply an attack. It's it's crossed the line. And it's just one of these things that, she's on someone else's platform and just feels like she has every right to do this. It's
very disrespectful. Yeah.
It's it is what it is, and in the end, it's like it's, how would I say it? It does not reflect well on her. And when I do my best to explain, look, I provide all the evidence. The circumstantial evidence is there, and people can look this up. Then names, dates, etc. It's like in the end she'll just say it doesn't mean anything, and she'll just dismiss it. So there's nothing to be said. You can't. In other words, what she's saying is that she's trying to trap you in a logic trap, which is completely irrational. There's no logic to it. The only thing is that in the end, when you prove a point to her, then the point is meaningless. So in the end, she wins by nihilism. This is, of course, the philosophy of the enemy, is nihilism. It is something that that's ultimately what starts a person down that path. Once they say, well, it doesn't matter, then you can't go anywhere from there. There's nowhere to go other than down to Edomites and the anti-gods. It's it just becomes at that point you've rendered yourself prime candidate for conversion to the Edomite cause of anarchy and chaos and destruction, because when history doesn't matter, nothing matters. Right. Basically, what you're saying is there's no point in human experience. If there's no point in human experience, there's no point in human existence. So you're down again to nothingness. It's a ironically, of course, when I try to educate people about, say, something like the vampire mind, which is always in the present moment, like a horse or an animal, where you're just existing at a kind of a subsistence level of your next victim. She's kind of advocating an existence like that. It's so when she doesn't understand what I'm trying to explain about the vampirism, and then we'll come off with just the shouting, then it's meant to overwhelm all reason. All reason escapes at that point. You're just in a shouting match. Yeah. So, Zev Jabotinsky, who is a infamous Zionist, said quite blatantly, Zev Jabotinsky said, and his surname is spelled with a J. The J in the, shall we say, the European Jewish language would be like a J, as in Azure. Jabotinsky. Zev Jabotinsky said, eliminate the diaspora, or the diaspora will surely eliminate you. By that he meant that all of the Jews who were not in one nation that was an ethno-state would breed out, that they would be bred out by their surroundings. And therefore they had to eliminate the diaspora, or Judaism would be eliminated by it, by their breeding out and acculturating to the different cultures that they were a part of. So when it comes down to, again, the Holocaust, people now have the message that I'm trying to convey, I would hope. And we have 23 listeners, which means we've got orders of magnitude more. That means we've got at least 230. So if anything, the ratings surely increased.
Yeah. Just a reminder for the listeners to thumbs up, download, re-upload, and buy Douglas's books on Amazon.
Thank you. And of course, as this is my job, this is the work I do for the 250% disabled working, the WDP, the Working Disabled Program, to maintain my Medicare and Medi-Cal. Contributions are not just welcome but necessary to my survival. So at any rate, such being said, of course, what can you say? I don't know what happens next with Brooke, but for what it's worth, she is what she is. I don't hold it against her. She's not an enemy in the sense that she hasn't done any real damage, as far as I'm concerned, but she has to learn to respect boundaries. There are certain boundaries that a person shouldn't cross out of just rational behavior. It's yes. If nothing else, one really has to learn to respect the space that other people are in, especially when you're in their space. And this is, in the end, my fucking space. And so when she just feels that she can come in here and just rampage like that, and then feel that she can get away with it.
She should have her own live stream for doing that.
Well,
like going off.
Yeah, I mean, but what would she go off on?
Oh, just random stuff that pisses her off.
It's mostly cruelty to animals. I mean, certainly, yeah. It's like, but when it comes to that, it is what it is. So, all that being said, I will now try to go into monologue. Let's see how much time we have
Mark
left.
joined, by the way, too.
I'm sorry, who?
Mark joined.
Oh, Mark H. Oh, yes. Well, give me a few minutes here. Tell you what, let's talk with Mark for a few minutes, and then I'll grab another liquid Coke and then go into monologue. So, Mark, how are we?
Good, Douglas. It's good to hear everybody speaking. With everybody. It's good to hear everybody.
Yes, well, it's good to have you with us, and hope all is going well with you generally. I don't know how much of the show you've caught to this point. How much did you catch to this point?
Honestly, just kind of like the tail end, a little bit in the beginning and a little towards like the tail end of it.
Okay, and
or right now, more currently, yeah.
So, what did you catch of the exchange between Brooke and myself, if anything?
Well, unfortunately, I got the part that basically I think you said she had crossed a line, and it didn't really seem like I don't know. Wasn't really getting a good vibe from it. I kind of I kind of stopped at that point, and then I just jumped on. So I was hoping everything kind of smoothed over at that point.
I hope it will. I want her to know I don't hold it against her. I'm hardly one to make any judgments. It's as I've told people before. Because I'm on the Social Security disability insurance. And by the way, a little point to be made here to people who don't really get it. Unlike someone on Social Security, which I had to basically give up because I became recognized as a care provider for my parents and therefore, ergo, legally employed at that time. Social Security is something that, again, we all pay taxes into, but basically many people are on it who are essentially at that point, they become welfare recipients, even if you've kind of paid into it all your life. Whereas with SSDI, that's actually insurance that I pay into, that anybody who's legally employed, certainly in the state of California, pays into as an insurance. And it was the only thing I got out of 10 years, 11 years really, of caring for my parents. Because just to put this into perspective for people, to care for my parents, I had to become a member of the local 250 SEIU, very large healthcare workers union. None of them could ever spell me or provide me a break. Because if they did so, they would have to pay my share of cost, which was the only reason why the state was allowing me to be recognized as a care provider. And the only reason I became a care provider was so my parents could get fully insured by Medicare and Medi-Cal and receive full treatment in the state of California. For people who don't get it, my dad was transferred into the Veterans Administration system, which is completely different from the military care system, because the military care system cares for career soldiers, sailors, airmen, servicemen, Marines, who basically served all their lives, retired, and then they have the option of being cared for free for the rest of their lives in military hospitals. The VA is not military. VA is civilian. It is a welfare state. So when I transferred my dad into the VA, they could not transfer his wife because she had not been transferred before the age of 65. And she was over 65 at that point. So I had to get her on Medicare and Medi-Cal in order to get her insured for treatment in hospitals. And at that point, because all of her name and everything is under her husband's Social Security number and name, then I had to get him on that as well in order to get her covered. So I had to do the unprecedented and go through all kinds of bureaucratic trials, literally trials, where they sent state judges. These are called they're basically these it's like Soviet law at that point. You're no longer dealing with any kind of regular representation. You're appealing to the state. You have representatives provided who are volunteers who work essentially for like these legal agencies like Bay Area Legal Aid, where they provide legal representation for welfare recipients and the like. So, or people trying to get handicapped challenges met, like wheelchair ramps in public facilities or on public streets and stuff. So these attorneys come to represent you, but there's no jury, and they represent you in front of a state judge who then decides very capriciously whether or not they accept your argument. And none of them ever did. They were all females who were extraordinarily hostile and they would never award anything. But the city got tired of fighting me, and the city eventually awarded me everything that I demanded. But in return, all my money that I earned from being the care provider to my parents went to the city and county of San Francisco and to the state of California. So I, in cyberspace, was making more money than the president, but in reality, I'm getting checks that said 0.00. And then I had to pay taxes on that. So by the time both my parents died, I owed something like millions of dollars in taxes to the federal government, and I was going to spend the rest of my life in jail for tax evasion, and had to hire a Jewish attorney who basically, as a tax attorney, got what was called an offer in compromise. So I ended up paying hundreds of thousands of dollars to the government in order to stay out of jail, and was left with absolutely nothing. So I cared for my parents all my life, spent all this money to avoid going to prison for money I never received. So the U.S. government made a profit out of me. So the fact that I'm on SSDI now for about $1,600 a month, it's nothing. They could give me $1,600 a month for the next 100 years and be nothing compared to what I paid them in terms of taxes on income I never received. So anyone who thinks that somehow I'm in this situation where I'm ripping people off, and then you get Brooke coming on saying, yo, you're just telling stories and asking for money. Okay, she's crossed the line. It's you can't just do that without understanding context. And this is the word that triggers her. It's everything is context. If you don't get the context, if you don't have the context where some person is operating from, you don't have anything. It's just it's when she started raving about Penny Bradley and drawing parallels between myself and Penny Bradley, then it's then saying, oh, no, it doesn't matter how facetious it is. Like, oh, I need to apologize to Penny Bradley if her story is true. But, oh, not you. You're just some guy making up shit and asking for money and repeating these same points over and over again that, taken out of context, obviously make no sense. Son of Adolf Hitler, quarter vampire, on and on. Obviously, you can throw these bullet points out and somebody's just going to reject them out of hand. But what does that make of her experience? She shared with us experience after experience of her occult assault. So if everything I'm saying is just a lie, why is she under attack? So is everything she's telling a lie? Is she just making all that shit up? Because how would somebody going through all that, the dead animals, that she wakes up with a dead rabbit on her couch, that's in the same place where she saw a vision of my mother, the Aquino whispering in her daughter's ear, the occult assault that she's been under, where dead animals are dumped in her backyard, where all the pets that she had that were in the backyard were killed. Is all this a lie, a fantasy that never happened? How can anyone go through that, knowing it's all connected with myself, through all the signs that were given to her, because she's received phone calls from Jameson Reese, claiming he's Salman Sheikh, from Richard K. Cole Jr. claiming he's Salman Sheikh. So all of that is a lie. It must be. How could anyone going through all that, all her experiences of siege, why is that happening to her? Because I'm telling a lie? It means she's the liar. It means that everything she's saying is a lie. Because none of that must have happened to her if everything I'm saying is a lie. So this is where the insanity comes in. You can't have it both ways. Either everything she said is a lie, or she's suffered all that because what I'm saying is true. All the effort that goes in to discredit me, the statements that she called out, son of Adolf Hitler, possessed by the peacock angel, quarter vampire, it's all statements that on the literal face of them are easily dismissed. Anyone who said Douglas Dietrich said this, this, and this, no one needs to assassinate my character, because anyone could just dismiss what I'm saying immediately out of hand. But they can't do that because of all the facts I present. And because of all the facts I present, they do everything they can to assassinate my character. And so what she came on to conduct was simply another campaign of character assassination. So in that sense, it's crossing the line because she's a guest. And as a guest, there are certain things you simply don't do in someone else's home. This is my space, and for you to come here and then character assassinate me is crossing the line. So that's that. And then she says it herself, then don't call me again and blah, blah, blah. So it's like, so what was she on for? What was all this about? What is this? She was pointing out, oh, it's been 10 months. It's been 10 months since I was first on your show. And then, so is that like, okay, is this mean it's your time to strike now? The programming kicks in? What is it?
Right.
What does that mean? It's like, what else are we supposed to assume? It's it's just, you're left at a loss. It just is what it is. It's not a sane or it's just no longer, it's intolerable. It's one of these things that's intolerable. It's you know, I try to be as nice as possible, and certainly.
Yes, you're very patient with you have been very tolerant and patient with her, but.
Yeah, and her attacks have been nonstop. Yeah, her attacks have just been relentless. They're nonstop, and it's consistent. And there's never an improvement. There's never an improvement in the sense of, oh, I get it now. No, in the end, it's just dismissed as, well, none of this matters. So it's like, why are you here? It's just. It comes down to that. So it's like, so there you have that. Other than that, the night's going well enough, Mark. And so with Mark, anything going on at work or that you feel comfortable sharing?
Honestly, Doug, nothing is different really. It's just kind of like, the same old day-to-day operations. There's a lot of expansions going on, and so it's very important for them to do consolidation, so to speak, when it comes to finances. So they're just trying to make sure that they can obviously take on that big task. They're literally, like I said, they're literally buying up the whole entire city. So it's just a very interesting thing to see, and we'll see what happens with that.
Wow, that's amazing. When you say they're tying up the whole city, it's like. And you did say their energy demands are quite high, right?
Yeah, so they're literally buying up the blocks. Like they've already bought all the property. They're offering tons of money to local businesses that are in the area. They're really trying to get as much real estate as they possibly can because of the plans they have. They want to add some entertainment centers and really kind of expand their horizons, so to speak. So it's going to be really interesting to see where it goes. I think it's kind of like a roller coaster ride at this point.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. I'm really impressed, and with what you're dealing with. I certainly appreciated your Fixer story the other day. By the way, Knife Fight 420 says your patience is inhumane, Douglas. I mean that as a compliment. Thank you. What you really mean to say is inhuman as opposed to inhumane, but yes, it's so such being said, can you gentlemen do me a favor? Nemo, let's test your audio. You're with us, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you gentlemen could hold the conversation and hold the stage for about another 10 minutes, I'll take another break. That, as anyone can imagine, was a bit exhausting to of course deal with that, and it's is what it is, but we do our best, and we move forward. Like I said, for all we know, poor Brendan Zogit might be dead. I hope that's not the case, but
hopefully he's okay.
Yeah, but he seems to have disappeared off the map, and somebody was opening his messages for a while. Now, granted, I only sent 2 of them, one during his vacation and one after, but he's opened both of those, or like I said, the person who killed him and took his cell phone opened the messages, but other than that, he kind of disappeared, and he certainly seems to have cut cords with a number of different people as well around myself. So it is what it is. And like I said, I've dealt all my life with people who suddenly are no longer alive, people who will die in front of me, etc. And so after a while, you just have to, you have to go on living. And but such being said, I definitely appreciate Mark joining us. And just out of curiosity, Mark, this is okay with you too, right? You can hold the stage with Joe. Well, I'm sorry. Nemo. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. My pleasure. Yep.
Okay, bless you. Thank you so much. I'll go mute for now, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, what's some local news that's been going on in your area that you could probably address?
So you said, like, what type of news you mean, you said?
Yeah, local news topics or something like that.
As far as, like, local news, nothing totally off the wall. I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. All I can really think about is, like, I'm just zoning into, like, what's going on in the city itself. And there's just a lot of expansion going on in general in the city, like tons of work projects going on, buildings popping up out of nowhere.
Right.
One of the biggest things, Nemo, is like, they're just like, I've never seen so many luxury condos being put in places. And I just don't get it. I don't know who in their right mind has the money for these properties.
Right. Are they trying to turn that town or city when trying to remove the poor and make it more rich people livable?
Absolutely, yeah. They're trying to gentrify all these areas. Some of them they have. Some parts of, like, the outer city of Boston, they just can't do, no matter how much property they try to make luxurious. But like I said, like, I see them popping up. I never see a soul walking into them that have been there for looks like a couple of years. I honestly don't know who lives in these places. It's the most bizarre thing in the world, and they're beautiful, man. They're absolutely gorgeous. It's like, I can only imagine, in this area, Nemo. The type of money you have to spend for a condo or a house is ridiculous, and you won't get anywhere near anything that's worth it. So it's really discouraging. So when you see that, it kind of does something to you, and you're surrounded by all these luxurious condos. It really kind of messes with your head a little bit. You really kind of wonder.
Yeah, and it's a big tease for anyone that can't afford it. It's like, God damn, why can't I live in them?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, God bless them. I mean, if they can, whoever's doing it, whatever they can do to get that, it's crazy. It's just a totally different lifestyle,
Has the overall cost of living increased in your area or your state?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Obviously not to the point where, Douglas's city in San Fran is astronomical. I mean, I know Doug can speak way more on that. I know the taxes over there is like 24% or somewhere around that for sales tax. Because I used to ship, when I was selling watches, I was shipping watches over there, and it's like, we thought we were bad over here with the sales tax. The sales tax there is crazy, but it is pretty bad. Inflation is really high, and a lot of businesses aren't really compensating financially fully. Right. They're not really catching up to the inflation, so to speak. And so it is what it is. You just have to try to make ends meet as much as you can. But I'll tell you, when I hear stories like George, and where he's at in the UK, that's scary, man. That's scary when he talks about what it's like over there. So
yeah, England is
just like
descended into a dystopian civilization now. Rock bottom.
Yeah, it's fucked up because I do game also myself, and I think he mentioned he games once in a while or sometime, whatever. And I game with some guys in the UK, and they have the same sentiment. They've explained the same thing. So it's pretty scary.
Yeah. I would never want to live there.
That's a shame, man. It's really a shame,
Yeah. The only thing I admire about England is a nice countryside. Like,
absolutely.
Just beautiful over there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, normal, like, people from the United States wouldn't have any idea. They just would probably assume, the UK is just like this magical, proper, prim and proper place. But, as you guys mentioned before, not everybody is so prim and proper, or, speaks in that manner or acts in that manner,
Yes. Yeah, well, I'm more grateful living over here than over there.
Yeah,
I'd rather live in Japan.
Like that. You love it over there too. That's pretty cool.
Well, I don't love it. I'm just grateful I'm not in a third world shithole.
Yeah, I hear that.
No, but I'd rather live in Japan though. I would rather live there. Quality of life is superior over there.
It's interesting. Every time we hear things, and then now seeing things, I definitely can see that it's just a different quality. And like Douglas mentioned before, it's kind of interesting, and you can understand why they look at us kind of like we're nuts,
Yeah.
And I don't kind of blame them for ignoring us, and kind of just
they're years ahead. Yeah, years ahead of us. Just their regular convenience stores makes our convenience stores look like shit.
No kidding. Yeah, so it's interesting. I knew a friend of mine who used to go to Australia a lot, and I guess he stayed in some local villages and things like that. And is it true that they have somewhat of a self-governing system where he stated to me that this local city or town, they got to choose whether they had either a police force or a surveillance camera system.
What was the name of this place? I've never heard of that.
I've never heard of it either, and honestly, I can't tell you.
That's something pretty rare. Yeah.
Yeah, but they stated it was something that's what they chose, and the town chose the cameras, and then the locals all just figured out where the cameras were, so they kind of avoid detection and things like that.
Yeah. I've never heard of that. I just live in a regular small city area near the coast. I've never been to any village.
Very nice.
Yeah, but the weather over here is pretty bad. In summer, it's like fucking hell, and winter's getting very cold now. Getting a lot of cold snaps.
What kind of climate is it? Is it? It's not like. Is it tropical like?
It's tropical in my area. But there's a lot of desert lands, of course, in Northern Territory, Western Australia, North, South Australia. If you come to Australia, you want to be living near the coast. And if you want to live here, I recommend you have a lot of money. Otherwise, it's not a great life.
Well, I heard you. Are you even allowed to, like, if someone from out of the country comes there, aren't they supposed to take off after a certain amount of months? They only have a certain amount of time.
Yeah, I think there's time limit on your visa and such. Like, you probably need a permanent job, or you got to marry someone over here, something like that. Yeah.
Excellent.
So don't bother coming here, people, unless you got a lot of money.
No, that's what I've heard. I definitely heard that. I heard it was an expensive trip also. Like, a lot of people I went to school with, like trust fund babies, and they would take those like 2-month excursions there, which was really cool.
And in New Zealand, the cost of living's even higher. Shit's more expensive over in New Zealand, but the place is a lot nicer. They have less dangerous animals and insects over there because of the cooler climate. And they have a lot of nice rainforest, forest land, cleaner water. I have a friend online. He lives in New Zealand, and his tap water is directly from a fresh, spring, just a fresh water, clean water supply. So that his tap water is like real nice, good quality water. It's not the shit town water we get over here. I just have to drink bottled water.
No kidding. Yeah, I usually drink the bottled water too. Yeah. So I'm gonna ask a stereotypical question. Now, do you guys? I know you probably heard this question a million times, but I actually heard, the guy that plays Crocodile Dundee. I don't know his name off the bat, but I heard it's a really they really take it kind of seriously over there as far as like, they really do love Crocodile Dundee.
The older people do. The newer generation probably don't even know him or give a shit about him. But yeah, back in the last generation and generation before that, yeah, they probably idolized him a bit. Like I remember watching it as a kid, and I liked the movie a lot. That's not a knife. This is a knife. Yeah, just very. Yeah, that accent. It's very stereotypical, funny. I personally don't like the Australian accent, but whatever. Oh yeah, and the actor's name's Paul Hogan.
Paul Hogan, that's right. Yep.
Yeah, those two Crocodile Dundee movies.
That's right.
Second one where he goes to Los Angeles, and he asks the African American limo driver, "Well, what tribe are you from?" Because he's used to being around Aboriginal tribes back in Australia.
Yep. Yeah, those were the best, man. Those movies back in like the 80s were the best. I'm telling you.
Oh yeah, I prefer watching a lot of older movies than the newer ones.
Same here, man. Same here. Is Joe Ty sleeping over there?
Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, Joe, you there? Yeah, he's probably sleeping.
Yeah, he's out cold.
And I don't know what Viviana's doing. Yeah, Viv, you there? Can you hear us? Join in the conversation if you can. No, Joe unmuted.
What's up, Mark?
What's up?
Oh, Joe Ty? Oh, hey, buddy. How are you, pal?
What's up? How you doing?
Good, man. Hey, we didn't mean to wake you up if you were sleeping, man. Get your rest.
Hey, no problem.
What's going on, Joe?
Nothing. Went to sleep. Now I'm back.
How often do you sleep every day? Do you have like multiple cat naps? Did you hear that, Joe? Did you hear what I said? Do you have multiple cat naps every day?
Oh, yeah. I try to do that.
Good for him. Oh, it's just great. You might as well. It's good for you. It's good sleep, Hey, last I want to ask. I was actually had something to ask Doug. I think you were on last time. When he was talking about Uri Geller and all that stuff.
Uri Geller.
I don't remember. Oh, you're asking Joe. Yeah.
What about Uri Geller?
What do you know about Uri Geller, Joe?
I have no idea who.
He's the spoon bender guy. He's the guy that does the spoons.
Oh, okay. That guy.
That guy, bro.
Okay. Yeah. He's sort of a hoaxer, I heard. But it's just he's a very good manipulator, I heard.
Okay, I just got back, and of course, hearing Joe Ty's voice just automatically drives me up a wall. Yes, manipulator, he says, through his pillow, no less. Honestly. All right, so I'll just breathe, and Viviana was silent. I mean, she came on and then went on mute and never came off. Are you all right, dear Viv? God knows what's going on with her. So, how did we get to Uri Geller? What led? What was that?
It was because I think it was the last show, Doug. You were talking about Uri Geller and Andre Porich, I think his name was.
I believe so. Yes, it's Thank you. You're talking about the Croatian guy who introduced him to the world as a debutante. I think, yes? Am I?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. And let's look up that idiot's name, and that way we can get it. We can get it just right.
Correctly. Yep. Absolutely.
And
so I brought him up because that was a question that I had for ever since I heard you start. I didn't know you had that much context on him. But I have some further context after you look up this gentleman's name.
Oh, and by all means, let's get to that. So let me take a look at Uri Geller here. If we take a look at Uri and then Geller, and there we are. Puharic.
Yes. Barely.
Yes, Puharich, yes.
Yeah, Puharich. His surname is spelled P-U, that's appropriate, H-A-R-I-C, Puharich. And so Henry Karel Puharich, and he, was the... he initiated the first contact with the Nine in 1952. Kind of set up that, shall we say, what would we call that? The debutante act for the Nine. These people who were, channeled entities. And so the channeled entities, I forget who exactly they were coming through, but definitely the individual who was most impacted by them. Let me see. Aside from Puharich, if I try to search my memory, obviously they were mentioned by Aleister Crowley, and like I said, this influenced L. Ron Hubbard, who, when Brooke was with us last time, pointed out the fact that brings us back to Peter Moon, and then of course what happened was that this all wound up being kind of trickle-down effect through the Stargate conspiracy and these other New Age books. But basically the Stargate conspiracy, like I said, Lynn Picknett and her partner Clive Prince really exposed in that book the Arthur Middleton Young. He was the guy who was really impacted by the first contact with the Nine. So for people who don't get the term I'm using, in 1952, it was this Arthur Middleton Young guy who attended the first contact with the Nine, and that's the full title for that event, was FCN, first contact with the Nine, FCTN. And so that was the thing that Puharich established, and Arthur Middleton Young was the mentor for the guy who wrote the Sirius Mystery. As in S-I-R-I-U-S, not serious as in anything serious, because it's entirely spurious. That's a complex series of puns there for, that would drive Brooke mad. And but anyhow, in the Sirius Conspiracy, Sirius Mystery, the Sirius Mystery was the name of the book. That's when Philip Coppens. Philip Coppens was the guy who was exposing a lot of what was going on in that book as well, where you had Temple, Robert F. Temple was making all these claims that it was amphibious aliens. Robert F. Temple's mentor was this young guy, the guy named Arthur Young, and this individual was influenced by the Nine event that was established by Puharich, who had brought over Uri Geller. By the way, we're hearing some horrible noises that are, I suspect, coming from somebody's background.
Joe, mute your mic.
Yeah, mute your mic, Joe. Jesus Christ. Yeah. And, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah. And, oh my God. And so, with that, Mark, give us the rest of the context, please.
Absolutely, and you brought up a lot of great points. So, I'll basically just start from the beginning. So, one of the first books in high school that I read was The Geller Effect, and I remember reading that, I think at the local library or something like that, and I really was intrigued by Uri Geller, and so I kept following it, reading more about it, and then kind of went along, and then I ended up actually being on a couple of his radio shows, and I've spoken to him a few different times on air, and then one time through email, and I have kind of mixed feelings about it, because like I also have friends that like I mentioned to you, I grew up around a lot of Israelis. And my Israeli friends claim that he's a fake, and I have mixed feelings about it, because I think he has some strong validity to him in a strange way, and I don't know how you feel about the Nine, but it seems like he's been channeling something for a very long time, since he was a child, when he had an incident as a child, and ever since then from what I've read in his books and what he's explained, that he's had this type of effect on things or in his abilities. And even when he had an interaction with that Chris Angel guy, Mind Freak.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Mind Freak was trying to expose him again, and did something where he had an envelope and he had a something in the envelope he wanted Uri to explain and to basically say, use your powers to see this. And if you replay it, Uri actually figures it out. It's quite incredible if you watch that video. So a lot of things like but then I watch some of his stuff now, Douglas, and then it's all about aliens, Douglas. It's all about aliens.
Of course.
And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, man! Like it's kind of goofy, Like I know he has something, but I just don't understand why he's so dead bent on this. Just like we've already talked about it before, but it just kind of it's just awkward because I know he has something. And even I've spoken to him on his radio show, and he's spoken something specifically about me that came to light and it became true, and he seems to be a pretty impactful person. So I don't know what's your take on him,
Yeah, it's one of these things where first off, I have this image of you going around and bending spoons. You just trying to emulate him and leaving all of the your mother's silverware damaged and leaving her quite upset with you.
I did bend something.
Yeah. You did. So tell us about this. Tell us about this.
Yeah. So I had bent a key. I didn't mean to. I thought either it was me or I sat on something and bent it perfectly.
Which is, by the way, almost physically impossible. Anybody can try to do this, sit on a key and try and bend it, and all you're going to do is wind up with a key up your ass. That thing will penetrate your butt cheek before you bend it. I mean, but go on, yes.
So I had sent him a picture of it. And I sent it to his email, and he basically wrote back saying that this could have been bent with mind control, or this could have been bent with mind power, or something like that. So I don't know. It was just kind of goofy, but what I thought was kind of cool was they also talked about deeper with the Andrei Puharich that they were trying to make star children, basically superimposing Geller's gifts onto children to make them have, Uri Geller's psychic powers. Do you know anything about that, Douglas?
Well, I can tell you this much. Brandon Young, who, we all know the tragic story behind Brandon Young. Brandon Young, they attempted to assassinate him quite seriously. Sabotaged his car with both the bomb and the cutting of the cables, the wires leading to his brakes, his brake cables. And so his brakes wouldn't work, etc. It just really fucked him over, and he survived by basically a series of miracles in the immediate sense. And then survived the coming out of his coma, which left him damaged. Definitely, it just definitely, he's impacted, and he's someone whose relations, he basically, for those of you who don't know about Brandon Young's relations are old Boston nobility, old Boston money, just white Anglo-Saxon Protestant nobility. So he is privileged in a sense, and but he suffered terribly for his affiliation with myself, and he his relations were somehow involved with the Nine. And my understanding was they were involved with the Nine long before Puharich started, outing the Nine as like a moneymaker kind of conference gimmick. So it was like Brandon Young's relations were channeling the Nine before Puharich harnessed them as an entrepreneurial scheme. So it's the nine are there's definitely a phenomena behind the nine, and as for and other than that, I really have nothing to offer in that regard. I would say that when it comes to Uri Geller, I would compare him to Dynamo the Magician. And for those of you who don't know about Dynamo the Magician, what I can tell you is that Dynamo the Magician is I think all you need to do is just take a look at this guy's Facebook page and just take a look at what people are saying, and what people say about him really fucking says it all. Dynamo would laugh at Jesus if he were alive. Dynamo is clearly more talented than Jesus. Jesus could turn water into wine, and Dynamo can fly. I mean, I'm not going to bother going on reading the rest of this. And everybody knows, or should know by now, I'm hardly a Jesus freak, quote unquote. But this, of course, is truly blasphemy. And all you need to do is look at everything Dynamo does. When he was flying in front of the statue of Jesus Christ with his arms in a crucified pose, this is, of course, something that is mockery of the Christ figure. He has done everything Christ has done, Dynamo has done. He's turned water into wine. He's taken buckets and poured fish out of them in basically enough to feed a village in Africa. He's flown, walked on water, walked down the sides of walls. I mean, this guy is... When Judith Agert just said it all in a single sentence, she said, "I think he's the Antichrist." And he is definitely, of course, at times had his bad days. And I don't know exactly how bad he's doing now, but this is someone who, as Brendan Zoget said, is just basically summoned the jinn. And the jinn basically, he's got a pact with him. The pact was made where he did something, and they're upholding their end of the bargain for a while at least. I don't know how much longer that lasts, or if it lasts until he dies or whatever. But during the time that he's alive, you've seen Mind Freak and other people. Actually, I don't know if Mind Freak ever tried to expose Dynamo. Maybe you would know that, Mark, but it doesn't matter. Some of the things I've seen people say, "Oh, this is how he did it." And I just look at them and what they're saying, that this is how he did it. It's bullshit. It's just like, no, that's not how he did it. Okay, he didn't arrange for a bunch of bricks to be under the water where he's walking on, whatever the hell they're claiming. This fucker has touched his hand to water fountains and froze the water fountains. The water fountains freeze up, turn to ice and shit. Okay, this all kinds of shit that you could say, "Oh, he did this." It would require his getting cooperation from the county government and in control of that fountain to install all kinds of shit that would take hundreds of dollars, if not thousands at the very least, more like tens of thousands, to install the kind of equipment that would do that instantly. You get what I'm saying? It's just no, yeah, sure, this can be done technologically. If you get a state behind it that is literally sponsoring this guy and deciding they're going to have this guy go around and perform miracles that almost nobody knows about, because your average person doesn't know about Dynamo. And your average person, when they see the shit he's done, they took a lot of that. They scrubbed a lot of it from the internet. And you have to ask yourself, why did they do that? Because the stuff he did, why isn't it free on the internet? Are they afraid that he's going to start a new religion all his own or something? It's like the old stuff you could find about what he did, you can't find anymore. So the point is that there's something very, very seriously amiss, strange, going on with Dynamo. Uri Geller, kind of like that, except much more personable. Dynamo is obviously, he himself admits he was a severely bullied child who just couldn't take it anymore and went out in the middle of nowhere and made a pact with the darker forces. And with Uri Geller, he seems to be this almost naive kind of like dude who just like goes around and originally was just, bending spoons and shit. But now
claims,
yeah. Huh?
Yeah, well, he claims in his book, and he reinforces it when you talk to him, and if you ask him a question, whatever. He claims when he was a child that it was just a weird circumstance that he ended up sticking his finger in the socket of a electrical socket.
Yeah,
and
he's responsible for the deaths of hundreds of children who tried to emulate him after that. Yes, go on.
No, I mean he claimed he received electrical energy from that, and then that triggered something for him. And then he also claims that he gets his powers from maybe extra dimensionals. He claims that he got a phone call.
Well, then he's talking about Jinn, right? I mean, that's extra dimensionals. I mean, basically, what the aerobic peoples would call the Jinn, basically. So go on. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. So he got a call from the Jinn, and this is when he was a child, and it was, I guess, a robotic type voice that he claimed it was, or some type of AI type voice is what he claimed. And his mother, who he in his own words, was a very strong Jewish woman, very protective Jewish woman, grabbed the phone really quick and totally did, was like, bitching out the Jinn, was like, what are you talking to my son for? Leave my son alone. And basically they were asking Uri, we want to teach you something, will you allow us to teach you something? And I remember asking him,
by the way, his mother's right. That's sinister as hell. Okay, so go on. His mother was completely in the right, and so he's quite unfortunate that he didn't listen to her. But go on.
So yeah, and I kind of led up to what I asked him. I go, Uri, did they end up teaching you something? And he kind of was very silent on that. So that kind of made me kind of go to piggyback what you were saying, that maybe it wasn't the best time as a child, but I don't know,
No, I think that Uri Geller just strikes me as kind of a schmuck. He just is almost
that's what my Israeli friends, my Israeli friends that that they really like that's kind of what like they've always said, and it astounds me because he was and he still is like a very just popular, like he's Mr. Israel, and he has so much influence with intelligence agencies and things of that nature, which it's striking, and that's why and even like I said, the Israeli people I know, they're just very dismissive of him. They're like, well, no, he's basically what you just said. He's a schmuck, and I'm like, all right.
Yeah, it is what it is.
It's better when they say, it's even more effective when they say it.
Oh yeah. No, I can imagine. I mean, to your average Israeli, the Uri Geller is the last man on earth they'd want to be representative of their.
Well, they make it very known. It's like they have a PR. They don't have the best PR, and they don't have a lot of public relations, and so they'll take any really good kind of publicity they can, as far as that goes. And yeah, like I don't know if he does bring that kind of publicity that they want,
Well, let's put it this way: it's a paradox. Obviously, Uri Geller or anyone who would be referred to in the West, they call them talents. These people with paranormal powers, they call them talents. And he has a talent, he is a talent, she's a talent, and these talents are mobilized by intelligence or military right away. I mean, they just grab them up and then try to juice them, see what they can get out of them for. Some kind of insight or some kind of, exploit their talents. So it's like Bobby Fischer. Bobby Fischer was effectively like railroaded by the U.S. government. They just pretty much exploited him and put him out there to win the Olympics for them. and in chess, obviously. And then fucked him over. And, once he had won enough things for him, they just, fucked over. So much to the point where this is why, the public hated him, was because he was so fucked over by the U.S. government. And by the way, just so people get it or understand, Bobby Fischer is Jewish, or was Jewish. He's dead now.
Self-hating, very, very anti. He became a completely Judeo-phobic.
Yeah, after being backstabbed by his own people, they stole all of his assets. He never got royalties on the stuff they produced about him.
Yeah, but he also blamed a lot of that on the U.S. government as well, which, of course, in his eyes, was basically Zionist occupation government, right, to him. So he basically, this is why when 9/11 happened, he stood up and cheered. He
applauded, yes.
Yeah,
and he's like, "Fuck America." But
he also had he also coated his apartment with aluminum foil as well to prevent the radio waves from coming through.
That's no surprise.
Yeah. No doubt. I mean, Bobby Fischer was. He was driven to the point. I mean, if anybody had been through what Bobby Fischer had been through, you'd be just as paranoid as him. He was truly exploited, used, and abused. And in the end, Iceland took him in, and he died. His wife was Filipino, by the way, Filipina, and which is it's just. Part of how he couldn't relate to most American women, so he wound up with a Filipino wife, and it's just indicative of a kind of usually men who are just find themselves socially unable to relate to American women, usually find a Filipino bride, and this means that they've given up on their own culture, usually. And I could go far more in depth into that. I won't at the moment. If people find that already somehow provocative or tickling of a certain offense to their sensibilities, you shouldn't. It's just one of those realities of life. But when it comes to the thing with Uri Geller, basically, yeah, sure, the intelligence agencies would give him a sense of mystique to Americans, but to Israelis, he's just some like an autistic child, like an overgrown autistic child, just somebody who's like got some talent that sometimes the intelligence agencies exploit, and then otherwise he's like on the loose doing things that they find just sophomoric or just nothing that they find impressive. Familiarity breeds contempt. So to them, he's just like, a circus act. And but it's sad, but it is what it is. But at the same time, there's something going on that's very similar to what happened with Dynamo. If not similar to the degree where he made a pact. It's obviously he was for some reason amenable and open to a kind of jinn possession, basically, and they operate through him, and he just does this kind of trip that he does, and he's stuck. He's kind of like somebody who's never really matured, and just kind of like does what he does. But when it comes to, that's pretty much all I can say on that, because he never really captured my interest. But it's interesting that you tried to get, I do remember, of course, he had a big influence on General Stubblebine. By the way, did both of you, Nemo and Mark, probably heard the interview I did with General Stubblebine, right?
I don't recall that one. I gotta check that one out.
Okay. So, you, Nemo? Is Nemo with us?
Nemo?
Sorry, my mic was mute. Yeah, sorry. I don't think I did. I don't remember that name. I might have, but I would have just forgot if I did.
Okay, so if you've got any of the past episodes from Revolution Radio, and we'll see what happens with maybe John Warrington has it, but if anyone can find the interview with General Stubblebine, it's hysterically awful. It is just awful. That poor son of a bitch. But for those of you who don't know, General Stubblebine was the general who was responsible for signing off on Michael Aquino's 1st Earth Battalion that got headed up by James Channon. So James Channon was the colonel who was leading the 1st Earth Battalion. I've gone into him before, but when it comes to the film that stars George Clooney in the role of James Channon, the general's played by some other guy who makes him look, sexed up and respectable. But General Stubblebine, people can look him up, and he just has that look of a general. And as I said before, he was one of the preeminent examples of Michael Aquino and everybody else's in the military, their contempt for high officers. Because, once you get past the point of a certain commission, to a colonel status, once you've become a colonel as a commissioned officer, you are essentially no longer necessarily just military. Once you become, you have to have some public relations dealing with the public, and this showed itself when a lot of reporters started doing interviews in Vietnam, and they were trying to emphasize this in the movie Apocalypse Now with Colonel Kurtz, where Colonel Kurtz was the Marlon Brando character, right? He was out there in the middle of Colonel Kurtz is portrayed
that's
as
the one when they were on a mission to go get him.
Yeah, and Colonel Kurtz is portrayed on the cover of Time magazine. So what they're showing is what they showed in the film, the uncut film, the director's cut of Apocalypse Now. Colonel Kurtz is on the cover of Time magazine because they're portraying the fact that at that level, you become like a business manager. You're like a CEO, only your business is war, and your product is the delivery of enemy body bags. So he was in that game and at the top of his game and looked at as this stellar potential for the next great career. And and then by the time you become a general, you're no longer even dealing, generally, to use a pun, you're generally no longer dealing with military issues. You're a politician in uniform. You're basically lobbying for budget allocations and shit. So oftentimes generals were the stupidest people. They would just choose generals by their looks, because all generals look like they came out of a mass assembly production line, where they all have their sugar cube heads that have a big patch of white mold fuzz on the top of the sugar cube. That's their hair. And then they say, this guy looks like a general, and they just basically put him in that rank. They just basically say, granted, they've all been through the officer ranks, but it's it's not their merits or their qualifications that bring them to, it's strictly their appearance. And so at that point, they become battering rams for the men below them, who then exploit them to get budget allocations for their projects in the field. And so Stubblebine was this kind of idiot. He was just this poor fucking idiot who Aquino and other people were exploiting to get their private projects signed off on. And so Stubblebine was a big fan of Uri Geller, and they called Stubblebine General Spoonbender. So they said General Spoonbender is the man, and you probably hear that in the movie The Men Who Stare at Goats.
Yes, that's why I was going to say. That's where I remember that part. Yes.
Yeah, and so the general in that film is portraying General Stubblebine. Now, General Stubblebine, just to give you an example of when he was at the Presidio, whenever he was at the Presidio, it wasn't like he was always there. He was very seldom there that I remember. But I can tell you for a fact, this fucker broke his nose literally trying to walk through walls. Because, guys like Uri Geller and Tony Robbins were telling him, you can do whatever you want to do, walk on, fire, all this shit. And, so he was trying to walk through walls and then broke his nose doing it. I mean, this guy's, he's not there. He's not well. And then what happened was that the fucker at some point became nothing but handled by the psychiatrist. And Dr. Lauren Moray or something. No, I can't remember what her name was, but wife of General Stubblebine. Let me look that up. Wife of General Stubblebine. And so she was on the interview, and she dominated the fucking interview. It was awful. So let me look up psychiatrist wife. Psychiatrist wife of General Stubblebine. Christ. They might have scrubbed her from the internet, which wouldn't surprise me. But let me see. They might have his wife listed somewhere. Libo.
Geraldine?
No, her name was Libo. Rima Libo.
Oh, yeah, Libo. Yeah, Rima Libo. I see it now.
Yeah. So Rima Libo, her surname spelled Laibow. Oh my fucking God. So
and they call her a conspiracy theorist. He was married to conspiracy theorist Rima Libo.
Dude, you
yeah,
don't,
bullshit, yeah.
You don't know the half of it. You don't know the half of it. Rima Libo took this guy's life over, and like I'm always looking for a chick take over, but there's limits. I'm basically not a competent adult, so I need somebody to do the thinking for me on an everyday basis. She just, at that point when he did the interview with me, Stubblebine was in a wheelchair, and he was just a sock puppet. This poor son of a bitch. And so, first off, it took him forever. We got 2 hours. I'm being harassed by Mike Ringley behind me, who's breathing down my neck because he hates Rima Libo. Libo was a hostess on Revolution Radio for a short while. She got fired, and this was because he considered her... He got in trouble with the FDA. What happened was that she was promoting things like colloidal silver and these various supplements. And what happened was when Ebola broke out in Africa, she, along with Laura Lee Solomon, the woman who was my manageress for a while, managed to get together a big shipment of colloidal silver to Africa to try and fight Ebola. And in all fairness, when the United Nations put together these packets to fight Ebola, basically telling people, take these like packets of shit to put it in water, drink it. What they had was, it was the weirdest thing. It was like, have you ever seen like the old books full of food stamps? It'd be like you'd tear out literal kind of stamps for food stamps. This was like it was like that, except these had this metallic shit on them that you dissolved in water and drank it, and it was supposed to help you fight Ebola. This is what the United Nations put out. It was basically colloidal silver. That's basically what it was, except it was a different delivery mechanism. So they had clamped down on Rima Libo and Laura Lee Solomon for getting a bunch of colloidal silver shipped to Africa because I guess the United Nations, wanted to retain a monopoly on it or something. It was just bizarre in the sense that, not that I'm defending these chicks, but what happened was that I think the United Nations, they would claim that, well, we don't have real knowledge of what ingredients are being used or something, and this way they, have approval of the ingredients or something. Whatever it was, it, led to the FDA coming to Mike Ringley and saying, hey, you've got somebody trying to push medicine illegally in foreign countries, and you'll be in trouble if you continue this. So he was scared to death, and he hated her, and he fired her. And so when I brought her back on with General Stubblebine, he was so close behind me, breathing down my neck, I could smell his pickled uvula. And this fucker was just, wow, you got them on! Yeah, you got them on! I'm saying, look, it's only for 2 hours. Why don't you fucking hold your dick, put it back behind its zipper, and just get away, go away. And dealing with that stress, these fuckers couldn't get their radio started. They claimed they were in Argentina. And he said he traced them to being somewhere in the United States, and they were lying. I don't know. I don't care. I was just trying to get them to get the shit to work. When it finally got to work, we've already 15 minutes in. And so the first thing I asked Stubblebine was, hey, what about Tony Robbins? There was $1 billion contract you awarded him. And I didn't even say this as an attack. It was just conversation starter. I said, you signed off on $1 billion given to Tony Robbins by the U.S. Department of Defense so he could teach our troops to handle the Colt 45 better and hit their target every time. How did that turn out? And he said, I refuse to respond to that question. I will neither confirm nor deny what you say. I refuse to respond to that question. I will neither confirm nor deny what you say. By the way, think about what I'm saying. Imagine somebody saying that like a robot, repeating it like he's programmed, literally, like a machine. And his wife had to stop him, like, you hear the tap on the shoulder and he stops. And I was just, that's awful. I said, this guy has no volitional thought going on in his head. But beyond that, we're already, strapped for time. We've got an hour and, at that point, 15 minutes left or something. And I'm trying to ask this guy a question, and this is what I get? I mean, if that's what we start off with, where the hell can I go from there?
Right.
You can't go anywhere with that.
So you couldn't get anything out of him in any.
No, it was worse. Then what happened was then his wife took over, and she answered all the questions. From that point forward, I was talking with his wife. By the way, we wasted another 15 minutes because I kept Europeanizing his name because his name sounded so stupid to me. I kept trying to dignify it by saying Stubblebean, General Stubblebean, and she kept saying Stubblebine. And I and I'm like, it sounded so stupid to me. It's like somebody whose name is, Crockenlocker or Chicken Shit or something. It's like, it just sounds bad. So finally I corrected it to the way she was so insistent about, but it's like, why does it matter so much to you? There are people, like, if you're in a foreign country, there are people who mispronounce my name all the time, like Douglas, or there's all kinds of people who say Dietrich as Diet Rich, or Dietrich,
right.
And sometimes you just, like, what's the point of correcting them? I mean, you just sound, sometimes I do, but sometimes you don't. But in her case, it was pathological, and I realized this is part of her code phrase for controlling him. It was like Stubblebine had to be like some kind of control mechanism. His own name was chosen as like a control mechanism.
I was gonna say double bind, Stubblebind, double bind.
Yeah,
the double binds are triggers,
Thank you, and so then and then the rest of it was just my talking with her, and he didn't say anything. It was awful. And then at the end of the interview, it's like, oh, that was fun, he said. I'm like saying, fuck, are you nuts?
Wow.
And it was just awful. It was just, but anyhow, there you go. That's General Stubblebine portrayed in the Men Who Stare at Goats. So that
I'm gonna find that interview.
Yeah. And Remo Leibo, just so people know, if you want to know what Remo Leibo is, Remo Leibo put a video out on YouTube that is probably completely scrubbed from the internet, but I bet somebody can find it off the dark web. And she basically, the title of the video is, I was Adam Lanza's psychiatrist.
I heard about you talk about this one. Douglas, I don't mean to go off on a tangent, but just a little bit, is that, I find it very peculiar with psychiatrists that you talk about it having such social engineering ability and power over people. It just seems to be like no one really understands how much power these psychiatrists have. A local psychiatrist in your town or city, they have the power over so many minds, Douglas.
Yeah.
It's insane. But I remember you talking about this, and you said that this psychiatrist programmed Adam Lanza.
Yes, that's what she herself said. And so she put out a video, I was Adam Lanza's psychiatrist. And it was at the same time, I remember I brought up Lorian and Fenton's sister, Dr. Lynn Fenton, was the psychiatrist for Orange Hair over at the Colorado Massacre. So let's look him up. Orange Hair, Colorado Massacre. Colorado Massacre. So James Holmes, sentenced to life in prison. James Holmes, psychiatrist. And by the way, James Holmes was a civilian, and he had a military psychiatrist. He had a psychiatrist who was an Air Force reservist. That was Lynn Fenton, the sister of Lorian Ann Fenton, was the psychiatrist for James Holmes, who massacred everyone in the Colorado Theater. So yeah, go on, Mark. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
Oh no, I'm listening, Douglas.
Yeah, I mean, so think of this. How is it Douglas Dietrich is affiliated with this bitch who's got this sister psychiatrist who programmed James Holmes, and then interviews like Stubblebine, whose wife is now his handler, and they tried to start a cult. You know, basically, people can look this up. What happened was General Stubblebine and his wife, and basically his wife, and he's just the meat sock puppet, the front man. Rima Leibo, they tried to start a cult in Central America. People can look that up. So these people were trying to start their own cult in Central America, their own compound and shit. And then, so, you know, I'm dealing with these people like every day. You get what I'm saying? I mean, these people like are pervasive in my life. Again, just it puts into context what Brooke Gibson is dismissing by calling myself a liar, that sort of thing. It's just one of these things where it's just the nature of what I'm dealing with is all the baggage left over from the Presidio, obviously. That's why. Yeah.
I think I found the video of what you're saying. I am Adam Lanza's psychiatrist, but it says doctor instead of psychiatrist. Rima Leibo.
Yeah, that's
MD.
yeah. That they use the term doctor. A psychiatrist is an MD in the United States. Yeah. I don't know.
I posted it in the chat.
Okay, there it is. That it is. I am Adam Lanza's doctor. Right. Yes, that's right. Rima Leibo. That's her. That's it. Yeah. So that's Rima Leibo. And yeah, she was the handler for poor doofus Stubblebine. And do me a favor, gentlemen, hold the stage for another few minutes. I'll rinse the taste of this liquid Coca-Cola out of my mouth, and then I'll start monologue. And if you, when I come back, if you want to talk a few more minutes, of course, about something else that comes to mind, please do so.
Right.
All right, I'll be back in a few moments.
Awesome.
No
Thanks,
worries.
Douglas. Yeah, that was fantastic. That was something I wanted to ask him for a while, but
Yeah,
that's
I gotta
incredible.
find this interview just for the laughs, because I've never heard about this type of interview Douglas conducted. It's like just
No, I
being
didn't
fucked
either.
over by
That's one thing,
these
too.
two clowns. Yeah, it's fucked up.
I know. I want to actually let my father listen to this because he loves the movie Men Who Stare at Goats.
Right.
So I want to give him some insight on this a little bit about the real players in the background. Yeah, I think he'd find this pretty amusing.
Do you know Revolution Radio? Well, did you listen to Douglas when he was on Revolution Radio? Do you know if they have an archive of the interviews, the live streams?
I would. The oldest probably times that I remember listening to Douglas was when on his Facebook. I don't know what, I think I followed his Facebook, back when Max Spears was around or something, like right when Max Spears died or around that time.
Yeah.
Because that's how I remembered Douglas was through Max Spears for some reason, because he had posted something about him. So I think it was around that time. I don't know I think he might have just had left Revolution Radio around that time. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
But I think you said you've listened to him even before that, right?
Oh yeah, like late 2012. I was downloading his stuff.
That's crazy. That's a long time, dude.
I love this Saturday night firing line segments because he'd take answers from callers and that. And some callers just were ridiculous. Like, they just oh, I want the short answer, straight to the point, and it'll piss Douglas off. He's like, I got to explain this in full detail, and you're coming off as an ignorant fool who just wants the quick answer with no details in it. A lot of American listeners are pretty stupid.
Well, listen, if you want an explanation, that's what you need to listen. You need to listen to the whole context of it, because it's going to connect in all different ways. You're going to learn a lot, and you're going to hear a bunch of different things. But that's what really irritates me Nemo, is like when people ask, and I'm sure you get it too, is like, if you're going to ask me a question, don't you want to hear the answer? Like, don't ask me a question if you don't want to hear the answer, or like, don't interrupt me or that kind of thing. That's just extremely rude. So like, people would do that all the time to him. I think they would ask him questions, and he would explain it and try to go into things, and then they'd obviously want to like redirect it back into whatever, UFOs or protected people's subjects or whatever the hell kind of weird shit they wanted to talk about.
I think he started getting sick of doing those Saturday night firing line, those answering the calls, because it was mostly just the same people asking the same fucking questions over and over again. So it was kind of getting pointless doing that particular segment. I remember hearing him addressing that on one of Opperman's, Opperman. I think he used to work at Revolution Radio, and he was being very passive aggressive, intentionally trying to discredit Doug throughout that whole entire interview. Opperman was trying to do. It was just disgusting to listen to. I listened to the whole thing, but I don't know how Doug was able to tolerate all that. But he just doesn't stoop down to their level. He just stays in his own level and gets everything out in full detail. He doesn't let them get to him.
When you have sort of like the experience that he's had, and you have the knowledge that he's had, you're not as scared to sort of let what needs to be let out. And then you're always sort of like on the defense, so you really don't need to worry about you just figure people are going to come at you anyway.
Yeah.
So I think just like someone put in the chat that his patience is like in what they meant to say is like inhuman, is because just like that, after a while, you sort of like that's how you adapt.
Yeah.
That's how your whole existence is adapting. You adapt to that over a period of time of just people doing that.
Did you ever listen to his Vinny Eastwood interviews, that New Zealand fucking live streamer?
I've saw a bunch of different like random ones. I don't some of them I don't recall all too much, but I do recall a funny one that I was going to mention to him before he was on stage, and he had noticed the lights were a little too high or too bright. So he asked the stage guys, like, "Hey, can we please turn down the lights?" And there was some asshole on the stage that pretty much yelled out and said, "No, we can't."
Wow.
So Douglas was like, "Yo, I love you too, pal. I love you too, buddy."
Was that the 2015 UFO con?
It might have been, yeah. I don't know if that's the one that he had those fire pilot goggles. I don't know if it's that one, because I remember Brooke would bring that up. Brooke saw that interview when he had like the fighter. He had like the fighter pilot goggles, and he was talking about that Gaul and the Gaul and
the Gaul. Yeah, he was at one of those conventions. I forgot which one it was called. It was probably a UFO convention. Yeah, he was talking about time travel and ghouls and stuff like that. It's on his channel, that video.
Yep.
Okay, I just got back. Hope everything went well, and
yeah,
wonderful. Thank you, both of you. Deeply appreciate everything.
Hey, Doug, do you happen to know if there's an archive of the Revolution Radio interviews you've done, like a website, a source to find all that?
Well, according to Brendan Sogit, the majority of it seems to be on John Warrington's Odyssey channel.
John Warrington Odyssey. Yeah,
so if you'll find the link on the UFO video that is the MUFON ambush on the homepage. So let's take a look at the link there. Let me get that off there. So where the fuck did the MUFON thing go? There it goes. Holy shit. And let me grab the Odyssey thing out of there, put it in our chat. So let me see, odyssey.com. /maggot :E. I'm just saying that for our listeners.
On Maggot channel. All right. Yeah, I noticed he's got a lot of your stuff on Odyssey.
Yeah, so let's see if I can put that into the chat room here at all. We'll see if YouTube doesn't reject it. And then let's put this here in the text box. And here we go. So that's the Odyssey.com. Doesn't appear to provide a direct link. So you'd have to cut and paste that. Yeah.
I just found it when I typed it in. I found his channel.
Okay, yeah, and hopefully most people can do the same. What I'll do now is, unless you gentlemen have anything else to bring up, I'll go straight into monologue. But always glad, of course, if you have something else you want to ask about or bring up, I'll be happy to address that for a few minutes before going into monologue.
Oh, I'm good.
Okay. So
I'm good as well.
I'm gonna go have a shower then go to bed because I'm getting tired.
Understood. I mean, you've been through a lot of. He was up with Viviana all night, along with Brooke. So it's like, oh my God. So was Brooke with you up throughout the night?
Yeah, through the whole night. She didn't seem hostile at all then, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, well, maybe it's the lack of sleep she had. It could be lack of sleep.
That could be a factor, yeah.
Yeah, she did say she was tired, but it's like you can't. That's not an excuse. It's like a truck driver can't. A truck driver can't get.
She might apologize tomorrow or something when she, gets a good sleep. Maybe she might apologize to you.
Well, I think
I
think a large part of her issues is sleep deficit. She really needs to. She really needs to take stuff to knock her out. I mean, like some kind of sleeping pill is what I mean.
Well, she took an Adderall while we were doing the stream, and she's already an energetic person just naturally. So taking like energy enhancers, keeping you up, it's gonna fuck with your sleep.
It does, and also you're just. Everything about you, hopefully she just.
I know I'm a shitty person when I don't get enough sleep.
Yeah, and hopefully she just drops the Adderall completely. But anyhow, so both of you gentlemen
I'll say goodbye to everyone before I leave.
Yeah, please do, both of you, and so hopefully Viviana and Joe will stay on, hopefully on mute. And did you get a chance, either one of you, to review Joe Ty's snoring the other day? Did you not think that was bordering on just supernaturally uncanny? The way that he. Were you able to hear anything I was saying? Were you able to hear my points through his snoring?
Yeah, you know what's weird is Peter had his little had his say on it about what he thought it was.
Yeah.
I think Joe Ty's got a little bit of the T'Challa in him. I think he's got that kind of if he wants to if he wants to be heard on your show, Douglas, he's going to be heard.
Yeah, right? It's true. It's true. It's like when Peter calls him Cho Tai, it's for a reason. He's Peter's right. Peter's felt that the Cho were like speaking through him and shit. But of course he felt that they couldn't get in there without his kind of like opening himself up. That he really has a resentment that he was like unleashing at the time in what was essentially a competition. It was just bizarre. Yeah, but go on.
I'm laughing because that was hilarious, and I was also laughing that oh man, Douglas, you had me when you and Peter were talking about the guy at Montauk that was flapping around like a dolphin.
Yeah,
I was trying to work and I'm trying to help my people out, and I'm dying about a guy flapping around like a dolphin. You killed me. I was dying.
Duncan, and I'm forgetting the fucker's last name. I keep thinking Duncan O'Finian, who's one of these super soldiers, but it's Duncan something, and but
so he keeps. So I got confused because he keeps Peter keeps referring to this guy that Duncan that he was programmed to be both the Antichrist and to be the Christ.
No, he's talking about Stuart Sverdlow. That's Stuart Sverdlow.
Okay, because I thought he was talking about Duncan Davies, who works with the guy Tim Refat, that guy. That's why I thought, because he claims to be Anyway,
he claims to be.
You got to meet that guy, Douglas, and test him, see if he's a legit magician claims to be.
That's not my job. All
right.
It's
that's just me. I want to see that.
No, I understand it. It's like for somebody like me, it's like who needs the extra energy? I don't even have the emotional interest to invest it. I don't have the emotional investment in that.
I don't think he's even available. I think he's pretty much. I think they're in Vietnam or something. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, he's in Vietnam, from what I heard.
Yeah, that's the last story. But Duncan Davies is still in the UK. I mean, he's working on the Tim Refat's vehicle, his supercars and stuff like that. But I think Refat he's in Vietnam, sort of hiding out, supposedly.
Why?
Is that the Grid Keeper British guy, the Grid Keeper channel, or whatever it's called?
Well, because they supposedly the MI5 raided his complex or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like a long drawn.
He claims story. he used to work for the MI5 to use his supernatural psychic powers to help them out for certain missions and shit. I don't believe that. That's just what he claims.
It is what it is. I mean, whatever. It's they're on their own trip.
He does hate England. That's what he hates their government and MI5. He wants them destroyed. He claims. Yeah.
What would he replace it with? What does he see replacing it? I mean, what's his?
China. Like, he wants to offer his services to China for billions of dollars in exchange.
Oh, I'm sure they'll just go for that. Oh yeah, that's roll of the eyes here for people who can't see me. I'm like I no comment. When it comes to just who was the guy we were talking about? Oh, Stuart Sverdlow. So Stuart Sverdlow. Yeah, he's the guy who. But the way it becomes confusing is because Peter is basically saying that the entire Montauk project is trying to harness the Christ and Antichrist dynamic. So what he's going into is that this is where Stuart Sverdlow comes in, and some of these other guys. Probably Duncan manifested some of this kind of lore, we'll call it lore or backstory, but Stuart Sverdlow was supposed to be the guy they sent back in time, quote unquote, to kill Christ and then take his blood and bring it back so that they could clone the Antichrist, produce the Antichrist. And that was how Dynamo came into the world. I'm kidding. That's that's a joke. That's a joke. But at any rate, Stuart Sverdlow is, Stuart Sverdlow also claims to be related to Adolf Hitler. He claims that he's related to the Schicklgruber, quote unquote, dynasty or some kind of bloodline. And for those of you who don't know, Hitler never had the fucking name Schicklgruber. Just so people know, that's something that the original biographer who wrote the original definitive biography, Hitler: A Study in Tyranny, I believe the guy's name was Bullock. I know that's a English swear word, so I have to look the name up. It's been so long. So Hitler: A Study in Tyranny, and we'll find the guy's name, and here we are. And this was Alan Bullock. Shit, that was his name. Like Bullocks. Yeah, the English swear word. It's like an American being named fuck or ass or something. Really unfortunate. But anyhow, so Alan Bullock was knighted, and but Alan Bullock definitively traced the genealogy and proved that there's no Schicklgruber in Hitler's bloodline. He was born Hitler. He didn't have another name. So the point was that, however, based on the myth of the Schicklgruber, this is what Sverdlow claims that he's related to, trying to claim he's related to Adolf Hitler. By the way, Stuart Sverdlow is painfully Jewish. Very much Russian Jewish, and so this whole idea about this Russian Jewish guy being sent back in time to kill Christ and then clone the Antichrist, and he's somehow related to Hitler. that's someone that Brooke Gibson could legitimately just shit all over. I mean, that's something because of all the points I just pointed out. Myself, on the other hand, like I'm explaining to her, it's like she's attacking bullet points and just saying, "Oh, yeah," like, it's just, well, we've articulated it already. It's just nothing but an ad hominem attack. It's like I said, yeah.
Doug, was it true that you said that Swirlo, wasn't he driving around Montauk driving around Long Island deprogramming Montauk boys?
That was Preston
like that.
Nichols. Now our man
Preston Nichols.
Peter says that Preston that he never messed with anyone under the age of 18. But he also does admit that Preston Nichols purchased a school bus. And Preston Nichols had every intention. His fantasy was like, my legal father, like I said, there was elements of Al Bundy and Homer Simpson in my legal father. And he basically had this like dream that, if I won the lottery, he'd like to have my gang brother Beaver just kind of drive him around in an RV, a mobile home, across the United States to visit various military bases. I mean, it's like, what a silly little vision. It'd be like, a fantasy of my traveling cross country and shaving in gas stations and shit. I mean, it's like, what the fuck? But with, our man Preston Nichols, his idea of that was driving around cross country in a school bus, picking up kids to deprogram them.
All right. Pretty weird.
That's
pretty.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's not something most of us, I hope, would relate to. You get this image. If you ever seen the movie The First Dirty Harry? The villain grabs a school bus. That's the image that comes to your mind. Anyhow, go on. Is there something else? Yeah.
Well, no, I was just gonna kind of just add a little bit. I mean, I remember. So I did go there. My company had sent me to Montauk, and I was working there for probably a month and a half. And I did some traveling, and I had a friend who was working with me who was in the military, and he gave me the rundown of the Montauk bases. We were actually hanging out. I think I told you this before, Douglas. And he had the whole specced out of the whole area. He knew where to go, the right spots. And we did go into that telecom base that I think Peter was talking about, or we got near it, so to speak. We didn't go in there. But I did notice there was some weird stuff inside there. They left. There's ritualistic paraphernalia that was left inside there.
Yes.
And it's in plain sight. It's not hidden at all. It's in there, and it's I don't know. It's creepy.
Thank you. No, and you would see that shit all over the Presidio military base. So it's for that to be at Montauk, it was Peter was dealing with the same shit. He was basically helping to bring up. He wasn't, but you'll notice that he wasn't really running an exposition. It's not it wasn't like Peter was exposing the crimes of Montauk. And
right.
So the narrative or the thematic of Peter's narrative is it's almost abstracted as opposed to focusing. And as a matter of fact, Peter insists that Preston Nichols's relation of the crimes at Montauk is almost like a cascade memory. It's almost but then Peter accepts the reality of what I've said about the Presidio. It's interesting. It's almost as if Peter. It's almost like it's too close to home for him to handle with Montauk. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. I think that's. I think the Kool-Aid has been drunken, pretty deeply, and I mean that with all due respect. I mean, I think he has a lot invested, obviously, for good reason. His knowledge of it is incredible, and yeah, I think you have that right. I think when it's that close to home, you have to, play the right game, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, it's I think that he's treading a very fine line because of he's in the belly of the beast if he's writing about Montauk and he's living on Long Island. But take a look at me. I'm in the belly of the beast here in San Francisco, and I did what I had to do, and he obviously respects that, and that's appreciated, and hopefully we'll get this out with the next book, and let's hope he returns from Romania alive. So that's done.
So we got two people you got to worry about. You got to worry about Brendan, and then you got to worry about Peter.
Yeah, I know it's hard already, and of course I do welcome both of you gentlemen to reach out to Brooke and just let her know she's welcome to listen to what we had to say after she left, and
I'll see if she removed me off Facebook. No, she's still there.
And let her know that I'm not holding anything against her. I'll just attribute it to her sleep deficit. And our man Ian West.
Ian just missed out on it all time.
Ian West said, but I'll invite him on so that he can, be on to help hold the call, and that way he can interject if he feels he has something constructive to say.
He always does.
Is that a joke?
Kind of. He's always got something to say, is what I mean.
So Ian, welcome aboard.
Hey, Ian.
Yeah.
Good emo.
What's up, Ian? What's up, buddy?
I just woke up.
You've been snoring all this time. And, anyhow, welcome aboard. I'm just about to start monologue, but you're welcome to hang out and just interject if you feel you have something constructive to say. And so no need to contribute anything if you don't want. I mean, I'm fine with just having you and Joe Ty and Viviana kind of hold the